Head to head, you can't compete with me. It's no debate, you too fake, and it's too real with me. What's the topic? I'll block it, I keep that shield with me. Ammo loaded, I'm cocking, I got that steel with me. What you talking is nonsense, blow off your conscience. I'm a living sickness, Magic Johnson. By that action, no Bronson, I'm a King LeBron. And the whole league is fuck your feelings, who you thought it would be. Catch me in the streets, internet thugs just typing no keys. And the fans from Ticket TV, sign that permission slip, please. That Max Ether gon' heat you, make you fall to your knees. No way out, this the firm. Come near the stove, you gon' burn. Been waiting patient, now it's my turn. What Kevin say? Today you gon' learn. True to the king, what's happening? You got the sauce, keep doing your thing. TKO, round for round in the ring. I'm a god to you millions, but stay in your lane. Work it out. I cannot promise no favors. The panel is live, sports talk, sit down at the table. This the family, understand me, don't get it twisted. You won't miss it, we on a mission. Fuck your feelings, antisocial, what's the business? Say? We talk it, we live it. Hold on, let's get it. Hold on, let's get it. Almost slicing the zebra. This for my people, gon' bring out the ether. FYF, they know we too lit. They know we too lit. FYF, they can't do it like this. They can't do it like this. Fuck your feelings. It is what it is. It is what it is. We the real. Let's get turned in this bitch. Let's get turned in this bitch. Let's get turned in this bitch.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont. We back. Another topic, man. Y'all see the video? What? I mean, I'm looking at the video, the dislikes, man. What's with the DeMar Derozen slander? I mean, what is everybody got something against DeMar Derozen? I make a slight comparison, and I think the comparison's actually pretty fair. I make a slight comparison, and everybody goes crazy, man. So I see all the dislikes. I mean, if you don't agree, just hit the link. If you don't agree, just hit the link and pull up to the live stream, and it's very easy, man. You don't got to dislike the video, man. But you know what, man? I think that, I mean, when you look at a player of today's age, who could Jordan be today based on his game, his prototype, especially offensively? It would be DeMar Derozen. Mid-range, specialist, get to the basket, athletic, struggle with a three-point shot, struggle to win with an inferior team. Is what it is, man. We got somebody saying Nike put too much money into KD. I don't know what that means. All right. Don't know what that means, but hey, look, you got an opportunity to always pull up today. Look, I'm not even going to waste time today. I think that the DeMar DeRozan Michael Jordan comparison is a very fair comparison. I don't understand why, I mean, dude, who else is Jordan like today? Jordan's not like KD. He's not as efficient. He doesn't have the deadly range. He's not like Steph Curry. All right. He was never able to move off the ball the way Steph Curry does. He's not like a James Harden. James Harden was a magician with the ball. High-level elite passer playmaker, all right, who can make plays from anywhere on the court. So I can't compare him to those guys. Then I have to go to the second tier guys. Who am I going to compare Jordan to? If I'm saying Jordan's game translated today, because we see all these people running around saying, Jordan would come into this league. Jordan's going to score average 50 a game. It don't work like that no more. Defenders are better. Defenders are bigger. Defenses are more strategic. Coaches do a better job of throwing unique looks at you. All right. They do a really good job of changing the pace of the game. I mean, when you think of this era, the 80s was probably the closest thing that you have to this current era. When you're talking about in the 80s, you had the super teams because you had the loaded Lakers teams, you had the loaded Celtics teams, you had the loaded Sixers. All right, even the Bucks team that was really good. A lot of great teams, right? But what made that 80s era where Jordan struggled mightily, what made that 80s era, unique and similar to this particular era was the speed, the pace of play. The pace of play was astronomical. Now, they didn't have the three-point shooting, but in the 80s, they played a crazy pace. They played a crazy frenetic pace, a lot of high-scoring games. All right, this is where the Showtime Lakers came in. We saw the Boston Celtics thrive in that era at that high pace. Same with the Sixers, Dr. J dunking on everybody. But when we look at all the superstars of that era, especially from 84 on down, all of the superstars, what superstar struggled the most in the 80s? It was Michael Jordan. Isaiah Thomas went as far as saying, with our style of play in this particular era, with these super teams that we have, Isaiah Thomas went as far as saying, Jordan wasn't my competition. Wasn't nobody worried about Jordan. He can score all the points he wants, but his team's a bottom feeder in the East. Why are we worried about Jordan? He can score 50, 60 points. We still going to beat his team by 20. They were struggling to get more than 35 wins this season in the 80s. So when you compare the 80s, similar pace, similar format of teams because you're dealing with super teams, to this era, super teams, higher pace, lengthier defenders. Would Jordan have the same effectiveness that he had throughout the 90s? I don't believe so. So when we compare what he can do, so we kind of have to downgrade his efficiency and his effectiveness, which makes him essentially DeMar Derozen. Michael Jordan would essentially be a glorified DeMar Derozen. That's what he would be. All right. Great mid-range specialist, but we know mid-range specialists, unless you can extend your range out beyond the three-point line and you can be a lead out there, great floor spacer, struggle to win. Now, if I could see Jordan winning a chip if, for example, let's say he did like Kawhi Leonard. You get lucky, you get drafted to a Spurs franchise where it's just greatness all around you. You get traded to a Raptors team that's one legitimate player away, like a glorified. See, basically, the Raptors had DeMar Derozen, but they didn't have a glorified DeMar Derozen. So they got a glorified type of DeMar Derozen type player in Kawhi Leonard, they won a chip because it was already a loaded team that proved it could get to the Eastern Conference Finals. They just needed a glorified DeMar Derozen to push them over the hump. That's what they ultimately did. They got a glorified DeMar Derozen, won a chip, and then he got out of Dodge as fast as possible. Didn't want to live in Canada. But you know what? I don't know why a lot of people act as if 84 to 1990 didn't happen for Michael Jordan. It wasn't just your general failures during that time frame for Michael Jordan. The Bulls team that Michael Jordan was on they were atrocious. They were horrible. All right. And then a lot of people can blame teammates. You can blame them all you want. All right. But as a star player, isn't it your job to elevate them to some degree? You know, when Phil Jackson Phil Jackson was comparing LeBron James and Michael Jordan, one of the things he talked about with LeBron James is Jordan, even he said similar about Kobe. These two players didn't know how to make others better. The only thing they saw, they had tunnel vision. If you weren't getting it done, they were going to try to do it by all means necessary. It wasn't about identifying your strengths and elevating you within your strengths. It was like a selfish mentality. This is where the Mamba mentality comes from. Sometimes the Mamba mentality can help you out in some tough situations, similar to Jordan's toughness and his mentality. But in the 80s, from 84 to 90, that Mamba mentality type of thinking was a detriment. It was getting them blasted on a night in and night out basis. Jordan dropped 63 on the Celtics in the playoffs. But when you go to the post-game conference, you hear them talking to Bird about how they won the game. Salute to Jordan. He did drop 63. Man, that was amazing. We won the game. We're moving on. Let's sweep them and get them up out of here. It's not a very smart brand of basketball to go out and try to do it by yourself. And I think that in and of itself is a weakness. It's a weakness that you can look to, especially Kobe and Jordan's games. That tunnel vision, that tunnel vision mentality It can help you, but it can also be a detriment. That tunnel vision mentality was a detriment to Kobe when he played with Kwame Brown and Smush Parker and them. Remember, Kwame Brown said he had a lot of gifts that he could have gave to the league. I blame Kobe for that. Kobe didn't use Kwame Brown his max efficiency. Kobe could have identified Kwame Brown's strengths and said, we're going to go to you here. Now, some of that is Kwame Brown's fault. He did refuse the ball a number of times, and he said he scared to shoot the shot. I understand that, but as a leader, you got to be able to encourage him. Kobe didn't do a good job of motivating Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown is one of the reasons why, Kobe Bryant's one of the reasons why Kwame Brown's a bust. That tunnel vision, that mama mentality. Just ask Kwame. Kwame talks about it. Then we have to look at the 90s era. Isaiah Thomas talked about this as well. He said Isaiah Thomas had a wrist injury, but when Isaiah Thomas described his wrist injury going into the 91 season, he said it was a career-ending wrist injury. Larry Bird had a career-ending back injury. Right? Celtics, lottery pick, one of the greatest lottery picks of all time, passed away. Reggie Lewis, great player who would have blossomed to a great shooting guard of the era, passed away. Competition just blowing with the wind, paving the way, opening the way for a 90s. That's just super watered down. Now, if you swap DeMar DeRozan with Michael Jordan on the Chicago Bulls, with Phil Jackson, with Pippen, I believe they still could have won multiple chips. 6, I don't know, but I still believe they could have won chips. I give Jordan credit for being a workhorse. He was a workhorse. He worked a lot harder than DeMar DeRozan. But when we talk about their games, similar styles. Michael Jordan eats celery. Not sure what that means. We got PC, 44 PPN. Hey, man, salute to everybody. I see a lot of new faces. Now, I'm got to drop the link. Now, look, if you're not familiar with FYF Sports, if you haven't been on the live panel, because I'm opening this panel up, bringing people in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link. Click the link. All right. Get signed up through the StreamYard, and I'm going to let you in the live panel. All right. You don't have to have your camera on. You can cut your camera off if you look crazy. All right. Make sure your audio is working properly. Make sure you close out the YouTube when you come in. I don't want to hear these crazy echoes, y'all. There's a lot of people that really want to chime in on this and give their thoughts. All right. And you know what? Can we have some open-mindedness to this concept? I mean, look at and that's for me. It took me being open-minded to even have this conversation. Open-minded to have this conversation. When I look at the 80s, the pace of play, the super teams of the 80s, it kind of mirrors what we see today. And it's one of the reasons why DeMar DeRozan has struggled mightily. Jordan struggled when he faced a similar situation, super teams all around him, faster pace, and DeMar DeRozan struggled. Same situation, same types of games. Have a little bit of open-mindedness, but I know a lot of people are going to come in. You've got a lot of avid Jordan supporters who probably don't like the title of this video. That's fine, though. We give everybody a chance to sleep. Salute to True the King, man. Grinding over there on this channel. Joe King says, how was the 90s watered down? Joe King, I will easily answer that question if you hit the link and join the chat. All right, but I've answered it before multiple times. We've cleared that up. Anybody will tell you. Any basketball mind, from Jerry Shalom to Larry Bird to Dr. J, they all spoke on how the 90s got watered down. I don't really want to go into that whole diatribe again, but if you pull up to the live panel, I will definitely explain it to you. I'm dropping the link right now. Give me 1 second. Right, link is in the chat, you guys. Jordan had a better handle and footwork and speed. Yeah, cocaine dreaming. Yes, I agree. This is why I said he was a glorified DeMar DeRozan. Glorified. Remember, I gave him his props. He's an elevated DeMar DeRozan, slightly better. So I'll give that to you. You're not open-minded when it comes to Draymond Green and Ben Simmons. No, I think it's reverse. I think other people who are so offensively driven don't understand the game of basketball. I think they're not open-minded when it comes to players like that. I'm open-minded. Mahari Sports Nation, being open-minded is understanding that not everybody can be a great offensive player. I will give you the same level of props if you're a great defensive player, right? And because both of these guys, Draymond Green and Ben Simmons, if you actually think about it, they actually are great offensive players, especially with their playmaking. As far as scoring the ball, okay, they struggle there. They're great playmakers. Passing the ball, assisting the ball, that's scoring, that's offense. Defensively, you're not gonna find better defenders in the league. So how is that not open-minded? I just push the grain against people who run around saying players like Trey Young are better when Trey Young is statistically ranked as the worst defensive player in the league, yet his offense will elevate him in people's minds as the better player than some of these other guys. They don't care about how poorly a defense he plays. All right, we got a few people in the backstage. I'm gonna start letting people in when we get a few more people in the backstage. Look, I see a lot of people in here, a lot of new names, a lot of people with comments defending Michael Jordan. All right, I see the great one. I see you backstage. I'm gonna let you in first as soon as we get a few more people in here. All right, look, AMPR. Looks like you're a Jordan. Hit the link. Just Blaze, he says, remember, y'all, Lamont still has Jordan as the GOAT. Yeah, Jordan is temporarily the GOAT until LeBron retires. All right. I think LeBron has done enough to secure that. All right. That's being open-minded. All right. I'm not blinded by 6-0 because the one thing I do know with Jordan is he wasn't undefeated in the playoffs. All right. I mean, like I said, in the 80s, he was getting swept in the playoffs. That counts. That matters. All right. Come on. I know Mahari. I know you want to come in. Look, Juice Lee. I know you want to look at all the people calling me crazy. Can I get a few more of y'all to hit the link, man? Or it's the great one in the backstage. Is he the only one willing to come in and address the topic of this video, man? Okay, we got AMPR in the backstage, man. He pulled up, man. I love seeing new faces, man. You know, see. And I'm going to warn you, AMPR. Now, I'm really sneaky with the titles to my video and setting people up. So I will be open enough. And some people know, like SB, some people know that the title of my video is clickbait to set you up for the bigger play. I'm not going to tell you what the bigger play is. So make sure you're extremely cautious with your arguments because it could potentially set you up for the max ether if you're not careful. So now I'm warning you guys. So I'm warning you now that this could be a potential setup for a max ether. And we all know what max ethers generally lead to spoof videos. So I'm warning you. I don't want nobody getting mad at me again when I make another spoof video if you fall into the trap. All right. Christian Butler understands, man. All right. So hold on. We got great one in here. I'm going to let him get his take off first. We got a hard AMPR. Man, salute to y'all for pulling up, man. It's a tough conversation to have. It's something tough to even admit. But let me get the great one. What are your thoughts on this, man? Is it blast?
I think for one thing, their skill, I won't deny their skill is similar. Of course, both players, their bread and butter is that mid-range game. But then mentally, when you talk about DeMar Derozan's mentality, it's not even close. One time after he got swept by LeBron and the Cavs, he came out and said, hey, if we had LeBron, we would have won too. Well, of course, yeah, but that type of mentality shows you what kind of player he is.
I did, and I feel like I gave Jordan credit. I gave him the edge for that because I did say he was a glorified DeMar DeRozan. Slightly better in certain aspects, but I then also spoke about how that mentality, that killer mentality that everyone speaks on, that killer mentality can also be a detriment as well. That killer mentality was a detriment to Jordan from 84 to 90. That killer mentality was a detriment to Kobe when he didn't have Shaquille O'Neal alongside of him. It was a detriment. And then he had to get other great players.
Teams, even that time where we had Kwame Brown, Smush Parker, their teams weren't. Even though I will admit, Kobe, that Game 7, he basically disappeared. But at the same time, those teams were terrible teams.
They were. But I mean, I know a lot of players that played on terrible teams, but don't get the excuse that they had a terrible team. You know, when we talk about, there's a lot of teams that, you know, for example, you got Allen Iverson. A lot of people claim that his team was terrible. He was able to get them to the finals. Is that accurate? That's false. Most valuable player of the year, coach of the year, MVP, defensive player of the year, league's leader in rebounds, shot block leader on your team. That's not a bad team.
Yeah, of course. Same with the Cavs too. They call them bums, but at the same time, that was a top 5 defensive team. But I will like I said, I do admit Kobe that Game 7, he did choke that. He did choke, and I don't know if I would say choke. He disappeared and didn't play what he could potentially play up to.
Wait,
But
are
at the
you
same
talking about
time-
the one against the Suns?
Yeah,
Hold on. Hey, Ian Part, let me get your take on this as well, because I saw you in the chat, man. I appreciate you pulling up. I think this might be your first time here, man. So salute.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be disrespectful or anything. I just was saying, like, what do you mean? Can you put a little bit more context to it? Are we gonna just bring him from the '90s to the game right now, or are we gonna like make it seem like he was born in this era?
This title of this video stemmed from
Amen.
comments.
Amen. Amen.
So the title of this video stems from comments. I forgot what player it was, where he basically said, I think it might have been Ivers. Somebody said that Jordan could come in this era and average 50 a game. That's where the title of this video came from. So when I analyze, okay, when did Jordan see, when in his career, were there any years where he saw an NBA similar to what we see now with the pace of these games? All right. Okay, let's say, because some people are going to say there's less defense. Okay, just like in the 80s, there was less defense, more scoring, faster pace, and in the 80s, you had super teams. Lakers, Celtics, Sixers, Bucks, great super teams. So in this era today, you got super teams, you got higher pace. How did Jordan fare in the league when there were super teams around him and when the pace was different, when the pace wasn't as slowed down? And Jordan didn't fare very well in that type of league. So what I'm saying is, so when I take that real life example, bring it into today's game, because one of those former NBA players said he could average 50 a game.
You talking about
Now,
Metta World Peace?
Somebody said it. Multiple players have said it.
well,
Not just
one thing though is about today's defense though.
The defense today is going to be a bit more complex, because remember throughout the 90s, Jordan did make sure he emphasized to the league. Let me finish. He did emphasize to the league multiple times, do not allow the zone, please. The zone will hurt individual statistics for players like myself. Grant Hill complained about it. Tracy McGrady complained about it. A lot of great one-on-one players of the 90s said do not bring into the zone, because it will make it harder for individual scorers like ourselves to score. And so Jordan had the benefit of also playing through a 90s era that was not only watered down, but with no zone, no zone strategy.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a foul if you left your guy to go like double team?
No, it wasn't a foul.
It was
just being
illegal defense.
Illegal defense. No, and it didn't work exactly like it. If you left your man, that's not exactly how it worked.
Yeah.
So
can you like
basically, there was like an invisible 3-foot circle, an invisible. So what you had to do is you had to either commit 100% to a double team. You couldn't play the in between game. So with a zone, it's usually the team guarding the ball overloaded to one side of the court, where you guys playing in specific zones, they can play off their man more than 3 feet. And because you have lengthier and faster defenders, when the ball swings, they can go back and recover, shift the zone over to make up, to cover those passes and cover different areas of the court. In the 90s with the illegal defense, remember, there was that invisible 3 feet bubble around every defender. There were a few teams in the league who had quick, shifty guards, like the Houston Rockets, even the Utah Jazz with Stockton and Hornacek, were able to kind of get away with it and kind of disguise zone looks just to make it more difficult on Jordan. But most teams didn't have that luxury, and they struggled with doing that. And so if you left and you tried to go cheat over and provide that additional help and not just commit to a full double team, it's an illegal defense. And because you would be given a zone look, and it's not a man-to-man look. And so I think you dealing with Jordan. Jordan is arguably one of the greatest one-on-one players of all time. And you're basically putting him into a league where you can only guard him one-on-one, or if you do double team, you have to commit to a full-out double team, which opens your defense up to, all types of open shots if Jordan becomes a willing passer like he did with Phil Jackson.
Can I ask you a question off of that? So how much do you think Jordan's stats will get? Like if there was zone in the NBA when he played, how much do you think he'll suffer?
Yeah, he would suffer. He would definitely suffer. So he would suffer statistically.
Yeah. Can you
He would suffer
Yeah.
statistically. I mean, he would suffer statistically, primarily because one, he did not like zone. So obviously, just going right into it right there, when you emphasize to the league that you don't want the zone in the game, that tells me right there there's a mental block in your mind saying, I'm worried about teams that can zone up on me, and so mentally, I think there's like we talk about his mentality. I think mentally he was already beat by the zone. And then in those zone concepts that made it tough, I think it would give a 5, 6, maybe 7 point dip in his scoring because he would have to become more of a facilitator with the zone. He would have to become more of a passer. Now, his assist numbers might rise. He might over time learn to become a better playmaker, and he might have to give up scoring. But as far as trying to score 60 on some of these zone reads, man-to-man matchup zones, that's tough. That is tough, and you better have a 3-point shot to do that. You better have a crazy 3-point shot to do that. I mean, tell me the last mid-range specialist in this league that's dropping 50s that couldn't shoot threes. You rarely see big men do it anymore, unless those big men can shoot threes.
Today's game is like you got guys like Brook Lopez shooting threes up. The 3-point ball is like.
But Brook Lopez has to shoot threes now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, guys, now it's not just guards. It's just you got big men. Back in the day, you didn't have.
But why do big men now have to shoot threes? Because of the man-to-man matchup zones that, again, if you just put a big on the block now and the team goes man-to-man matchup zone, that you're going to put that big in all types of problems. He's going to struggle the entire game. He's going to have a lot of turnovers. And this is why teams said, you know what, putting him on that block, that's dead. It's not efficient anymore. We got to be able to space the floor to open these zones up, because if you can space a zone out, make them have to guard the perimeter, the effectiveness of that zone goes down. The strength of the zone is being able to pack things in, clog up the lane. And that's going to kill mid-range players. So there's guys who able to overcome it. When you got the Kawhi Leonards, even DeMar Derozen's had some success against it. But you got to be a hell of an athlete. You're going to deal with getting banged up a lot. And you're eventually going to start spacing your game out because it's going to get tiresome trying to score through zones.
Wait, so hold on. Can I ask you a question real quick based on what you're saying?
Yeah.
So right now, where do you think Michael Jordan would rank if he was playing right now?
Where we rank, I don't know. I don't want to play that would super opinionated right there. But if you look at stats, I'm saying statistically on a bad year, 22, 26 points per game. All right. I think his assist numbers would rise because he would be forced into passing the ball more. He would be forced into being more of a playmaker. I think his rebounding numbers would go down slightly. And that's where I would see him. Do I think he would win championships? Yeah, if he was on the right team. But winning championships is a little bit of luck into that as well. You can't just throw Jordan on the Sacramento Kings and I'm like, oh, yeah, they're winning chips. No, they're not winning chips. You can't put them on the Sacramento team of the Kings of this era and then say they're going to win chips. There's a little luck. Teams, a good GM, being able to draft, just like with him going to the Bulls, a little bit of luck. There's players like Mitch Richmond, great scorer in the 90s, never got any real recognition because he got drafted. He got placed on a trash team in the Sacramento Kings. He had a good opportunity in Golden State, but that didn't last too long.
Oh yeah, that's not what I asked. I meant like where would he rank? Like what do you think it would be the best?
No, I don't think he would be the best. No, would not be the best. Because again, you would have to be able to navigate these zones. And remember, the number one way to beat these zones is you shoot people out the zone with your range, which Jordan didn't have the range, or you have to have elite playmaking, all right, to break these zones down. What did LeBron James do to the Miami Heat in game 1 of the NBA Finals in 2020 to get them out of that zone that they crushed everyone with? He used his mind, IQ, he used his playmaking. They destroyed the Miami Heat that game. They got up out the zone in one game. So again, I've never seen Jordan break down his zone to that degree. Just facts.
Yo,
this is why I believe he was struggling. Go ahead, Mahari. I know you've been wanting to get on
that. You know I've been waiting to get on all day because I just came back from the basketball court, though, trying to get my win together, man. I feel pretty good. But you know,
moving too, man. You think you ready for the 1v1, man?
Bro, listen. You don't want these problems, all right? I'm just letting you know off the rip. But I want to clap back at you on something there. You say that you open-minded sometimes, but when it comes to me clapping back against Draymond Green, you and I always butt heads about that because you are just in just like this persistent argument about Draymond Green all the time. You're persistent. Well, I said persistent.
Look, I can kill the argument with Draymond Green right now. I'm gonna ask you one question.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Will Draymond Green be a Hall of Famer?
Unfortunately, I hate to.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me answer the question. No, let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. You gave me the question, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
You gave me the question, right? Yeah, I was about to say. If it were like the Pro Football Hall of Fame, hell no. But it's the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. So, unfortunately, yes. You know what I mean? You already got players right now that don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, like Tracy McGrady, but he's in. So,
hold on. Why didn't you say Chris Webber?
Because he deserves in the fucking Hall of Fame. Did you see? Listen, you are serious, Chris Webber. You've been one of those people that always been saying Chris Webber don't belong in the Hall of Fame. And you're still petty in the fact that I gave you that video to basically, ether your ass about why he deserved to be in the Hall of Fame and how he got into the Hall of Fame and burned your ass. And you got really affected about that for a little bit. You know I'm gonna get on your case for that.
I gave you your props. You were right about him getting into the Hall of Fame. You got me on that one because I didn't think he would get in. I give you your props on that. But we all still know the truth.
Now, the truth is Chris Webber's a Hall of Famer. Deal with it. All right. I'm gonna kill that argument by saying this. Did Chris Webber elevate that Sacramento franchise to a title contender? And the answer is yes. All right. The bottom line is the only reason why he was basically a 4 or 5 time All-Star. You got to look at all the players that were playing during that period that were basically an All-Star. Remember, he played in the Eastern Conference. Let's get
we got to get back on topic. I know you can go on about that all day.
Yeah. Let's get back on topic here. But see, when I saw your title video about DeMar Derozen being a glorified version of Michael Jordan, like
no, it's the other way around. Jordan is a glorified DeMar Derozen.
No, he's not. No, he's not, bro. Come on, Lamar. You know better than that. You know better than that. Hold on, let me explain, okay? Listen, Jordan was a better overall scorer and a better overall player than DeMar Derozen, okay? Better defender, better IQ, all right? And here's the big thing that people don't talk about. When Jordan learned how to utilize the post a lot, he worked on his footwork more exclusively better than anybody.
Hey,
all right, he was
hold on,
let him finish. You got to let him finish, JR. Let him finish, JR, and then I'm going to go to you next, all right?
Yeah. So Michael had better footwork, all right? He was able to know how to utilize his footwork in the post and basically burn you with the mid-range jumper. Now, I do agree that they both have similar mid-range type of effectiveness, but Michael utilized it better than DeMar Derozen did. Plus the mentality too that Jordan was more of a killer down the stretch in games than DeMar Derozen was. So that's just my 2 cents about that.
No, Mahari. The crazy thing is that the guy earlier who was speaking, he said the exact same things. Talked about the footwork, talked about the mentality, and I addressed all of that earlier. I already gave it to Jordan. I said he's a glorified DeMar Derozen, which means he's better than the version of DeMar Derozen that we see now. He's just a glorified version of DeMar Derozen, which would not equate to much success in this era with all of the super teams and with the style of play with the zone, which is why we've seen DeMar Derozen have how much success, as great of an individual talent as he is, how much success has he had in the playoffs against these super teams, and with the pace, with the way the game's evolved, with the 3-point shot, how much success has his team had?
You're talking about Jordan, right?
No, Jordan. If you look at DeMar Derozen, he hasn't had a lot of playoff success in this league with his style of play. All right. But so when you compare Jordan in the 80s is the most similar to what we see now. It had super teams. The pace of play was super fast. All right. And when Jordan was put in that sector in the 80s, Isaiah Magic Johnson came out and said, "This man will never win a chip against us," which was facts. Isaiah Thomas came out and said, That man, Michael Jordan, was never somebody that we worried about. He was not on our level. We beat him thoroughly, which they did, especially in the playoffs. He struggled. They struggled to get over 30 wins. And so no player, no superstar in the 80s, they, outside of looking at him as a great scorer, they never respected him as a winner.
Right.
He was never a threat. So he was never a threat to take them down. The only time he became a threat is when Isaiah Thomas had a career-ending wrist injury, when Bird had a career-ending back injury.
Well, here's the thing, though, too. I mean, listen, Isaiah had his injuries, but the bottom line is that Bulls team, listen, like what Magic Johnson said on the Last Dance documentary, they knew that Michael Jordan was up and coming. But the issue was, it's not just on the scoring alone. He didn't have the right horses around him to get him where he wanted to go. Now, I'm not saying that Jordan had his failures in the playoffs. Absolutely. I mean, he lost to the greatest team in the 80s with the 86 Celtics. I mean, with the great front line that they had. And with the Pistons too, that they implied the Jordan rules was basically double and triple team him and basically make the other guys beat him. You know what I mean? So I think it's basically both arguments with that. I think that Jordan had to learn how to use his teammates, and basically, and this is the most critical thing of all. Phil Jackson made Michael Jordan utilize his teammates more, because if Michael didn't accept the role of the triangle offense, they weren't going to win no championships. Facts.
That's right. Hey, JR, what you got on this?
I'm going back to his better defense. Did DeMar Derozen, do he get to grab niggas on defense or what? Do he get the hand check?
Facts.
You playing in the air, you can't just say he a better defender. If a nigga he don't get the opportunity to hand check niggas. You feel what I'm saying? So you can throw that out the window. Shit, everything else basically the same. Nigga shoot a mid range, he dunk. You know what I'm saying? He can windmill dunk, whatever your Jordan can do. You throw DeMar Derozen in the 90s, he'll be Jordan's biggest rival. I guarantee you that.
Ooh.
He'll be his biggest rival. It's my face-to-face, head-to-head, goddamn, every game going head-to-head. Like,
I think those Piston teams would have – he got mentally broken by Cavs team with just basically LeBron. If he's going up against a Pistons team, he's gonna start crying or something.
Man, DeMar Derozen do the same shit. I'm telling y'all, the same shit Jordan do. DeRozan can do it. He been doing it his whole life, just like Michael Jordan. He shoot.
Like I said, I think they have a similar skill set.
Mid range, dunk on you, can get it done at the free throw line. Everything Jordan do. I seen DeMar Derozen do the exact same way. He just don't get the hype.
I want y'all to think about what Candace Parker said. Candace Parker said, in any other era outside of this one, DeMar Derozen will be an all-time great, because she understands that sometimes players just get born into the wrong era. Ben Simmons, a 90s player. Ben Simmons in the 90s would have destroyed the league. Ben Simmons in this era, with the zone, with the spacing, with the shooting, again, his defense is still there, but offensively, we see the struggles. But in any other era, that man would have been a nightmare. Same with DeMar Derozen. The way with the mid-range shot in the 90s, with the way the three-point line wasn't being utilized, he would have been Jordan's number one competition at the shooting guard position, because really at that position, Jordan had no equals. No one he could say that was his direct rival. Nobody we could look for and say this is going to be a great head-to-head matchup. I mean, was the Reggie Miller Jordan? I mean, I think when the Pacers played the Bulls, it was about that Pacer team and how hard they would fight. It wasn't always Reggie versus Jordan. I mean, Reggie would put up 17 to 20 points, but he wasn't putting up 35-point games against Mike, making it a great head-to-head battle. He said Ben Simmons would be shooting in the 90s. Maybe. We don't know. But he would be – his skill sets are much tailored towards the 90s with his defense, ability to get to the rim, not really wanting to shoot. So Dominique wasn't a good matchup? No. And Dominique was a 3. He wasn't a 2.
Hey, can I ask something real quick?
Yo. Hold on. Let me get DJ Kawhi. Let me get DJ
right.
Mob. He been kind of quiet. Let me hear his take on it. DJ Q Mob, what you got on?
Hey, salute. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's good?
Yeah. So I got a question. You give DeMar, Phil Jackson, and Scottie Pippen. Do you think he would go to 6 ring?
Like I said earlier, I don't think they would go 6-0 as far as finals go, but I think they would win some championships with that team. Because you got to think, take Jordan off that team, no Jordan or even DeMar DeRozan. If they get past the Knicks, they're probably in the NBA Finals again. Right? Now, you add a guy like DeMar DeRozan, they probably beat the Knicks and probably head to the finals and have a good shot at winning it all. You got to think they were still a 50-win team without Jordan.
What year are we talking about? 94?
Remove Jordan from the entire equation. Same team, same coach. They're a 50-win team. Add DeMar DeRozan to that team, they can win a championship. Yes. Yes, sir, they can.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Now, am I crazy enough to say that with DeMar DeRozan they'll go 6-0? No, we know DeMar DeRozan doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to do it 6 times, right? But would they win a few? Yeah, that's why I said glorified DeMar DeRozan. Glorified.
He did though.
He says without MJ, 50-win team. Yeah, they were a 50-win team. Like they were still a great team without MJ. Again, whenever you lose one of your best players, you're always going to struggle to adjust and win. They were still a great team. What super teams are you talking about? Easy game. He says, I don't know. Why don't y'all just hit the link and come in and talk, man? I'm sitting here. I got 1,000 comments popping up on my page, and y'all typing paragraphs. He says, one-dimensional Antetokounmpo beat the super teams today. Okay. We could probably bring that to context. He says that moron thinks the only way to win is to have a super time. Who's that moron? What moron are you talking about? I'm assuming you're probably referring to LeBron James, which he wasn't the first one to start super teams. Actually, it started back in the 70s with the Lakers, who were picking up a lot of free agents to build super teams. We talk about the Celtics when they went and added overkill to the roster by picking up Bill Walton as a free agent, and also multiple other free agents. Bit overkill right there. When you talk about the Lakers, when they added Gary Payton and Karl Malone, you got to think back. Karl Malone was just an MVP in 1999. They had a Karl Malone who the season before was still putting up very good numbers. Right? That's overkill, Gary. They just didn't get it done. Sometimes super
Karl
teams
Malone
don't
got
win.
injured too in the finals.
Who did?
Karl Malone, I'm pretty sure he got injured too.
He did, but we all know why they lost that series. And they lost that series because of the selfishness of Kobe Bryant, if you're just being honest. I know a guy like SFM won't admit it, but that's just the facts. And that's one of the things that can happen when you have a super team. Egos can come into play, and it can fall apart. We saw that happen with Houston when they built Charles Barkley, Scottie Pippen, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Charles Barkley and Scottie Pippen clashed. It never worked because they couldn't get along and figure it out.
And Charles Barkley was out of shape too.
But that's why Scottie Pippen stayed on him. So again, sometimes super teams don't always win. That doesn't negate the fact that you attempted to build a super team to try to win. It happened. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. All right. I'm still calling you a super team. So let's not act like LeBron was the first person to ever do it, because we saw what Boston did when they built that team. People try to say they were old. No, they weren't necessarily old. They were in their early 30s, still in the primes of their games. And all of them were healthy. DeMar will be a watered down Drexler. I don't know. I think he had a bit more better of a mid-range game. Hold on, we got SC Trap. I haven't seen him in here before. Salute SC Trap. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, I'm listening to what you're saying right now about DeRozan.
Yes.
I'm listening to that, man. I hear you saying he's a glove. So you saying put him in that era, right? What make you think you comparing the skill set that he have now to this era, to that era? It wasn't that same skill set, so he wouldn't have that handle and all that other stuff like back then. Now take that same young MJ and put him in this skill set with the handle and everything. You telling me he gonna score 20 points?
No, what I'm saying is,
you gotta say that
I'm literally. I'm not adding. I'm not saying like I hate doing the thing where I say, well, because of players in this era, we know he would develop this. No, I'm just plucking whatever his game is right now. DeMar DeRozan, as we see his game right now, If I pluck him out of this era with a time machine and I drop him onto the Chicago Bulls in 1994 and replace him with the obviously the missing Jordan, that team will be one of the team's favorites to win a championship that year. Now, does it always work? No, but they would have been extremely high championship favorites that year because just with Scottie Pippen alone and Tony Kukoc, they were a 50-win team, highly competitive. Scottie Pippen third in MVP vote.
They was a 50-win team, but did they win the chip?
No, they didn't win the chip. But imagine this. Now, if you add DeMar Derozen to that team, they're favorites to win it all.
No.
No, hell no.
Already know.
Lamar, you gotta stop trolling.
Hold on, y'all. I just want to come in.
You said DeMar first, right?
Hold on, let me say this. Let me say this.
Hold
on, Renegade.
Right?
Hold on. Let Renegade go because he was here first. Let me let Renegade go. I'm gonna go to USB.
I said the chef picked DeMar first because his team was smacking him the most, right?
No.
No, but ain't that what happened, right?
No.
Well, what happened?
That's a problem, bro.
Okay, outside. Look, man. First of all, salute Lamar. Look, I take a week off. I had to recover from my mama's wedding. We was kicking it. 2K that came out. I took a hiatus, and this is the first thing I see when I come back.
Lamar,
I'll let you know this, Lamar. I'm gonna go back and watch this. If your take is bad, it's coming. I'm just have to tell you as a man. I'm coming, bro.
Disclaimer. Here's the disclaimer, and I'm giving everybody a fair warning. It's always an agenda to this video.
I know you.
If you fall into the trap, not like Jared Thomas is the type to fall right into the trap.
I know Jared. He be having his feet up during the chat. I don't trust him. He have his feet up.
Let me go to
why you trolling, bro?
Renegade. I mean, not Renegade. Jared Thomas.
I'm gonna rewatch it though. Let you know.
All right, hold on. Let me hear Jared Thomas's take, and I want to go back to X-Men.
No, but like, all right. So first of all, is this a serious question though, bro? You're saying what everything DeMar?
Yeah, can you answer the question, man?
No, exactly.
You filibustering right now, man.
Bro.
Quit filibustering, man. Answer the question,
no,
man.
No, he wouldn't be DeMar Derozen. Though,
who would he
bro.
be then? Who would Jordan be? Who is his counterpart in this era?
He's more like a rich man's Kawhi Leonard, bro.
Why is that?
That's better.
That's better. Kawhi Leonard.
No,
Kawhi Leonard
got no shot.
Yeah, but Kawhi Leonard can space the floor. Kawhi Leonard can actually make threes.
No. But the thing is, though, bro, he's a better defender than Kawhi. He's more athletic.
No, the fuck he not.
He's a better. Yes, he's better defender than Kawhi, bro.
Hold on. But Jared.
Defending who?
He's got the same huge hands too, bro.
I don't know if he's a better defender than prime Kawhi.
Nigga, that boy was defending 6'1" guards in the 90s.
Bro, we can say that about every generation. Like LeBron
you can't say that about nobody right now. You can't say that about nobody right now. Nigga.
Who is 6'8", 250 guarding LeBron?
Who is 6'8"?
A guard.
Ben Simmons.
Who is 60?
He guarding all game. All game. All game.
Who is guarding? Who is guarding? Who is 60 guarding 6'1" guards on average?
What?
Does that even happen? That don't even happen these days. So you comparing a nigga that's 6'6" that's guarding 6'1" guards on average is some fucking cap. Right?
6'1". Who's 6'1"?
The guards on average that MJ was guarding because he did not guard the best offensive players.
Well, no, he didn't guard shooting guards.
No. What happened was
he didn't guard any offensive.
Remember how they used to do Jordan? Remember when the Bulls played the Pacers? When the Bulls played the Pacers, who was the player on the Pacers that was torching them? And they had to get Jordan off of
Mark Jackson.
Thank you. And who did they put on Mark Jackson to slow him down? They put Pippen on him. So again, Jordan's defense is good, but there are certain players who knew how to exploit his defense because he was an aggressive defender and used their playmaking and IQ to get an advantage on him from the defensive perspective. This is why the Bulls had the ultimate cheat code. They had 3 first-team all-defensive players. You can use Rodman, you had Pippen, you had Jordan. But when it wasn't working out with Jordan, what other team had a backup? A Pippen, go handle that. And you can guard in space. You can handle all. Literally, Kobe broke it down. Said this man Pippen could literally guard half the court with the way he moved and the way he saw the floor. Like, man, I mean, it's just it's like a cheat code, especially in the era where teams struggle to get better on a year-by-year basis because of the expansion teams.
Okay, well, you had a point about saying that people knew how to expose like MJ's defense, but like I feel like you can honestly
playmakers did. Playmakers did.
No, but can't you say that about basically every defender, bro? Like every defender can be exposed by the right match.
No, what I'm saying is Jordan's type of defense worked in that particular era, primarily because you didn't have a lot of super ball dominant point guards. I mean, guards were quickly giving the ball up. So imagine Jordan playing that aggressive style of defense on James Harden. Jordan would be on the floor somewhere looking crazy, just like Iverson had his ankles shaking around.
Man, y'all
Iverson crossed him over.
Come on.
It's just facts.
Speak on it, then. Speak on it. Game of basketball with this bullshit.
Speak on it. No, I don't want to hear that extra shit. Speak on it, then.
I will say this though. You have to take into account like
DeMar,
the
nigga, he'd be a small, little weaker DeMar Derozen. Facts, nigga.
Oh, but bro, DeMar Derozen is not an elite player, bro.
Take that head out your heart.
Like that's an insult.
Hold on, let me get Stand on Business. Stand on Business just hopped in. I want to get his thoughts, man. What you got on this, man? Stand on Business, you there?
Right, tell him about his mic.
Yo, salute, bro.
Yeah, you got to fix your mic. Stand on Business, man. You normally don't have these.
Your mic tripping, right quick. Right now,
hey, thump your mic, bro.
Nah, we're gonna put him on mute. I mean, he'll figure it out. Just unmute yourself when you get it figured out. He says Russell Westbrook in the chat, the fake Russell Westbrook. He says no excuse. Lamont, you're right. LeBron was bronze versus fisherman, FIBA rules. Yeah, he was.
He's talking about 2004 versus Greece, I think.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, whoever the coaching, they had LeBron coming off the bench. That was stupid.
Right.
Maybe they wanted to make him. That was Larry Brown.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to make him earn it, Lamont.
Yeah, but that was stupid.
That was only his second year.
So this is why you don't bring LeBron off the bench. You end up looking dumb when it's all said and done.
I agree, but I think like when you're in your second year, they want to make you earn it in the NBA.
But let me get SFM in here. SFM, I know SFM. SFM, can you come in and make a take without mentioning Kobe? I challenge you. I don't know if he can, man, but we're gonna give him an opportunity. SFM, hit the link, man. I'm gonna let you cook.
Kobe fan, bro.
He is.
I already cooked.
Yeah, I think I've seen SFM get cooked multiple platforms. I even cooked him one time on the low. He ain't gonna talk about it. I got the video. I'm just waiting on SFM to do something crazy so I can drop the spoon.
Who's your favorite all-time player, bro?
My favorite all-time player is Brandon Roy.
Oh wait, hold on.
SFM act like he don't got no connection when Whittergate hit him with these.
Turn your mic on, bro.
He says so we got S. Holloman. He says guess DeMar's in the GOAT conversation. No, I'm not saying DeMar's the GOAT. I remember what I said. Remember what I said. I said Jordan is a glorified DeMar Derozen, which I feel like his skill sets are much better. But Jordan also remember Jordan got blessed. His skill sets getting dropped into the 90s at the perfect time on the perfect team worked perfectly because he had Phil Jackson, he had Scottie Pippen at the right time, and everything. And while the Bulls were able to get those lottery picks to build up their roster, right? Especially at that time when the NBA is bringing in all those lottery teams, where that was diminishing everybody else. The Bulls were able to better themselves at the right time, bolster their roster, have a solid team for the next 8 years, and capitalize on it while everybody else struggled to get better because of the expansion drafts, expansion teams.
So why we just can't say that the team got better with a superstar player instead of just saying anything else?
What you mean, the Bulls?
Yeah, let's just say that the Bulls just got better, and that's it.
I don't never take away from how Jordan dominated the 90s. What I'm saying is, remember, I'm going back to the comment that I think it was Ron Artest said Jordan will score 50 in this era. So the only time Jordan played in anything close that resembled this era was from 84 to 90 when he was built, when he played around super teams, one, when he played around super teams, two, and the pace of play was extremely fast. That kind of similar to what we see in today's game. Faster pace of play, a lot of super teams everywhere you look. When Jordan was put in that situation, he struggled mightily, and nobody looked at him as like legitimate competition. Everybody, Isaiah Thomas talked about it. He says, we did not worry about Mike. Magic Johnson said he can score all the points he wants. He's not going to beat us. He's not going to win a championship like that until he changes his game. And when we had to see those guys that continuously thrashed him, we had to see those guys get injured or forced out the league. Do you know, like with Magic, like with Isaiah, career-ending wrist injury, with Bird, career-ending back injury. And these guys, due to injury, fell out the league at the right time, which kind of paved the way for Jordan. And then the league had kind of helped them out with the expansion drafts. You bring in 6 expansion teams in a small amount of time, so you're having multiple expansion drafts, snatching picks from other teams. So these teams can't use the draft to get better. Free agency rules hadn't been changed yet, so you got players like Scottie Pippen stuck in 7-year contracts. Hakeem Olajuwon stuck in a damn near a 10-year contract, can't be a free agent, can't move around. You got Hakeem faking injuries to get the team to renegotiate a deal. They won't renegotiate. The Bulls wouldn't renegotiate with Pippen, give him a better deal. They was just screwing the players, taking their money, doing whatever they wanted, right? Capitalizing on the pitfalls of some of these players. That kind of paved the way for the Bulls and Jordan to get 6 titles.
Well, some of those with those expansion teams, though, some of those expansion teams were not like you had the Magic, the Heat, and the Hornets, who are still elite teams, and then they're actually.
But why did the expansion teams become elite before teams, let's say like the Nets? Because they were getting so many draft picks, it was like they couldn't go wrong in the draft. With Orlando, with all of the top draft picks that they have, like if you think about how the Charlotte Hornets, remember when the Charlotte Hornets, they actually drafted Kobe. Imagine the only reason they got that Kobe Bryant pick is I think they had like the 12, they had 2 picks closely together, right? They could kind of play with who they wanted to draft. They could get this guy. If he doesn't pan out, I can draft this guy closely by. They didn't have the benefit of just getting 1 pick in the draft if you even had a pick in the first round. Some of these expansion teams had like 3 picks in the first round. I mean, come on, man.
Hey, Lamont.
How many championships did LeBron had? I mean, did Mike have before that shit happened, bro?
Before what?
The expansion drafts? The expansion?
Before that expansion draft shit happened,
he's 0.
He had the first 3 people before that shit.
No, he didn't. No, because expansion started in '89.
What?
Expansion started in 1989.
Come on, man. Don't give me something that you know better than that, man. Come on, man.
Pippen been there since what, 87?
Yeah, but remember, Jordan was
Pippen and Husband, so they all was there.
But
why can't we just be Jordan got better?
How did Jordan?
Because he didn't get better.
He only got those picks because the Bulls were a lottery team. They were trash. They were getting thrashed by Isaiah Thomas and those boys. Yeah,
hey, Lamont, my brother. You remember the '93 draft lottery when the Magic won the ping pong ball out of '66? That's when they basically restructured the draft lottery to make sure that the team that previously won the draft lottery, didn't get another chance again the first pick.
Yeah,
I'm
telling you, it was. Well, who is that? Just
I hear what y'all said. I'm at the stove.
Oh, we got Elder, and I really want to get Elder's take on this, man. I gotta get Elder's take.
Elder?
Elder gotta hit the link, man.
Hey, salute to Elder Rumpus, man. One of my favorite people, bro.
AZ game.
Someone in the comments said D Wade's more closer to Michael Jordan. I agree.
Wait, when did the first expansion draft
then DeMar Derozen?
Mm-mm. I don't know.
What year did the first expansion draft happen?
D-Wade can't shoot worth the shit.
D-Wade can't dunk like DeMar.
He can't shoot neither. He can't shoot a mid. He can't shoot shit.
He's a way better defender. It's not even close.
All right, hold on. We got Elder. He pulled up. Elder, have you been listening to what we've been saying?
No, sir. I saw your title. That's it.
Right. This man is disrespectful.
That's why I asked. Is this clickbait? That's why I asked. Is this clickbait or something? What we got going on?
Let me give you a quick. Let me give him a quick explanation of why the title is what it is. Okay. So you have a player, a former player came out and said that Jordan could come in today's era and score 50 a game. And I pushed back against that. I did a little research and I said, well, at one point in time in Jordan's career, did he play against any semblance of what we see today? super teams, fast pace. It was the 80s from 84 to 90 when you had all of those super teams, Lakers, Celtics, Bucks, all those teams were super teams. Jordan could not overcome those teams because of the pace and because they were just extremely dominant teams. So when we look at what we have today, we have super teams, we have a faster pace of play, on top of the fact that we now have zone implementation, which we know he was adamant about the league not implementing when he played. So if you put Jordan into today's game, I think there would be a regression because of the way teams are structured, the pace of play, as opposed, because I honestly believe, Elder, if you add DeMar Derozen to that 94 Bulls team, they win a championship.
Facts.
That's facts.
You must be in Portland right now, out there where they, it's free to smoke as much weed as they want to smoke, and you definitely on something, Lamont. You definitely on something. You must be not liking your channel and thinking about shutting it down and going a different route or something. You must be, Lamont. You must be. There's something really wrong with you to say what you just said, Lamont. Honestly,
all right.
I'm your guy. You my guy. I care for you, bro. I just got to keep it real and honest with you. You got to be on something heavy, and I can't speak to it because I've never done drugs. So, but it's something. It's something.
All right. What are your thoughts on
it?
it?
Makes you say the thing you just said tonight. I don't, Lamont, believe me, bro. Lamont, you went to the most retarded basketball lane you could ever go to, saying what you just said tonight, bro. Lamont, there's absolutely Lamont. The only way a person can actually say something like that is to have hatred in their heart towards a person, never seen that person play. It's obvious you never watched Jordan play. Never.
That's not true. That's not true.
Man. Come on.
You could not have watched Michael Jordan play ball. There is nobody that is respectable at all in basketball. And I say respectable because people hated Jordan because he was so good back then that they would say dumb stuff, but never this dumb. But they would say dumb stuff, right?
Because how you feel, you're talking about, right?
This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard said about Michael Jordan. Nobody in their right mind will compare Michael Jordan to DeMar Derozen. They are two totally different players. DeMar Derozen.
Will you explain?
Can't even play a lick of D. The niggas the brother's defense is porous at best compared to Michael Jordan. His handle is not even close to Michael. His athleticism is not close to Michael. His clutch shooting is not. I mean, I got a list that I could go through, probably take me, man, to next basketball season before I finish the differences between Michael Jordan and DeMar Derozen. And then to sit here and say,
But Elder, I didn't say they were the exact same player. I said Jordan is a glorified DeMar.
No. What you said, hold on. What you said, hold on. You said that if you stuck DeMar Derozen on that same team, he will win championships. And DeMar Derozen has been on teams in Toronto with greater talent, and he can't get past LeBron.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Greater era.
Hold on, Elder. Hold on. DeMar Derozen has
this era is not greater. You're about the only one that say that. This era is definitely not greater. Because you're young and never seen that era. That's all.
DeMar Derozen.
Hold on, Lamont. Hold on. Who is this guy talking? Who is he? Say your name and then tell me how old you are. Whoever's talking, hold on, Renegade. Whoever's talking.
Hey, let Elder talk.
How old is Renegade?
You gonna get it next, SFM? Right
How
after
old
him.
is Renegade? How old is Renegade?
Renegade 29.
How old is Renegade? Yeah, you're out. 29. Because you never at 29 you never saw Jordan. At 29 you never saw Jordan. He was done before you started watching basketball. Get out of here. Your opinion is absolutely trash, spoiled chicken salad. That's what your opinion is. Because it means nothing. You just another hater. You another hater of Jordan. You never seen him play.
Playoff game right shit on YouTube. Take your cap off, nigga. That's it.
Man.
Hello?
Can I just say this
I
real
don't know,
quick?
Demar. I'm not sure why you come in this angle that you come in. I mean, I done came at you many times.
Cool.
I came at you
All I
many
gotta do
times
is say
about
one
your
thing.
Hold on,
disrespect
y'all.
for the
Hold on, y'all.
90s.
We gotta go one at a time, y'all. One at a time. I'm gonna let you go, Renegade. As soon as
At the
Elder
end of
done,
the
I'll
day,
let Renegade go.
this is absolute blasphemy. We're talking about a man that not hold on, listen, y'all. Hold on, listen. He's not just considered one of the greatest of all times. This man is in the GOAT conversation, y'all. Meaning the best player to ever lace it up. He is in the conversation.
Emotion.
And Lamont compares him to a guy that in the okay, let's go by what Renegade said, the greatest era of basketball ever, and he's not even considered a Hall of Famer.
Who not?
DeMar Derozen is not considered a Hall of Fame. DeMar DeRozan, he ain't no Hall of Famer.
Be a Hall of Famer guy. What you talking about?
Hold on, based on how they've been putting people in lately, he's gonna get in.
Oh my God, what you talking about?
Okay.
Speak on these facts instead of talking that shit. Huh?
What did DeMar Derozen do in college? What did he do? Hold on. What did he do in college?
Niggas dispute.
See, this is why. Hello, this is why you don't count. Because if you
mean,
know anything about the Hall of Fame, this is why you don't count. Because if you know anything about the Hall of Fame,
his whole European
is this nigga drunk or something, man?
Hold on, Renegade.
It don't matter.
Is this dude drunk, man?
Either they go by the Hall of Fame based on college or your European career or your NFL.
It ain't or, bro. It's and. Get it right. You get to consider his high school, college, pro, all of that. Olympics. You got to be all of that. So give me since you running your mouth, give me his resume. Give me his resume. Do consider all. Give me his resume. Get his resume then. What did he do in high school? What did he do in college? What did he do in pro? What did he do international? What did he do?
I know that he was one of the most dominant Eastern Conference players for about 10 years. That's gonna get you in the Hall of Fame. It is.
He wasn't even better than Isaiah Thomas.
Lie. That ain't true. That's not even true. That you made is not true.
How it's not? So the LeBron wasn't the top three squad in the East for about 10 years.
What up?
Lamont, you there?
Yeah, hold on. Let me mute.
Pull up his credentials, please.
Hold on, y'all.
Pull up his credentials, please.
All right, hold on.
Pull up DeMar Derozen credentials.
Yeah, but
let's see how many All-Star games, how many awards he's won. No.
Chris Bosh
he said it. You making me deal with this? You making me deal with this cat?
Because he has 2 championships.
What about this cat?
Now hold on, but hold on.
He had 2 championships. Do you agree with this? He ain't won no 2 championships.
Hold on, let me.
I'm talking about Chris Bosh.
You talking about Chris Bosh?
Let me ask Elder a question though, and I'm gonna pull the stats up right now. I'm about to put it on the screen. But Elder, one question: Candace Parker, and I believe this to be true, and I'm gonna double down with another point after this. She said, "DeMar Derozen, any other era will be an all-time great. He just was a great player, put into the wrong era, similar to how we see guys like Ben Simmons." Kind of just in the wrong era, even a Draymond Green. You put these guys in the 90s where their style of play would fit better, they would be elevated in their all-time status a bit more. They're good now. They're good players now. But because of the way the game was played in the 90s, the 90s game was more suited to some players, just like the 2000s game was also.
Yeah, but Candace Parker ain't nobody to be saying that, man. You talking about a man's game. She ain't nobody to be saying that.
Hold on.
Candace Parker know more about basketball than your ass.
Hold on.
Kobe love him.
That is a statement made by somebody that hold on. Lamont, you got a video that said that the WNBA is a total joke. But you want me to take a quote from somebody that's in the WNBA about what the NBA should be doing and what they haven't done? Come on, bro. Come on, Lamont. Stop that. Please stop that. Candace Parker don't know nothing about the NBA.
Her brother played
just because she can get on there and talk about the games don't mean she knows shit about the NBA. Women's basketball ain't nothing compared to men's.
Exactly.
She don't know about WNBA. She don't know about the NBA. No, she don't.
Hey, wouldn't you put
She don't know
the cap
shit about
on
the
and
NBA.
say that,
played in
I
the
play
league.
basketball,
Hold
so
on.
I know more about the NBA than you, right? You do that, right?
Play what basketball? What basketball you play?
You say that, you would put the cap on and say that you play street basketball, so you know more about basketball than another motherfucker, right?
No, I played at a higher level of basketball, so I would know more than somebody that plays street.
What?
But
She ain't played at no higher level. I wouldn't say the WNBA is a higher level than what I played. Hell no. WNBA is dope. I wouldn't consider that a higher level than what I played. Hell no.
Hey, maybe not.
fucking knows basketball,
you
bro.
talking
You
about
can't do
X's
that.
and O's, right? Then she got at least more than X's and O's. I mean, right?
Whatever, bro.
I got a question for
whatever.
I got a question.
She don't know men's basketball. She's never played it. How the hell she gonna know it?
Her husband was in the
Men's basketball is not the same as women's.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, stand on business. I got to get to you. This question is
My
for you,
brother
stand on
stayed in
business.
the league, right?
Yeah,
Her
he
brother
did.
and her husband. And she come from a basketball family.
All scrubs. All scrubs. Her husband was a scrub. Her brother was a scrub. I ain't gonna say scrub. I ain't gonna say scrub because I don't believe nobody in the league is scrub. But they were none of those guys were good players. None of those guys were great players, good players. They were just base players that could barely stay in the league.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, hey,
don't know the game.
Hey, hold on, y'all. We got.
I tell you this though. Hold on. Let me say this, Lamont, real quick before you go. I would say that if her brother said it or her husband said, her ex-husband said it, I trust their opinion over that. I guarantee neither one of them will say that. Go find a quote from them saying that. I bet you can't find it.
Okay, so hold on. Here's a question.
Stupid like her.
Because I got a couple people I got to go to.
She must be feeling DeMar Derozen say some dumb shit like that.
The question is also for
to get her husband or something.
Do you believe, and this is for Elder SFM, I want SFM to answer first, and I'm going to go to Elder, and then I want T Streets to chime in. But do you believe that there are greats in other eras, like let's say the 70s, who would not be as great because of the style of play, the speed of the game, or whatever you may call it in other eras? So, we have greats in the 70s, were great in their own era, but because we see the game and we know how the game has evolved, the speed of the game, strength of the game, the height and the size of some of these players, we know that if we placed them in other eras, they would struggle. They would struggle to a large degree. Is that? Do you guys believe that that's accurate?
Yeah, to a certain extent.
No, that's accurate for most players. I would say.
So why is it wrong for me to look at a stretch in Jordan's career where he struggled? The only thing he did was score the ball, but they lost astronomically. And when I compare that aspect of his career, which the style of play, the pace of the game, the teams, how they were assembled, were similar to what we see now, on top of the fact that it has its own implementation, why is it wrong for me to say that Jordan would struggle in this setting when we saw him struggle in the 80s without the zone? Imagine
let me say this real quick. His last 2 years in Washington should be your answer.
SFM, and then we got T Streets, and then
I would totally disagree that he struggled. Totally disagree that he struggled
in the 80s. No, I said he. Remember, I didn't say he struggled.
Team. He didn't struggle.
No, I didn't say he struggled individually.
He never struggled in the NBA.
Hold on, Elder.
Jordan never struggled.
Elder, I didn't say he struggled individually, but what he did struggle to do was he struggled to win.
Well, you guys' team struggle to win.
Hold on. But
the team struggle to win.
Hold on. But we've seen players in this era. We've seen players in this era elevate even bad teams because of skill sets that they possess. One of the Jordan's one thing that you could say was, if you want to say a negative, was that he struggled, I believe, similar with Kobe, on making other people around him better. If they weren't doing their job, he was just going to try to do his job even better.
Hey, let me answer that, Lamont.
Go ahead,
niggas wild, man.
Go ahead.
He said Jordan's a glorified DeMar Derozen. In this era, in the years you talking about he struggled to win is greater than anything DeMar Derozen ever done, man.
Yeah, no, it's not. Because the only thing you can talk about is stats, which those were empty stats. They were empty stats. They were empty stats because Jordan was making the playoffs with 32 wins.
Okay, even with them empty stats, give me a season DeMar Derozen did that.
Can you put up 50 shots?
But hold on, but I never said I never said DeMar DeRozan. Hold on, y'all. I never said DeMar DeRozan was equal to Jordan. That's not what I said. I said Jordan is a glorified DeMar DeRozan, which means he possesses a little bit more.
I think that's a bad comparison, Lamar.
Man, DeMar DeRozan ain't up but a glorified Kendall Gill, man.
You talking about, man? He ain't even that. Kendall Gill put it on like that.
Hey, Lamar, I see what you're doing. Me personally, I really don't believe that you believe that he's a glorified DeMar DeRozan.
Exactly.
I can
Lamar does hate 90s basketball, 80s, 90s.
Nah, Lamar. I believe it, motherfucker. Nah, he got another play going on.
I'm gonna bust his ass, y'all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna bust his ass when I know he don't. I know he don't. He gonna give some respect to the 90s. Watch. I'm gonna bust his ass.
Hold on, Elder. I've been in the lab.
Play him. I'm gonna bust his ass.
Elder, I've been in the lab, man. I don't know if you're ready right now.
You gonna need your ass gonna stay. You gonna need to build a new lab. I'm gonna bust your ass when I see you. Watch. I'm gonna destroy you, Lamont. Just for these kind of videos, I'm gonna destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you. I'm old. I'm overweight. I'm out of shape, and I'm going to destroy you. Watch. I'm gonna destroy you and show you what 90s basketball was all about.
Elder,
you're a new age.
That's not happening. You know that's not happening. Elder, you know that's not gonna happen.
I already know what. You finna see.
Come on, man.
This gonna be embarrassing because you do this type of stuff is embarrassing. So I gotta do this shit to you on the court now.
Hey, look, y'all. I'm gonna tell everybody right now. When I play Elder, I'm gonna do a Steph Curry style, all threes, deep threes too. Easy work. I'm gonna bring him out there on the perimeter. We're gonna see test his ankles. We gonna see if he can
hey, y'all make little notes. He said I'm easy work. Don't forget he said that. And his ass don't score. I ain't gonna let him score.
But see, Lamont,
you giving me all the motivation I need. That's all I need is motivation to play. That's it. That's the only thing that gets me now. I gotta be motivated and disrespectful. This is disrespectful. This video is disrespectful. Totally. It's bullshit. Straight bullshit.
How is disrespectful?
Yeah, I say a better comparison for Jordan in this era. Even though I really don't believe it, I think they way better than this.
You gonna say Kawhi Leonard?
Nah, because I think Kawhi, he plays small forward. I'm thinking about more of a two guard. Okay. I'd say more so Dwayne Wade or Jimmy Butler. I think
Jimmy Butler's a small forward.
Oh, hold on.
Jimmy Butler, a two guard.
Jimmy Butler, that might be worse.
Jimmy Butler's a small forward.
That might be worse than
Jimmy Butler's a small forward. Jimmy Butler way better than Jimmy Butler way better than DeRozan. Stop that dumb shit.
Way better.
Only reason I'll say Jimmy Butler because he plays both sides of the ball. Because everybody know DeMar DeRozan, he doesn't play on the defensive side of the ball.
Jimmy Butler's a dog too. DeRozan's not.
Yeah, that mentality. I think Jordan mentality is a better comparable.
And he clutch.
Yeah, so I think that'd be a better comparison. DeMar
DeRozan is a good player. He's a fringe all-star, borderline all-star guy, but he is not even in the atmosphere of Michael Jordan.
Hold on, but Elder, if you drop DeMar DeRozan in the 90s, he would be right neck and neck with Jordan running through the 90s.
We had so many guys like that in the 90s.
No, you didn't.
That was a glorified Anthony Peeler.
You didn't.
He's a glorified Anthony Peeler. Come on.
He's a glorified
Anthony Peeler, man.
Hold on. So you gonna disrespect DeMar DeRozan like that?
Come on, bro. We had play guys in the league like DeMar DeRozan.
No, you didn't, man. Stop it.
Don't forget, guys didn't shoot threes back then. So DeMar was able to fit there, but he would not have been a bit greater in that era because they could hand check his butt. And like a soft. DeMar DeRozan would not be the player he was in the 90s.
Hand checking is real basketball.
Hold on. Hand checking is bad defense. He's gonna get you crossed up.
Shit.
They would get dropped. Look,
You
Elder, I
can
want you
say
to look.
that's what you
Look,
say. That's what
look,
you say.
Look. When Elder plays me, hand checking is
That's
allowed.
what you say.
If you can't score a hand check and you can't score
Look,
now.
a hand check is allowed when I play Elder, and I'm gonna drop him. I'm gonna make him fall.
Hey, Elder.
Oh my.
DeRozan glorifies Stacey Altman, man.
Bingo.
AI is a glorified DJ Augustine.
DeRozan is not in his category, bro.
Yeah, I know.
He's not even. This is a dumb video. This is a dumb video. Lamont Lamont,
let me ask you a question. So you saying if Jordan been in this era, he would he be a top 15 player?
Fuck no.
Jordan, in this era, Jordan would be a top 15 player. But
Jordan would be the best player in this era.
But I'm not gonna say he's not gonna be
Jordan would be the best player by far in this era.
No, he would not be better than KD.
What season was Jordan? 91?
So Lamont, let me ask you this now. Is DeRozan the top 15 player right now?
No, he's not.
Okay, then. So what the hell what we talking about?
Hold on. But remember what I said, y'all. I'm not putting DeMar Derozen on an equal footing with Jordan.
I know you're
not. I told
I'm
you
not saying
Lamont don't believe that.
But I do believe Jordan was.
Yeah, you are, Lamont. When
era.
you say that, if you put him on that same team, he will win. You put him on the same level.
No, what I said
you putting him on the same level.
No,
when
I
you
said if you drop
say
DeMar
he can go
DeRozan-
back on the 90s teams and still win, if you take Jordan out and put DeRozan in, you still win champ. You put him on Jordan's level.
I said I don't.
They don't win them championships without Jordan.
No,
even
I said they would win. They would win some.
don't.
I said they don't win 6.
No,
There's no way they
wouldn't,
win
Lamar.
6 with DeMar. No way they
DeMar
win 6.
DeRozan can't have the scoring output that Jordan was.
DeMar DeRozan can't win in this year. They replaced him with Kawhi Leonard. Look what happened. Same team. They replaced him with Kawhi Leonard.
Same team. I just about to say that. Same team.
Hold on. Yeah, we got too many people talking. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I explained that earlier.
15%.
Remember, I explained that earlier. Remember what I said? They just replaced DeMar DeRozan with somebody who's a bit more glorified than him, and they won a chip.
Better. Somebody that's better than him.
Championship,
Not more glorified. He was better. Kawhi Leonard is better than him. Keep it real. And everybody knows Jordan is way better than Kawhi Leonard.
DeRozan would have won.
So to compare DeMar DeRozan to hit you and lost your mind.
Jordan ain't way better than Kawhi Leonard.
DeRozan would have won.
You gonna take, bro? You can take a picture. I'm gonna teach you about not basketball. I'm gonna teach you about this disrespect.
I mean, MJ do got defensive player of the year. Don't cap Renegade.
He ain't even.
You definitely gonna get this.
Yeah, you got the
MJ
cap,
ain't
nigga.
even got an outside shot. How he better than Kawhi?
Bro, what is this false narrative from?
MJ was an average
Where do y'all get this narrative from?
bro.
What do y'all get all these bullshit narratives from that he ain't got no shot in all that? Where did it come from?
Man.
He don't need the motherfucking shot, man. This nigga had 13 threes. This nigga had 13 threes in one season and averaged 37 points, my nigga.
Hold on.
Because the league was so weak.
Why does everybody try to go to the 3-pointer?
Nigga didn't even bother to
Like Giannis clearly ain't win the fucking finals MVP.
It wasn't a part of the game.
Y'all all talking at the same time.
We gotta go one at a time. I know it's a good topic, crazy topic, but we gotta try to go one at a time. We streaming on multiple.
It ain't no
places.
good topic. It's retarded.
No, it's not. Hold on, but Elder, you brought up a good question. You said why bring up threes?
Clickbait.
Because I know we're bringing up threes because we're in an era with the matchup zone.
It wasn't a part of the game back then.
That's forcing players to shoot more threes. That's why
Jordan would have to adjust his game.
It wasn't a part of the game back then, though.
It wasn't a part of the game back then because there's no zone.
But Lamont, the
They
tail
don't
of a
been
good
to to
shooter
get better, right?
No, but I'm saying
But even
tail of a
today, how
good
many
shooter-
teams actually implement zone defense
Bro,
today?
why y'all keep interrupting motherfuckers when they saying something, bro? Y'all
Hey, Lamont.
Yeah.
Lamont. Go back and look in the era of the 80s and 90s. But they had zone in college. Go look and see how many 3-pointers they shot in the college game back then.
What team?
Just because they had zone don't mean any team. Go back and look at what they averaged in the NCAA in college. 3-pointer was just not a big part of the game
I give
back
you a good
then.
example. No, that's not true because when I go back at Purdue and look at Rick Mount, He's produced all-time leading three-point shooter, was chucking them things up like crazy. So some teams did.
They didn't even have 3-point when he played. Stop it. They didn't even have 3-point when Rick.
Hold on. But what was he doing? Shooting them where? From the 3-point line area, chucking them up from the deep.
That's one guy. You name it. I can name you. You can name individual guys, but the 3-point shot was really not a major part of the game. It wasn't.
Why?
It wasn't even a part of the game.
Well, it was only not a major part of the game because they couldn't shoot.
Bro, yes, it's like centers is hold on. It's like centers. It's like centers is not a part of the game now. They don't have centers now. The game has just changed. So you can't down this era just because they don't have traditional centers anymore.
I didn't down the era.
They don't play with them no more. They don't do it. But they're trying to down Jordan, saying he was an average 3-point shooter when nobody needed to shoot threes back then.
In 90s,
people barely.
In the 90s,
it wasn't a part of the game back then.
Hold on. But in the 90s, it was uncommon for centers to shoot threes. But the
centers, I bet he's a much better 3-point shooter than DeMar Derozen.
Hold on, the
Jordan shoot threes better than DeMar Derozen right now.
The centers who had a WNBA 3-point line to use.
That's not the argument though.
The centers who could shoot threes, like
that boy can shoot them better than Derozen now.
And Sam Perkins and all of them, they shot them. See, the centers who could shoot them in the 90s shot them. It was part of the game because if you had it in your bag, you did it. Bill Russell in the 70s.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on. How's not the case? Okay, centers in the 90s shot threes only because they could make them. Manute Bol could make threes, so he shot them. You didn't see Ewing chucking up threes because he was not
2 threes a game, y'all.
How many
threes a
game?
Nobody. Who averaged more than
maybe 2 a game, y'all. Maybe 2 a game.
We also seen what happened when somebody said that Jordan couldn't shoot the three better than somebody else. We also seen what happened with that.
What you talking about?
When they say Clyde shoot better threes than Mike, we also seen what happened to that.
Oh, you talking about one game
in that 93 season?
Hey, X-Man. X-Man, check
on
this
the
out.
biggest stage though.
X-Man in high school, X-Man, I hit 2 half-court shots in one game. Am I the expert? I'm the all-time great half-court shooter of all time.
But as a
point out one game. You talking about the other one?
That was so uncharacteristic. He showed the shrug on that.
He showed the shrug.
But in 1993, he went the whole season shooting threes a lot more.
I don't know why I'm listening to this. If Michael Jordan was in this era, bro, he would become an elite 3-point shooter. The reason I say
bad take when you say
he would.
You're either was or you weren't. Don't say you would. If I played in the 90s, I would be in the NBA. Come on, y'all. Either you was or you weren't. Don't talk about what he would have developed.
Okay, but we have hypotheticals right now, so why can't we talk about hypotheticals?
You can't make up hypothetical skills.
Because when a nigga say the 70s, he's tougher in the 80s.
LeBron fans are the hypothetical crew, bro. That's all y'all do is make up hypothetical bullshit.
Pretty much.
Huh?
Yeah, that's how y'all do. Make up that hypothetical bullshit.
Reality don't benefit.
IQ below 0.
Let me state this fact real quick. And then I'm getting out of here because this is not worth talking about. Here's one thing that's a bona fide fact.
Let me get you, Elder, before you leave.
Hold on. This is no. Please, this is not worth talking about. Here's a bona fide fact, though. Here's a bona fide fact. Would throw for their era every defensive scheme they could at Michael Jordan. And the one thing that Michael Jordan did every single year was go to that gym, get in that lab, you call it, and come back with something new and something greater to beat all those defenses. This man was focused on by every team in the league, and every team sent 2, 3, 4 guys at this man to stop him, and nobody ever figured out how to stop him.
Not true.
Because
That's
he
not
always
true.
stayed above them when it comes to them. Nobody stopped him. Nobody did. I watched him, and nobody could stop him. The only teams that even tried to slow him down, the only teams that slowed him down were teams that beat him up. That's it.
You couldn't get more than 3
tackle him, play football with him, and still score 30 a game against them. So he would have got in the lab and figured these guys out and did what he needed to do to score. That's one thing nobody could ever do against Michael, stop him from scoring.
You said
Nobody.
shoulda, woulda, man.
Yeah, but you know what though? The crazy thing is,
I know shoulda. I'm telling you a fact. That's what he did.
That's what
but you know,
that's what he did.
got in the
Hold on,
lab.
we got.
That's woulda.
I didn't know
Go
shoulda.
ahead.
He did that. He did
That's
that.
why he the greatest
But you know
scorer
what,
of
though?
all time.
Hold on, Lamar trying to say.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We remember we just kind of messing up the audio. Let me think. All right. The one thing though,
I'm a Lakers fan.
Nobody could stop Jordan offensively. But you know what? In the same settings with other teams having super teams and great teams, he wasn't stopping them motherfuckers either. They was running through his ass just like he was running through them. They just did it better. Come on. So you put him in this era, he gonna get his points against KD, but KD with his super team gonna stop a mud hole in him just like he stopped a mud hole with because Jordan. I don't care what team.
What about hold on, Lamont? What about his super team? You saying like he gonna be stuck with the teams that he started with as a rookie in the second year team? What happens when he gets talent
But
though?
Elder,
What happens? You put him in this era and you give him Hall of Fame talent.
No, Elder,
he's going to beat you.
Elder, what I said was at the beginning. I think you might have
He's
missed
going
it.
to beat you.
I said in this era.
How did he get the talent?
I said Jordan would be a champion, but it would also be based on a little bit of luck. He would have to get put on the right team with the right GM who's going to put the right talent around him because we've seen stars struggle for years, almost a decade, even though they're all-time great players, if the front offices ain't giving them the right talent. We saw that with some of the greatest players in this league right now. So it takes a little bit of luck.
And that's what happened with Mike when he first got in. He struggled almost a decade before he got the right talent around him. So what we talk about?
No, but you can struggle because if you don't have the, no, it wasn't a decade. But if you don't,
almost about 7 years. I'm saying the team struggle a decade, not Mike. Mike always put up his numbers.
Years is now almost a decade.
What, 7 years and 10 years is a decade? So 10 years is a decade, bro. Like
84, the man won in 90.
In 91. He won in 91. Yes, 91. 91, 92, 93.
I know when he won.
Yes, I know. Yes, and everybody want to say that Lakers team was old and Magic just won the MVP the year before, and James Worthy was like 29 and Jordan was 27. So what are we talking about here?
Exactly. And he still got cooked. Magic was still hunting them on defense. Hunting them.
Shit I be talking about, bro.
What helped him in that series was he got hurt.
Magic just came off an MVP season
I
the
don't
year
know who
before,
would have
bro.
won.
James Worthy and Byron Scott was on that flow, bro.
Hey, Magic didn't
What
want
is you talking about? The only game they didn't play was the last game. James Worthy and Byron Scott, them niggas got handled. Michael handled them niggas.
Byron Scott barely played. Byron Scott got hurt, right?
I know exactly. James Worthy.
It don't fucking matter. He got hurt.
Because hold on,
but they was losing before he got hurt.
It was already a 3-1 series, niggas.
Flipped the season around.
When he got hurt, he was hurt.
Hold on, y'all. As much as y'all, we gotta go one at a time. We don't go one at a time. I don't want to do it, but we're gonna start putting people out so we can just because I'm running multiple. I'm streaming in 3-4 different places right now, and it messes up the audio on Twitch really bad and Facebook when we talk like that. So we got to try to go one at a time. All right, I'm gonna make sure everybody get their time to go, but we got to go one at a time so I know who's up. Go ahead and cook, SFM.
I'm out. You ain't got to worry about it.
I was just saying, what's up with the excuse? Because Magic had just came off an MVP season. And he had James Worthy, had Byron Scott. It was already a 3-1 series by the time they had lost.
Right.
What you mean? It was already 3-1. Excuse what the fuck?
Man, it was already a 3-1 series when James Worthy and Byron Scott had got hurt, nigga. They was already up by 3-1. The game was the series was over.
It was
y'all
over.
Don't get it.
They
y'all
played.
Y'all didn't watch it. I'm gonna ask who watched that series in here. Honestly, who watched it? Who watched it?
Me.
Besides me, is there anybody else in this room that watched it?
I watched it.
As soon as Worthy got hurt in game 2, he hobbled through, and the Bulls realized that they did not have to Pippen on Worthy. That's what changed that series because they took Pippen off Worthy because they didn't have to put him on. He was already hurting, and put him on Magic, and that changed the whole entire series because you put length and athleticism on Magic, and it took the Lakers totally out the offense. That's what changed that entire series.
Yeah, because Pippen played in the full length of the floor.
He's 6'8". He turned Magic the whole entire game. He picked his butt up 94 feet. He made Magic back down the whole way of the court. Man, he wore it, and the Lakers couldn't get into their fast break offense, and he's 6'8" athletic. Magic couldn't get around him. He was strong. That's what changed that series.
Finals MVP, right?
That's what changed it.
Finals MVP, right?
Jordan was, but then Jordan played.
I'm saying no. I'm talking about deserve it.
Who?
Man, Renegade, you gotta.
No, I thought Jordan still dominated too, but that was the main thing.
Of this shit, bro.
I thought Jordan dominated.
I'm tired of this shit, bro. This Scotty bullshit. I get tired.
Who turned the series around? What the fuck? What y'all talking about?
What we asking you the same question. What are you talking about? You just talking at the circle.
On that team during that series, bro. Your ass be hating on Mike, bro. You gotta keep shit in context and perspective, bro. I know you like LeBron, but you gotta be.
Hey, but hold on. Hey, how is it?
Okay, let's get it then. Me and you, stand on business. What you want? You trying to get it or what? You trying to?
He calling y'all for the head-to-head debate, SFM. Damn.
Man, listen, bro.
Man, I'm rolling up this week, man.
This ain't nothing to debate. This ain't even debate.
It ain't worried about shit when it comes to Renegade, nigga.
Hold on, SFM. He called you out for the head-to-head debate, man.
Man, come on, man. This week, man.
I don't know what is the debate. What is the debate?
But you got to, if a nigga call your hands out, you got to get out in that thing, right?
Who been hanging out with? Lakers win again? Who you been hanging out with? Lakers win again?
From a distance, can't tell.
I don't know if Lakers win be cooking niggas like
I don't blame you.
Hold on, stand on business. You not gonna do the head-to-head
unlearned questions. You supposed to avoid them.
Hey,
what would you debate? What would the debate be?
Hold on. Renegade. What's the debate, man? What are you challenging? What's the exact topic you challenging them on?
I don't know. I don't know, man. What I mean, I don't know.
You called them out, and you don't even know what you got to debate.
Niggas don't want to speak with Renegade when a nigga coming at your head with these. I don't know. I mean, it don't matter. I'm at your head. What you want?
This nigga be hating on Mike. I like LeBron too, but you ain't got to do Mike like.
Come on, you gotta prove it. Let's get
Michael Jordan was able to average 22-20 when he was 37, 38 years old in his NBA when the zone was around. Okay, just imagine if he was in his prime, and that's when the zone had just dropped.
Jacking up all the shots, right?
Jordan in his prime would destroy this league in his prime.
What?
What you mean jacking up
so
all
easy to score now? So easy to score now. So easy to score.
That's not true.
It's so easy, bro. It's so easy. It's so much spacing for him. It's not a big
SFM, that's a lie, man.
Contest him.
Why is there space?
Nothing.
Why is there
space? Not space. That's a lie. That's not.
Why is there space?
Stop it, Lamont.
Wait,
That's a bunch of
Now
space.
you can let a scrub like Kyle Kuzma come in the league and almost win your game. This league is easy to score in.
SFM right quick. SFM, why is there space?
Because of all the threes.
No, because of the skill.
So they can shoot, right? That's why they got space, huh? So that means there's no space in the 90s, right?
Because they couldn't. You could back off a guy because you know they couldn't shoot, or you could get up all on them if they were shooting. And most guys who were that elite at shooting the ball, you didn't have too many Muhammad Abdul-Raufs or Rod Stricklands, right? And even when you talk about Tim Hardaway, he was a great point guard, but he wasn't coming off the pick and roll, chucking up a three. You could go under every time.
That wasn't
coming off the pick and roll.
Listen. That debate about that you just need the three to win championships. Listen, Giannis just proved you niggas wrong.
No, he wasn't.
You don't need a three to be the star player on the team to win a championship. He got it out the paint. He still don't need to develop a three.
All right, SFM, hold on. SFM Renegade, y'all can either do the head-to-head debate, but we can't talk over each other. So you can do that, and we can just get it out, Chester.
I need to go, but I do have one question.
Yeah, what up?
What was Michael Jordan's weaknesses offensively? What were they?
His three-point shooting, his ball handling.
Three's a weakness.
Huh?
Yeah, because he was threes.
Come on. Did somebody just say his ball handling?
Renegade said that.
Weakness, somebody can be able to effectively use it against you. Nobody effectively used Jordan's three-point shooting against them.
Okay, because they didn't have no
face-up game in the 90s. We talking about right now.
If something was a weakness, somebody would have to be able to use it against you. That's what a weakness
We got that one. Let's get the three shot out. Since it really wasn't relevant in the game back then, besides the 3-point shot, what Michael Jordan's weakness? Okay, besides the 3-point shot, what was his weaknesses then?
What you talking about? Didn't I say more than one thing? And you tried to put the cap on, acting as if what Renegade said wasn't actuality.
Were you the same one that said ball handling? Were you the same one that said ball handling?
That's Renegade said that ball handling, right? Right?
Renegade done
he was a good ball handler for his time.
He wasn't like that. He wasn't the type of ball handler that's going to break you down from the top of the key. Facts.
Okay, so let me explain this shit again.
From the top of the key. You say he can't break it down from the top of the key.
X-Man, hold on, SFM. It was X-Man talking. X-Man is talking. X-Man, go ahead, X-Man.
For something to be a weakness, Will Chamberlain's weakness because defenses was able to use it against him. That's for something to be a weakness. Somebody would have to be able to successfully use it against you. Nobody's stupid enough. Nobody's stupid enough to force Jordan.
Hold on. That's not. Hold on, Renegade. Let me answer. That's not necessarily true, especially with the 3-point shooting, because the thing is, what you traditionally do with a guy who can't shoot threes is like in the league today. What do you see him do with Ben Simmons and Draymond Green? You'll see players sag back all the way into the lane, right? Sag all the way back into the lane. But with the illegal defense in the 90s, could you do that without getting an illegal defense call? No. So teams couldn't exploit the defense. Like as much as you wanted to because of the illegal defense. So it took another defensive strategy away from you. Illegal defense really kind of hindered the way teams could effectively use your weaknesses against you because it forced you to play
illegal defense. Made your ass play defense. You had to still play defense.
No, it didn't. Hold on. It made you play one-on-one defense, and with guys who are great one-on-one players. You can't hold on. So in this game, you have guys who are great one-on-one players. How do you combat one-on-one players if you can't zone up to take away their strength? If you can't trap, right? You can't do it.
Lamont, ask you right now.
Yep.
Do you really think that would have worked with Michael Jordan in this era? If you put Michael Jordan in his prime in this era,
yes,
and teams sag off him and give him wide open 3-point shot, do you think
that's ass in there?
That would be a weakness to him going forward.
No, first of all, I don't think. First of all, I don't think.
Now a little more respectfully.
No. What he said. No, what X-Man said was he said why couldn't teams exploit that weakness? They couldn't exploit it to the degree that we see teams exploit people who can't shoot now because of the illegal defense. So, what teams? Like I said, nobody's going to sag all the way off Jordan.
The league made you play defense back then.
No, they didn't make you play defense because if they made it, they would have just allowed. They would have took that 1940 ruling out and said, "We're going to trash the legal defense. Do what you want on defense. We're going to really see how great these players are." Then they would have trashed a hand checking because hand checking is really a built-in foul. It's not real defense, and against high-skilled players, it never worked anyway. So when you look at the most skilled players offensively in the 90s, they were cooking people who hand checked anyway. The hand check didn't do anything against highly skilled players. So we see a lot of highly skilled players now. The hand check will just leave a lot of people looking embarrassed on the court.
The hand check was really the damn guy. Really helping the defense because you could have guided the man to wherever you wanted him to go.
That's not true. No, because when you that's not true.
Because you were stronger than him. If you were stronger, yes, you could.
No, because when you're talking about a guard, so let's look at it like this. So you're taking a physical guard like James Harden. What he likes to do, if you watch him how he plays, he likes to engage that content. He wants to always know where you at. So if you're putting hands on him, all you're doing is you're setting yourself up to get for a nasty step back. You can actually still put one hand on the defender.
Bad example.
No, yes, you can.
Bad example. Very bad example.
How?
Very bad. You know why?
Defenders like Michael Jordan used to pretend to put, but you used to.
Harden is a very bad example because during the regular season they don't give you that leeway and they call everything. But what happens to Harden every single year in the playoffs? The nigga come up lame because they let you play more physical. He can't maneuver the way he normally does.
No, they don't.
Harden can book us for 40 and 50 points in the playoffs. He don't do it. When the game gets more physical, it hurts Harden.
Hey, Dynasty Town.
He don't get some flop calls in the playoff stuff. It hurt him, and that's why he comes up short every time in the playoffs.
Hold on. That's not true. But what I'm saying is, hold on.
Y'all don't know the game.
No, Elder, you're talking about. No, Elder, you're talking about those non-basketball.
You brought him up.
Hold on. But you're trying to bring in another aspect of the game. What he does when he's doing that rip through move, or when he's trying to bait
you said Harden wants the contact.
No, what you said was what you said. You bring up something. No, I'm talking about when you're just guarding a man one-on-one and he starts to go into his drive. All right, a 90s defender is going to stick his hand out and hand check. When you do that to a player like James Harden, he's going to use it against you. I'm not talking about the rip throughs that he does to get the fake fouls or all of that extra stuff where he's throwing his head back trying to draw fouls that ain't there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just strictly hand checking. And when you just strictly look at defenders, go watch the video. Look at defenders who hand check Harden and look at the results. Now look at the defenders who try to guard them straight up in space and use their length, and they have a little bit more success against them because they're not hand checking. To guard these highly skilled players, you cannot put hands on.
Nobody can hand check today, so you don't have nothing to compare.
They can hand check today.
You don't have
they
people
still
can
do.
hand check him.
That's a lie.
That's
a lie.
If you
the game is more. The game is
in
just
them scenarios, he's gonna go act like he's shooting and get the foul call.
Okay,
he wouldn't get that call.
You said
and here's the thing: he doesn't get that call in the playoffs, and that's why he's not as effective.
Didn't they just make an emphasis to take that out the game this year? So we'll see how he does this year now that they've taken it out. So we're probably still going to see a dominant James Harden. We could bet money on that.
Listen, I agree with you on that.
I think Harden is a good player.
You gotta,
but the playoffs, his game is not built for the playoffs. That's what I'm telling you.
Look. So
when
I'm
the
not
game
saying
gets physical, slows down, Harden game ain't built for that.
No, but what you're not incorporating to it is teams ain't guarding James Harden one-on-one. They're using zone concepts to slow that man down.
Here's the key.
Not no one-on-one. You can't tell me one one-on-one player can stop
here's the
James
fact.
Harden.
No opinion. Hold on.
No way.
Hold on. No opinion. Lamont, no opinion. Give your facts, okay? Because now you're giving opinions. This is your facts.
That's not opinion.
James Harden averages a certain amount. Hold on. James Harden averages a certain amount during the regular season. Every year in the playoffs, does his points go up or do they go down?
But why did they go down, Elder? Tell me why. Tell me why.
I'll wait.
No, I'll tell you why.
Slows down and the game gets more physical. Period. That's the only reason. The game slows down and the game gets more physical.
We're going to use a real world example because I already did an NBA film study on this. Remember how the Lakers slowed James Harden down in 2020 in the bubble? How did they do it, y'all? What did they do that they really never went to all year? Did they stick to their traditional man-to-man defense?
They got more.
Were they ice cream? No. What they did was they went to a 1-3-1 aspect. They went to a man-to-man matchup zone aspect, and they made it hell for that man to do what he liked to do. And they also played with hands off in space, and they didn't let their defenders get baited into those bad foul calls that he likes to. They played with space, they played with discipline, and they wasn't running around hand checking thinking that's going to help because it doesn't help against a player like James Harden. And they use zone principles to do it. You're not going to stop James Harden with one player. I don't give a hell how good of a defender you are. He's too elite offensively.
If you play
one player,
he's going for 30.
I didn't say one player.
You can't straight up man.
Tell me one player. Tell me outside of.
I didn't say
maybe,
one player.
Maybe Scottie Pippen could do it. Maybe
you can't straight up man any great scorer.
Maybe.
No. Man up any great score. You can't.
So wait a minute. So because you always bring up how in the 90s the defense of the players from the 90s weren't able to guard today, but now
what I'm saying was we never truly could see because they had hand checking for most of the 90s. We never truly could see how good of individual defenders they are because hand checking is just a built-in foul, gives the defender an advantage. Doesn't mean you're a good defender. You can give a bad defender a hand check against a guy that's compromised who can't shoot threes. All right. So if you know a guy already can't shoot threes, you can get up on him, hand check, take away the drive, and you got because of your built-in foul. Oh, you're playing good defense? No, you're not.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying that you said in the 90s they wouldn't be able to do the defense today. But I'm saying like, what's to stop them from doing the zone defense? What's to stop the 90s players?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Lamont just killed his whole argument. Hold on. Lamont just killed his whole argument with that last statement. He just killed his argument. He's sitting here saying that hand checking, I'll quote his words, gives a bad defender an advantage. He said that, did not?
Against who though?
A bad defender in advance.
Against who? Against who?
It's a bad
I said compromised players.
It gives
I
a
said
bad
against
defender.
compromised players.
There you go.
Say an example. So a compromised player is like a Ben Simmons who can't shoot. So if Ben Simmons can't shoot,
no problem.
You can get up on him and hand check with the built-in foul. You take away what he does best, the built-in foul, and you still probably don't destroy.
In a bad era where they allowed this illegal defense that he's talking about, that it hurts the offensive player, it hurts them. Jordan still put up the best scoring numbers of all time.
But Elder, what did I just say?
Even with bad defense, even with hand check, still put up the greatest scoring numbers of all time.
Elder, but what did I say though? I said a great offensive player. Remember what I said? I said high skill players. High skill players are going to kill with the illegal defense because one-on-one, I don't care if you can hand check or not, high-skill players offensively are going to dominate if you cannot switch up your defense and throw some type of zone or some type of read that's going to push them into their weak spots. That's all I'm saying. So I've already established.
You're making my point. You're making my point.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna go by your words.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You did
because what you done is you said part of my sentence. But you didn't. You can't take part of it like what I said earlier. I said if you have a player that's compromised. So when we have players that's compromised, the legal defense limited what teams could do with regards to. So let's say it's a Draymond Green. Remember when I talked to you guys about how Memphis beat the Warriors in that play-in game? All right, what did they do different from every single team in the league? Right, so because with the illegal defense, it kind of limited what you could do because Memphis could get creative. They said, we're going to do the opposite of what every team does. As opposed to sagging off of Draymond Green, letting him pick us apart with his playmaking, we're going to go pick him up and force him into doing something different. But the thing is, you have more flexibility to switch up what you do defensively. In the 90s, there was really little flexibility with what you could switch up defensively because of the illegal defense limited so much of what you could do. So the legal defense, we never really saw the true potential of what these teams could do defensively because of the legal defense. So to say you can't name, are there any all-time great defensive teams in the 90s? No, other than the Bulls.
Yes.
Who?
Yes. The Pistons.
Who? 90s.
Oh, they were 80s. They were more 80s. They were 80s. Yeah.
90s. There's no all-time great defensive. Maybe the Bulls in 96. But outside of that, there's no all-time great defensive teams. There's none.
One of the things to make you an all-time great defensive team is to be successful as in winning a championship. The Pistons became an all-time great defensive team once they won a chip.
The Spurs was a great defensive team. They went from Dennis Rodman to David Robinson, then they went from Tim Duncan to David Robinson.
I said all-time great. I said all-time great defensive.
And I think
but for you to be an all-time great,
nobody walking around saying.
I think they had Sean Elliott.
Hey, Lamont.
Successful to be an all-time.
Hold on. Time out. Hold on, Lamont. Let's go there. This is the greatest era, right? Well, which team in this era would have an all-time defensive team?
I didn't say this was the greatest defensive era.
I'm saying nowhere near.
I said one guy said this is the greatest basketball ever. This is the greatest era of basketball. So which one of these teams would be the greatest team of all time?
Okay, 2000 is the greatest defensive era. If you're trying to
2000 is the greatest defensive and offensive era.
This era would have one team, at least the 90s have one, possibly two. This era wouldn't have zero teams. I guarantee it. None of them would be considered the all-time greatest defensive team. None.
But the thing is, 90s fans run around saying the 90s was a great defensive era. We don't run around saying this is a great defensive era.
It was.
Yes.
It was.
90s fans will act like one of the best in the history of the game.
90s wasn't no
You cannot confuse lack of skill. You confuse lack of skill offensively with great defense. They just lack skill.
Come on, man.
Wow.
No, I don't confuse anything.
You like credit.
I don't confuse anything. Your own words.
It wasn't a great defensive era, man.
The 90s wasn't a great defensive era.
No, the 2000s was the greatest defensive era.
I can tell you this.
Now put it in this. Now put it like this. A lot of players.
And then the
Listen,
2010s was
better
next.
because they got no offensive players right now.
What is you niggas saying? A lot of players that played in the 90s played in the 2000s, nigga. Like David Robinson and shit like that.
Exactly.
Shit like that, bro.
What?
Tim,
Okay, so wait.
bro. What is you niggas talking about? A lot of players that played in the 90s played in the 2000s as well.
And a lot of the rules was the same in the 2000s as well.
Nigga, Renegade
hold on,
took your ass quick, nigga.
Hold on, but we're talking about players. Look, I don't consider Shaq a 90s player. I consider him a 2000s player because when he hit his stride, championship prime, he was in the 2000s. That's just normal.
He was drafted in 1992.
Okay. So
he was drafted in 1992.
So SFM is Jordan.
Played most of the 90s.
Hold on, SFM.
Not 92.
Hold on, y'all.
No, not 92. 96.
Hold on, y'all. That means Jordan is Jordan an 80s player then, or is Jordan a 90s player?
He's a 90s
player. Hold on. He drafted in 84. No.
No, Shaq was drafted in 1992, not 96.
Y'all know what we mean when we say it.
Can I respond?
Come on, man. Stop the
That was 92. He was drafted in 92, not 96.
Exactly
92.
what I mean, man. I know when he was drafted.
Let me respond.
Y'all know exactly what we mean.
My point. The reason I said it's not just that he played early. He also made it all the way to the NBA Finals, and he also had his first ever scoring time, one of his first 2 scoring times.
Okay, X-Man.
So it's not like he was just doing nothing.
Let me ask you a question, X-Man. So, Shaq considered 80s. I mean, a 90s or 2000s player. Be honest.
That depends on you ask.
Stop it, man. What is
Why y'all be doing?
He was good. He was great in both eras.
Exactly.
Okay, hold on. Is Kobe considered a 90s player or 2000s player?
2000s, because he had a majority of
he played most of the 2000s, not in the 90s.
Hold on, Shaq played most of his
3 years. He played 3 years in
Shaq
the
played
90s.
most of his career in the 2000s.
Bro, no, I'm saying from 90. No, listen. From 1990 to 2000, he played 8 years. 8 years in the 90s. He was drafted in 1992, bro.
So he's a 90s player now, right?
Yeah, he played.
Bro, come on, bro.
Why can't he be both? Why can't he be a 90s and 2000s player?
Like he was listen. Like he wasn't known.
Y'all are trying to be slick. Y'all know exactly what we mean when we
bro,
say a 2000 player or 2010 player. Okay, so.
But you
hold
can't
on, because
majority of the decade.
Not everybody can be like LeBron and be a 2000s player and a 2010s player because he was dominant. He was in his prime in both. Like he hit his championship stride in both.
Okay, but so did Shaq though.
Kareem was a 70s and an 80s player.
Facts.
He was drafted in 70, 71, 72.
You're talking about one of the few players in history who was able to have a prime in 2 different eras. Not many players do that.
Michael Jordan.
Kobe didn't have a prime in 2 eras.
But Shaq did though.
Kobe had a prime in 1 era.
Michael,
Jordan,
what about Michael? Michael didn't have a prime in 2 eras.
No.
Michael didn't have a prime in 2 eras.
Hold on. Well, according to Isaiah Thomas, no, he didn't.
Why would he?
Man, who give a fuck what Isaiah Thomas talking about?
Hold on. Isaiah Thomas is highly credible because he was one of the multiple teams that was just thrashing the man.
What is he credible to say about MJ like that, bro?
Yeah, because he beat the shit out of him in the regular season.
You know that.
He didn't beat the shit up. He took him.
Come on, bro.
Man, when you dominate a player, you can talk about him. Didn't Isaiah Thomas dominate Jordan in the 80s?
All them Pistons players is with Mike, bro.
Individually?
Hold on. What was Isaiah Thomas's team record versus Jordan?
Okay, you said Isaiah Thomas. You didn't say the Pistons versus Jordan. You said Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, but the Pistons are the ultimate team. There was nothing individual about them.
Okay, but
you know we're talking about team. Quit trying to act like we're talking about individual. I don't care how many points you put up. Did you win or did you lose? Remember, like Isaiah Thomas said, like Isaiah Thomas said, nobody feared Jordan. He was just a guy that put up a lot of points and lost.
If they didn't fear Jordan, why would they create the Jordan rules?
Come on, man. Hold on.
They fear Jordan.
You took something that one person said and you trying to give it to everybody in the 80s. Not everybody was saying that shit. Nobody liked him. Magic Johnson said that motherfucker.
Jordan.
Magic Johnson was calling them trash.
Why would they create the Jordan rules if they didn't fear Jordan?
Hold on. This is another look. Hold on. Okay. So I know
Well, they didn't
exactly.
fear him, but they created
Hold
entire
on.
strategies specifically for him.
X-Men. What were the Jordan rules? Okay, I actually saw what the coach wrote out. What were the Jordan rules? Tell me.
I'm telling you from the players' mouth themselves.
Tell me what the Jordan rules were that they wrote out, that the players wrote out. Because y'all think the Jordan rules mean just foul Jordan. That's not what it was. What were the Jordan rules?
It really ain't do much, bro. When you look at the numbers, bro. I don't know what you.
We're trying to bail people. I don't want to hear if because he brought up
Yeah,
the Jordan
let him
rules.
speak, bro.
Let's see if he know what the Jordan rules even were, because the players clearly explained it.
Yeah,
y'all trying to make it seem like y'all be
knowing.
making it seem like the Jordan rules is just go foul Jordan and get physical with him. When actually the Pistons were a good defensive team. That wasn't they didn't just foul Jordan. That wasn't what it was.
They're a great defensive team. I didn't say they
Come
were.
on. So let's give them their credit.
They were a great defensive team. So what are you arguing against?
No, what I'm saying, you brought up the Jordan rules
because but I'm saying if they weren't scared of him, why would they create a strategy for him in the first place?
Jordan rules was just a strategy. What was the strategy?
But why would they create a strategy for him if they weren't scared of him?
What was the strategy?
That's my point. So what are you arguing against?
You create a strategy for any good player.
You yourself aren't even arguing against me.
You create a strategy for any good player.
It's called a game plan.
Right, but they
themselves just game plan. You game plan for the worst team in the league. It don't matter. You game plan for everybody.
Right, but they weren't game plan for the whole team.
You can't do that, Lamont. If you don't honor a fair player, you're not finna create a special game plan for that you would do for.
Yes, you do, bro. Yes, you do.
They didn't have the game plan.
Also,
anybody that's
in 1989 and 1990.
I can't hear nothing.
Also, in 1989 and 1990, the Chicago Bulls was giving them their toughest matchup in the playoffs.
You said 89, 90, so you're talking about the tail end of the 90s.
Those were the 2 years they won championships there.
Okay. So you're talking about the tail end. So
I'm saying if the Pistons,
you're talking about the tail end.
Those are the 2 years Pistons won championship. You brought Isaiah Thomas up.
Okay, but who won? Who lost? Tell me.
The Pistons won the 2 championships, and they dominate everybody in playoffs except the Bulls.
Okay, Who won?
So if they weren't concerned about Jordan, why was the?
Hold on. I'm not giving the Bulls no participation trophies.
I didn't say they deserve a participation trophy. I'm saying what you're saying is.
I'm just asking you a very easy question. Can y'all tell me who won in those years and who lost?
We know who. We already know who.
So why was they worried about him if they lost?
My point is that what Isaiah Thomas is saying, there's a difference between what Isaiah Thomas is saying.
What they worried about him for?
Hold
on. There was a series. I remember a series when the Houston Rockets didn't have the Houston Rockets didn't have nobody on their team, and they pushed the Golden State Warriors to more games than everybody expected. That happens sometimes. Who won and who lost is what matters.
Okay. I didn't say that didn't matter. I'm saying if Isaiah Thomas to sit there and say that Jordan wasn't no competition.
On top of the fact that when you play a team a whole bunch of times, you play them in the regular season a whole bunch of times, it gets harder and harder to beat them. I don't care how good or bad they are.
Okay.
So you can play the worst team in the league 20 times. It's going to get harder and harder to beat them.
But you're not addressing my point. What Isaiah Thomas is, there's a difference between what Isaiah Thomas is saying and reality. He's saying what you flat out said.
In reality, Isaiah Thomas and the Pistons
no competition. So how are they not no competition if they were the only ones giving him a fucking run?
They didn't give him competition. They lost.
Okay, but the purpose of competition.
The competition is
not competition.
You know what balances out competition?
In order to win, you have to.
This is what balances it out. Thank you. Winning balances it out. Like I beat you here, I beat you this next year, I beat you back this next year. Like the Lakers and the Celtics were doing back and forth. There was no back and forth with the Bulls at that time and the Pistons. The Pistons were just beating the shit out of them. What do you mean?
You keep exaggerating saying they beating the shit. How did they beat the shit out of them?
Okay, I'll be nice.
Jordan kicked their ass, bro.
I'll be nice to say they beat them.
Hey, everybody, go look back at that series, bro. Tell me when his numbers he did bad, bro. Like what did he do bad?
Because
any of the series,
like they was whipping ass,
right? See, okay, you right. It's an L. He lost. I can't make no excuse for that.
Get the fuck out of here, then.
Came back and beat their ass.
Get the fuck out of here.
He came back and beat their ass.
I don't hear no fucking shit about your fucking stats, nigga. A fucking L is a fucking L, right?
I take that, but don't make it seem like nigga. Don't make it seem like niggas was just handling them like that, man.
That's what
they was.
L is an L, right? We gotta get your ass out of here, nigga. Take your fucking cap off, nigga. Take your cape off too, nigga. The fuck?
This nigga be capping.
I just don't know how we say like the Bulls. I just want to know, X-Men. How are the Bulls competition to the Pistons when they never beat them when the Pistons were at full strength?
Come on, man. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Damn.
No, my point. Who said they was never competition though?
Never come a nigga L, nigga.
Nah, yeah, what Lamar is saying, you got to be a rivalry competition. You got to win.
What the fuck you mean,
That's what I'm
nigga?
saying. How is it a rival when the other team? Yeah, how's it a rival when the other team is just consistently beating you? You come close every now and then, but you just losing all the time. That's not a rivalry, man.
Okay, but that wasn't my point. My point wasn't that he was winning. My point is that why would you pretend? Why would he? For you to sit there and pretend like Jordan was nothing, and they were just easily defeating him. That wasn't.
Did I say that?
Was easily handling.
Oh my God! I said
they was taking him 6 and 7 games.
That's not what I said. I said in the 80s.
Right.
I said in the 80s.
That Isaiah Thomas was intentionally framing it.
Hold on, whose mic is that? That's all. Respect all, Mike. Respect all. Fix your mic, man.
Me?
No, respect all. Fear not. His your mic is messed up, man. Somebody else had some background noise, man. Whoever that is. That's Trap. SC Trap, man. You got all types of background noise. Jeez.
This nigga on the racetrack, man. What the fuck is you doing?
No, I just don't see it, man. Like, I think Isaiah Thomas was correct. Isaiah Thomas said out of his own mouth, we were worried about the Larry Birds and the Dr. J's and the Bucks and the other teams, the Blazers. I mean, I'm just saying, like, most other teams didn't go in the playoffs thinking in the 80s, damn, we got to play the Bulls, man. What are we going to do?
No, that's facts. That is facts.
Right. No, we know
they
that.
did. So the thing is, just because they came up with the Jordan rules is slow. Obviously,
listen, my nigga, they came up with a whole Jordan rule, my nigga. They had to write this shit down on paper, my nigga. They had to prepare for this, man. They were worried, man.
Everybody,
just like these niggas prepare for Luka, man. Like you said, Luka is still a threat. Regardless, like you said, Luka's still a threat. Michael was a threat at that time for sure. If he would take, how many games he took him to?
I'm just saying, if they were destroying everybody else, why would they?
Back and swept them in 1991.
SSM, hold on. Let me ask. Like in 2020, when the Lakers played the Blazers in the first round, Dame was lights out coming out of the bubble, going into the playoffs. Even some people were predicting the Portland Trailblazers to win. Everybody knew who the more dominant team was. And obviously, when you're dealing with a threat like Dame offensively, you have to come up with some type of scheme to slow him down. But that doesn't mean we didn't all know that the writing on the wall for the Blazers was going to be getting your ass blasted in this fucking series, which is what happened. Anybody with a normal basketball mind knew the writing on the wall for the Blazers. They was either going to get swept or gentlemen swept, which is ultimately what happened. But you have to come up with some type of game plan to slow up Dame Lillard if you want that. But that's what great teams do. Great teams just don't walk in the gym with no plan saying, we just going to figure it out as we go. No. Great teams, great coaches, they come up with a plan, slow the best player down, do what you got to do, get the job done. And teams in the 80s, actually, almost every team in the 80s really got the job done against the Bulls more times than not. This is why he had a losing record until he got Pippen and those guys.
Hey, you know
Pippen got on the team in '88 and they were still losing in the playoffs. So what do you mean?
What is this false narrative about Pippen, bro? Pippen was on the team, my nigga. He was averaging 9 points in the playoffs.
Right.
What is we talking about? What is coming off the bench?
But they made it to the second round while Pippen was on the bench. So what was Pippen doing that got him to the second round? What was Pippen doing that got him to the second round? Because he was on the bench.
Let's go back on Pippen performance. Let's pull up Pippen numbers through the whole rounds. Yeah, let's do that because I hate this.
He was sitting on the bench.
Y'all keep
saying So now y'all want to go to try to tear down Scottie Pippen and blame?
No, we're not tearing down Pippen. We're not tearing down Pippen. Let's talk about Bill Cartwright. Let's talk about the team. Let's talk about where every series they win against that they lost.
Hold on.
The high score they had was averaging 11, 12 points.
Hold on. SFM.
That's what you're saying,
why
right?
don't you do that for 85 or 86? Why don't you go tear them guys down? When Jordan was putting up all them astronomical numbers in the playoffs, but they was getting blown the fuck out.
He can't even name a nigga on the 85
when they
Bulls
lost.
team.
They lost in the other series.
Come on, y'all be trying to shit on Pippen. Y'all be trying to shit on
Pippen. Nobody shit on Pippen. Somebody brought up Pippen, and somebody brought up Pippen. All I said was that the facts. I'm not shitting on him.
Put a target on Pippen back and say you wasn't finna fucking shoot the nigga.
Oh man,
yeah, that's the first nigga you went after, nigga.
That is true.
Come on, man. What the fuck you mean? You put that nigga.
We also talking about Jordan losses to all-time great teams too.
Right.
So, you know what? You know what? I keep telling y'all. Look, in the SFM, I kind of hit him with this the other day too. I'm just hearing so many excuses for L's. When we talk about players of the day, I don't hear these excuses when we talk about these players lose today. Hold on. We're not just talking about LeBron. What did I say? I said players of today.
Hey,
but when we talk about players of the day,
what y'all keep saying?
Like when we talk about James Harden. Yeah, I don't talk about James Harden and some of the teams that he was able to bring in. Y'all don't talk about how bad these teams were.
Who made up an excuse?
Or the competition.
Nobody made up an excuse.
Hold on, SFM.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Go ahead, Lamont.
Let me finish what I'm saying. When we talk about these great players of the day, when they lose, I just hear a lot of people shading the great player, and you said no excuse. So why all of a sudden when it comes to Jordan, it's all these excuses when he loses? It was a great team, and he was overmatched, and he didn't have no team.
Because it's facts. Those are facts. Those teams are in history.
But what?
Did I say that? But I didn't say that. That never came from my mouth.
Jordan, we was having a conversation about them. We can do that too.
But what makes it not facts? What makes it not facts when we talk about players of today? When we see that they're outmatched, and you have a superstar player by itself on a team, they get outmatched. And because this one single superstar doesn't beat this guy, you get mad at him. You want to tear him down, call him every name in the book. Hold on. I'm not saying you. I'm just talking in general. So when we talk about Giannis, I watched for 2 years. People tear this man down, talking about he ain't got a jumper, he won't win. They need to do this. He needs to be traded. Right? Hold on. I'm talking in general. I'm not talking about you personally because I don't even know y'all personally. When we talk about the James Harden, we've seen how he struggles sometimes, and CP3 getting injured on him. But we don't hear people saying, "Man, he couldn't win that year. CP3 got hurt." We hear he didn't get it done. He choked. He's bad in the playoffs. We don't hear all these excuses that y'all making up. All of a sudden, when it comes to Jordan, when he losing in the playoffs, right? Even when he has a Pippen on the roster, y'all instead of getting on Jordan, because at that time he was the vet on the team. He was supposed to make everybody else better. He was supposed to help get him over the hump. Instead of blaming the man who was supposed to get it done, y'all get to blaming Pippen, and y'all trying to find the water boy who didn't bring him his water cup. Y'all bringing everybody else name other than Jordan.
Lamar, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and that's great. You know what you're saying? When you why y'all don't blame Harden? Why you don't blame all these other people? Because I'm just saying
Harden ass nigga.
Because half of the time,
nigga, I blame him for that bullshit.
Because half of the time before the season starts, hold on. Half of the time before the season starts, they already put these teams as a time these teams could possibly be winning the championship. Them teams, when you talking about Jordan been on, you ain't never heard them say, "Well, when the season starts, this Bull team got an actual chance of winning the championship."
Oh, that's a lie. Wow,
hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Wow,
any team that James Harden, we can use any team that James Harden's been on since he left OKC. When we walk into the season talking about they were championship favorites.
You niggas are smoking fucking land, bro.
So you couldn't tell me when that Houston team, when he went down there with Chris Paul, they wouldn't say this was a good chance for them to actually get out of the Western Conference.
No, I wasn't that stupid. I told y'all the Lakers was gonna win, and them motherfuckers beat the brakes.
No, I'm talking before Bron got over there.
What you mean?
It was like either him and the Warriors. It was like, okay, this team possibly could be a team to beat the Warriors this time, but it didn't happen.
No, nobody said that.
No, I'm just saying a lot of people were saying that. I ain't saying you. I'm not saying you.
You said people were saying Houston could beat KD, Steph Curry, Clay, and Draymond.
Not that team. Not that team. Definitely not that team. Like the year before that.
What nobody said Houston could beat them motherfuckers, man.
Ain't nobody was saying nobody can beat them. Nobody thought Bron could have beat them. Shit.
Right.
Ain't nobody thought. And then when people always say Jordan didn't beat a team with 4 Hall of Famers and all this and that, well, what about that Lakers team? That Lakers team, even though we didn't know Vlade Divac was going to be a Hall
what is this narrative you saying, bro? Niggas had niggas out there that thought that the Rockets could have beat the Warriors. When they just had Steph, Clay, and just Draymond. Yes, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They thought they could have beat them then. Yes.
Even when they had Steph, Clay, and Draymond, That last year that they had Steph, Clay, and Draymond, everybody thought they was unbeatable because they went 73-9. Wasn't nobody picking no Rockets to beat them that
You
year.
niggas is liars.
Okay,
Y'all
and they
talking
had
about, man? They went 73-9. Nobody picked the Warriors.
Bro, nobody didn't know that before the season started. When Harden went over there,
They had 9 losses in the play. They was 15-9 in their playoffs, bro. When they had faced the Rockies, what's that with the Western Conference Final? What year?
All y'all have right now, y'all have the benefit of hindsight now.
Your whole logic
y'all
is
are playing Monday morning.
What round?
Your whole logic is what
Monday morning.
Them niggas matched out well.
Y'all saw the results, and now y'all trying to because you know the end
You a
result.
Kobe dick.
yeah, we know the end results now. Yeah.
Shut up,
Yeah.
nigga. You eat dick,
You
hoe
a
ass
Kobe
nigga.
dick rattle,
Talk
boy.
back in the
Working
background.
for your man.
LeBron, hoe.
Boy.
Hold up,
You
man.
you want to be Bronny, bitch. Fuck you
I don't
talking
even
about.
like LeBron like that. Watch your mouth, little nigga.
Bitch, you be sticking up for him like you
Man,
Savannah,
y'all
hoe.
niggas chill out. Fuck. What y'all don't hear me?
When do I ever stick up for
Yeah.
LeBron, goofy ass dude?
Man, listen. We talking about who we talking about?
Just nigga, you on drugs. What can we get to can we get back to the original topic?
Yeah, get back on the original topic, man. DeMar Derozen, man.
Yeah, that's who we fucking talking about.
No,
right,
DeMar
let's
DeRozan
get
would
to
have. DeMar DeRozan potentially could have been the GOAT of the '90s.
No,
Come on, man.
Nah, he would have been the second. He would have been the second best.
Bro, give me your plug phone number, man.
He would
like
have
I
been
said,
the second best.
this is sad.
Like I said, that nigga hard and lost, nigga. And they matched out well, nigga.
I know, but just like SFM, just like you were, just like you keep that energy with Harden. When we talk about Jordan, say fuck it. That motherfucker Jordan lost. Fuck all that other stuff. He didn't get the job
Come on,
done.
man.
That's what I want to hear.
Done, but he ended up
I want to hear
on,
that
man.
same energy. Keep that same energy when we talk about all these L's.
Okay, so why we focusing on what Jordan didn't do at first?
Because the last time I checked, Jordan is not 6-0 in the playoff. That motherfucker was getting wiped the fuck down in the 80s. The 80s, remember, y'all said in the 80s he was dominant. So I'm counting them years just like I count the 90s. Y'all said he was a superstar player, all-time great in the 80s. Mm-hmm. He's an 80s and 90s player. Well, let's count all them 80s years too when he was getting his ass.
Get his ass waxed by the Celtics.
Hey, Lamar.
What up, is that he end up winning?
What up,
But if the end result is that he end up winning, why are we focusing on when he didn't win?
What all-time great that ever played the game haven't got their ass kicked? Haven't had periods of time that they had to get their ass kicked first to learn how to win before they became.
We ain't had the media. We ain't had the media hiding certain. We ain't had the media hiding certain players' mishaps from us.
If they talk about it every fucking day.
Herm. Well, if you let Jordan fans tell you it was Jordan who was flawless.
Come on, man.
We don't think he was flawless.
Cap.
Oh, y'all lying y'all ass off. Nobody think he was flawless, bro.
Y'all was lying y'all ass off.
Nobody thought he was flawless, bro.
You trying to tear down his legacy
And all the non-MJ lovers, all they can say is, "Oh, but he wasn't winning back then." That's all they can say. That's y'all only argument.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
What is a non-MJ? What is a non-MJ lover?
Yeah, how can you be a non-MJ?
Well, there's a lot of people that don't like MJ
now. Anti-George Rose. Can I get an honest assessment from Michael Jordan?
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me let Herm go, and then I'm gonna go back to Hitman after Herm. Go ahead, Herm.
At the end of the day, y'all, when it came to Michael Jordan had to get his ass kicked. He had to crawl before he walked. He came in a little cocky. He didn't trust his teammates. So what hurt him in the beginning, especially for 84 to 88, basically when Pippen came in, before Pippen came in, that nigga didn't use his teammates. He didn't trust his teammates. So with him being like that and putting everything on his shoulders, he kept getting his ass kicked over and over and over again. And Doug Cousins able that nigga to do what the fuck he want because he didn't have the nuts to stand up to the nigga. So Jordan had to suck his pride up and had to realize I'm gonna keep getting my ass kicked if I don't elevate these other niggas, if I don't play team ball, if I don't listen to my coach trying to get me to buy into an offense. Jordan had to crawl before he walked. And most great players, well, Magic came in winning, so I really can't put him in there, but most all-time greats had to crawl before they walk. All of them did.
That's true. But Herb, you are 100% correct when you say that. Now, that same look again, and all I say is that same energy when we say crawl before you walk, and we understand that people gonna go through possibly a decade of growing pains before they actually win. When we had these conversations, like when I was talking about Luka, and I'm talking about his potential greatness. What's the first? This is a third-year player, and people are saying, "Oh, he can't win in the playoffs." Well, we all understand that you got to crawl before you walk, right? Okay, but that energy wasn't there when we talk about even when we talk about these other players. When it's LeBron or it's Harden players, look, people get on KD, Russ, and Harden for losing that finals early on in their career, but they was crawling. They hadn't even learned how to walk yet, but we don't give them that energy. We don't give them that same excuse, that cop out, understanding they was young. We just get on them because they lost. And the primary reason why we get on these players, especially from my perspective, is because they didn't beat LeBron, and people are holding that against them.
Okay, but again,
Harden didn't beat LeBron in 2020. They mad, so he's a failure. Russell Westbrook didn't beat LeBron, so he's a failure. These players, it generally happens to the guys that don't beat LeBron.
Come on,
there's always some extra cap on their law.
DeMar so looked at it so.
Oh yeah, hold on. Kawhi Leonard was supposed to be, because Kawhi Leonard was supposed to be the savior. He was supposed to be the savior. People shitting on Kawhi Leonard for an entire year because they lost to Denver, because that was the year that the Clippers actually had the team where they could have held their own and possibly beat LeBron. But Kawhi Leonard took heat for a whole year because he didn't beat LeBron.
Nah, you deserve that shit.
He deserved it, but what I'm saying is primarily heat. It was primarily heat because he didn't do his job and beat LeBron.
Yeah, so LeBron, you just get to the Western Conference Finals. But niggas need to understand. Period. Always trying to point out all that negative shit when it comes to a player, especially early in their career. We got to look at it as growing pains. LeBron had to crawl before he walked. Hold on. We got Elijah back. Hold on, y'all. Y'all remember Elijah, man. Elijah came in and cooked everybody the other day, man. We got to let him cook, man. Elijah is back, man. I've been waiting for him to pull up, man. Where you been at, Elijah?
I've been chilling.
Man, how you been? What you got on this conversation, man? We started off going, saying, basically making the argument that Michael Jordan is a glorified DeMar Derozen.
How can somebody that's superior be glorified to someone that's inferior? That's not possible. You got it backwards.
You got a better era in a better era, man. Come on, man.
What's a better era?
What?
What's a better era? Now is a lot worse. A whole lot worse.
Thank you.
It's only two great eras.
No.
It's only two great eras.
Now's a lot worse era.
Stop there, bro.
Hold up.
Hold on, let Elijah cook.
The 80s were better than the 90s.
Can y'all let him cook?
Way better than the 90s.
You might not agree with him, but we gotta let him cook so we can have a
let him
conversation.
cook. Let him get his premise out, man.
80s to 2000 was the best time in basketball because
that's too long.
I'm not doing this for you. 80s and the 90s was the best time in basketball because you had people.
Renegade, man, shut up.
Man, you can't take 2 decades, man. Fuck out of here, man. I don't want to hear that.
Man, who the fuck you want to do about that? He can take 2 decades if he wants to, nigga.
Man, bullshit,
Renegade, just let him finish, Renegade, man. Please let him finish, Renegade.
During that time, you had 2-parent households, and the mama was cooking.
God.
Nowadays, you got kids eating 3 meals after McDonald's drive-thru, so the bodies aren't as big and strong as they were in the 80s and 90s, and the hand check actually was a good defensive move because it slowed people down. Now, if you had somebody like Shaq in this era, Shaq would average 50 points. Michael Jordan would average 50 points a game in this era. The players are a whole lot weaker, and people think that the players are better because they shooting all these jumpers. No, they shooting all these jumpers because they can't play the man's game and body bang in the paint and play booty ball and be big and strong. They're not strong enough to play in the 80s and the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. But hold on, Elijah. Can I ask you one question? Elijah, but hold on, Elijah.
The weight average higher now than that back then.
Hold on, but Elijah,
what average is higher?
Hold on, but
Bro,
Elijah,
how the fuck is hand checking a good defensive move? That's for niggas that can't guard nobody.
Yeah, that is true.
Man, if you a hooper, you been hand checking your whole life, even before even the pros have.
Your hands
hand check.
is a foul.
Your hands
Bro,
don't.
stop it, bro.
As a defender, your hands don't get. As a defender, your hands don't get in front of a man. Foot movement does. Now, when a player is faster and you put your hand and you hand check him, what that means is you slow him down. It's like a stiff arm in football.
It's like a built-in foul.
It's not a foul, bro. It's not a foul.
You niggas is not hoopers.
It's a foul nowadays.
But Elijah,
you cannot.
Hold on, SFM. Hold on.
You niggas.
Hold on. Elijah. So Elijah, how come instead of hand checking, how come they just did say over the summer, get faster, get stronger, and be able to slide and beat these guys instead of hand checking?
That's exactly what they did. That's how Michael Jordan overcame the Pistons. He got in the weight room. You guys, I heard you talking earlier. What were the Jordan rules? Let me tell you what the Jordan rules were. The Jordan rules were to force Mike into the middle to the help, and when he comes in the middle, everybody knock him on his ass. That's the Jordan rule. And so, as a result, he figured that out and got got in the weight room. Can I finish? 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 Can I finish?
Hold on, Elijah.
He got in the weight room. He got in the weight.
Elijah, why you can't listen?
Hold on, Elijah. You can't lie and say the Jordan rules was fouling. The number one Jordan rule.
Y'all niggas gotta stop.
The number one Jordan rule. This is a teaching moment. The number one Jordan rule. This was the first rule. When on the wings, push Jordan to the elbow and don't let him drive baseline. That's a strategy. That's not fouling. That was the number one rule. The number two rule is when he's on top, influence him to his left. Why? He's a right-handed player. He's dominant when he goes right. That was the number two rule. All right. The number three rule. The number three rule is when he got the ball on the low post, trap him from the top. Those are the three Jordan rules. Did you hear anything about fouling this man? The thing about fouling him was a myth. It was a complete myth, right? It was a complete myth. And it just happened because the Pistons had a lot of physical defenders and they didn't give a fuck about giving out hard fouls. Fouling was not any of the Jordan rules. So let's stop the cap, man. The Jordan rules, because when you say it was just fouling, what you essentially do is you take away from the defensive greatness of that Piston team. That Piston team actually came up with they came up with a great strategy to slow them down, but because you see the few highlights of a few hard fouls, you think that's what the Jordan rules were when they actually had a great defensive strategy.
Watching ass niggas.
Come on, man. Let's not cap. Let's not cap about the Jordan rules.
Hey, could I just?
That sounds good. What was the Pistons? What was the Pistons? Let me give you the main fact. What was the Pistons' nickname?
Bad boys, man. Come on, man.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So they weren't a great defensive team. They weren't a great defensive team because again, if you look at the media during that time,
brought up a nickname.
That team was given like a black cat label by the media because it was full of a lot of black athletes. Because the Celtics actually did more hard fouling than the Pistons, but because it was more white athletes, they didn't put that label on.
Right.
Just like Larry Bird was able to walk into the locker room without shaking hands, but it ain't on the media. But when Isaiah Thomas and them do it, they bad players and they bad sportsmen and all that stuff. But when Bird and them did it, nobody said that. Come on, man. Let's stop the cap, man.
But Lamondo, I did see on Netflix, they do have a documentary of the Detroit Pistons. All of them talking about saying our rule was to knock Jordan on their ass.
When you take
them
documentaries, take the documentaries. Now, if you get one of them players and say, how much of what you said did they chop and screw to make it sound like this is what you were saying? Them documentaries never pan out to be what the players actually saying. They chop and screw it up to push the narrative.
But they said that on several other documentaries.
So go listen to John Sally. Go listen to what some of these players say individually outside of them documentaries, and they say something completely different.
Different things almost every.
Sally's a buddy of mine.
Check and see what them dudes on the Last Dance was saying. Like Man, up, man, they ain't
Exactly.
even. They took out half of what they took out 90% of what I was saying, man. Come on, man.
Exactly. Why you think
Y'all
Craig
niggas basing y'all
Hodges,
basketball narratives
Craig
off of 30
Hodges
for
and all
30.
those guys were pissed off because it got chopped and screwed up?
Right.
You making my point.
What? How?
Because they cut out the main point, which was knock him on his ass. Them dudes, the Bulls and Pistons.
Hey, bro, your ass is freestyling, bro. You straight laugh.
But Isaiah Thomas didn't say that
shit in the
they took out the part of the
documentary,
Jordan rules in his documentary. He's been on interviews since the Last Dance.
Look, the Pistons fouled everybody hard, not just Jordan.
Right.
Come on, they were just a team. They fouled like
Everybody wasn't averaging 35 and 40 points on them.
Come on, man.
Mike was.
But we're not saying Jordan wasn't a great scorer. I give him that. But the Jordan rules did not consist of foul Jordan. That's not a good defensive strategy. That's stupid. They had a real
not in the 80s.
Hey, Lamont, why you got this lying ass nigga on the internet?
That's what I'm saying.
Lying ass nigga back here again.
So you want to put MJ at the free throw line?
Elijah cool. He cooking.
30 for 30, nigga.
Elijah cool. He cooking it.
Man, Elijah funny as hell, man.
These niggas don't know basketball for real.
That man Elijah funny as hell. I love you, man.
I just don't know when the Jordan rules turn into just foul Jordan. When you talk, but then you flip it around and say the Pistons at that time would.
No, I never said just foul Jordan.
If you have to foul somebody, that's not good defense. I'm not going to label you one of the greatest defensive teams of all time. When to stop a player, you only thing you can do is foul him. That's not.
No,
good
it wasn't foul. It was hand check and shoulder check. It was physicality.
That's not what it was.
Wait a minute. You contradicted yourself.
The whole league played that way. It wasn't just rules.
The whole league played that way.
Everybody played that way.
Thank you.
Why are we saying
That's true.
that this dude got some type of treatment that every other player that played in that generation didn't get? This nigga went and bitched. That's why the rules are what they are now. But nobody wants to say that.
Cry, baby.
I don't think Jordan was Jordan crying about it.
Yeah,
man. What you mean?
The commissioner complained about that.
Listen, I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn.
This bitch ass nigga took out a full ad in the paper to say the way that they play basketball, they were thugs to try to condemn these dudes.
That's why they ain't shake his hand.
Learn, okay. As a youngin, I don't know what happened that era. I wasn't even born during that time. Okay.
But see, niggas won't tell you the truth. See, Elijah won't tell you that shit.
I was always under.
Well, the league went away from physicality because to sell more tickets and to get more viewers, you see more scoring. That's why the NFL went away from being able to hit the receiver, being able to hit the receiver.
No, he's 100% right, which makes you 100% motherfucking hypocrite. Because I just say and heard you talk about how soft these niggas is. But
Man,
you just now said the league went away from that shit.
I said this era is soft. I didn't say 80 through 2000.
These niggas today, I'm gonna tell you something. They will crush them niggas of our day, bro. They bigger, they faster, and they stronger. And if
they are not bigger.
Yes, they are. Are you serious?
Have you ever been to an NBA game in the past?
You crazy ass
bro?
Years, bro?
Are you tripping?
Know what talking about, bro.
Bro,
okay,
bro, what 6'6" point guards did you see running around back then?
Come on, Magic Johnson was 6'9".
One at a time, y'all. One at a time, please.
Why come a motherfucker like Gilbert Arenas, and I quote, I don't know why I was scared of Gary Payton when I got in the NBA. He was a little dude. I was like, after a while, I was just like, man, fuck, this dude little. I just backed him down and put that fucking work on him.
That is true.
Why you got players in the early 2000s calling these niggas small?
Because it was the myth around these players that the myth that they were just like these unstoppable forces defensively.
Yeah, you got it. Like the dude in the chat said, you got a nigga as big as Karl Malone dribbling the fucking basketball today.
No, you don't.
Yes,
No,
you
you
do.
don't. No, you don't.
Are you tripping?
You got
Exactly, and that's why.
No, you don't, bro.
Elijah, do you watch basketball, bro? You know, Joe.
Hold on, we got Dub Gotti in here.
And Elijah ain't watched basketball.
You have nowhere near as many big men as you had as you did
DeMarcus
back
Cousins
then.
in his
Nowhere
prime
near.
was a threat.
Hey, that's a good comment, dude. Hey, Elijah.
Hold on, y'all. Let me.
Elijah, who the fuck would guard Giannis in the 90s, bro?
Nobody. Ain't nobody guarding.
Hold on.
Giannis.
He said Luke
Ain't
Longley.
nobody guarding Giannis. Ain't nobody guarding KD. Ain't nobody guarding LeBron.
Hold on.
I don't know what y'all gonna do about any of them.
Yeah, that's true.
They wouldn't.
Curry.
They wouldn't be able to stand. They would not be able to stand the physicality of the 80s and 90s.
Hold on.
None of those
Let me
guys.
say something real quick.
Hold on. My question would be, I'm gonna let Dub Gotti go. I'm gonna add on to what he just said.
Let me hear your question.
My question will be, how would they be able to stop him, especially in an era with illegal defense, and you couldn't use no zone principles.
No zone.
Oh because the only way teams stop Giannis and LeBron, they zone up. They zone up.
Even on top of that, obviously LeBron.
No, they wouldn't.
Go ahead, Dub Gotti. Let me let Dub Gotti go.
Let me say
those
this.
guys are easily stopped in the 80s and 90s.
To put it in perspective,
Hold on, y'all.
Let Dub Gotti go. You're talking about the Jordan rules and what they did to Jordan to stop him, right?
Right.
Out of Jordan's own mouth, he said the two things that he changed about himself is he added weight and he learned how to trust his teammates, right?
Yeah.
So tell me this. If Jordan came in at 200 pounds, added about 15 pounds to get to 215, that's what he said in the last dance, which I think they're going to do with LeBron. Because LeBron came in at 250, 6'8". What they going to do with Giannis? Neither one of those guys have trouble trusting their teammates.
Both of those guys are soft.
No, they not.
No, what? Giannis, this is crazy.
First of all, LeBron and Giannis
would beat the shit out
of Lambeer.
Those two guys wouldn't start.
Hey, y'all gotta go one at a time, man.
Lamar, is he tripping?
Okay,
the only person that got a chance is Rodman. If it's not Rodman, everybody else is barbecue chicken. Like, that's it.
Well, first of all, no one player is gonna stop any of those guys. I don't care who it is. No Rodman, no Pippen. You're gonna need a zone concept. You're gonna need a team strategy, just like the Pistons did. Like the Pistons even understood that to stop Jordan, even at that time, it takes a team. Even Joe Dumars, as great of a defender as he was not stopping Jordan. So they had to come up with a team strategy to say this is how we're gonna slow him down. Now, this is the same thing they do with LeBron, the same thing we saw the Miami Heat and other teams do with Giannis. Right? We've seen that. But the thing is, if you're talking about strictly in the 90s with this illegal defense and teams gonna put you on an island and you got to guard Giannis one-on-one. Man, come on, man. Them dudes would have been looking crazy than a motherfucker.
Them dudes would have shut him down.
Hey, imagine KD. Imagine what KD would do to 90 spacing. They wouldn't even know what to do.
Could I say something for a second?
Go ahead.
If I've heard me say this, I've said this on multiple streams so far, or multiple of these live streams I've been on. When it comes down to when people say shit about my era, this era, that era, and shit like that is just a bunch of irrelevant talk. All you can do is play in the era that you play in. So all these hypotheticals about how somebody will play in a certain era, that shit don't matter. Let's just focus on what the player did in their respective eras. Like
honestly,
that's all we should.
Is hypothetical.
That's what I'm
saying. To me, it's just a fun conversation to have. Like
the more you focus on that, the less we get away from this silly conversation.
But you know what though? Any game plan like is hypothetical. So what I'm saying is, if I'm game planning, if I'm a coach, if I'm looking at how 90 teams operate, and if I have a bunch of players from today, and I'm looking at how those teams operate, I'm gonna feel good as a coach going up against what those teams do, because I know what I do best is going to destroy what they're limited on. Because in the 90s, they were limited defensively by the rules, limited because they couldn't use creative defenses to stop great individual forces like a LeBron or Giannis, or these guys who are like freight trains going to the rim.
Yes,
Right?
they could.
They
weren't limited. They weren't limited.
The illegal defense limited these teams severely.
Right, come on, man.
No, it didn't. All illegal defense was
It did.
what you had.
It really did.
When
It
you
really
were
did.
when
What are you talking about?
No, it didn't.
I mean, the main reason
illegal
why I limited them
defense
because they
meant
couldn't do
that
zone.
when you are off the ball,
come on, man.
There's too many people talking, y'all. I can't hear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta. That's my next station, bro. Dude, old man, talk.
huh? What'd you
Go
say?
ahead, Elijah.
Go ahead, old man.
Your mama's pussy's an old man.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
That shit definitely ain't funny. That shit definitely ain't funny.
Yeah, let's not do the mama.
Illegal defense.
Let's not do that. Let's not do the mama jokes, man. Yeah, because some people mamas passed away and stuff. Let's not do that because we don't know
Nah,
what
if you
people
gonna do it, make that shit funny, but that shit was corny.
Nah, well, let's just keep that out of it.
No, it wasn't a joke, so it wasn't corny.
That's why, bro. It was just.
Come on, y'all.
Anyway, what
was you about to say though?
All illegal defense was if you're weak side and if you're 2 passes away, you cannot have your foot in the lane to help. That's all it meant. But there was more creativity. There was more creativity in the 80s and 90s. You could still double team. You just couldn't sag and help.
Ass nigga still talking. Shut your
This nigga don't know basketball, bro.
Been lying all fucking night since you got on here.
Hey, you two niggas, you go finish fucking your mama and sucking your daddy.
God damn.
I already did, nigga. I knew it was on, so I fucked my mama before I came. Get some new shit, nigga.
That's what I'm saying. Yo,
Get your lying ass out of here. I couldn't even just listen to the stream tonight.
You
This
too
nigga
old
start
for that
lying.
shit, man.
Nah, you couldn't zone though. You had to be committed to it, man. That's the problem.
Man, that nigga funny. Where y'all find him at?
Yeah, it was like an invisible bubble, like with you and your man that you really couldn't leave.
Nigga don't know basketball.
Hold up, bro.
Nigga get his shit off 30 for 30.
Hey, that's Elijah, nigga. He was a NBA scout, NFL scout, professional bodybuilder. What else on this resume? What else that nigga tell us?
Oh, he said he knew John Sally today.
Yeah. This nigga.
Yeah, quit messing with Elijah, man.
That nigga 70 years old going through a midlife crisis. Get his goofy ass out of here.
Oh man, y'all is crazy, man.
I don't know what's going on with that broke ass phone, but he in the dark every time he called. Nigga, turn your camera off. You in the dark.
I'll be killing Elijah, man. He be coming in with the facts too.
Yeah.
Oh man, facts.
Hey, I wasn't even gonna come on tonight, Lamont. I was just gonna listen.
What's going on, Lamont?
Oh, Cube, the GOAT, man. What's good, man?
Hey, that dude said he owned multiple McDonald's franchises.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I remember that.
Man,
he was an NFL scout, an NBA scout. He owned multiple McDonald's franchises. Probably owned Wingstop. He did everything.
That nigga live in a halfway house. Get the fuck out of here.
But Bees, what are your thoughts on that comparison in the title of the video?
What's this? Jordan is basically a glorified version.
There is no comparison.
Their games are similar.
I thought he was trolling or something.
No, they games are similar. I mean, I if you probably set DeRozan down, that's probably who he idolized.
That's facts. It's a mentality thing. That's the big difference between those two.
But
Jordan got a slight edge on defense. That's
not slight. He's a way better defender.
There's no slight edge.
You think so?
No slight edge. It's a big edge.
Yeah, it's a big difference there.
Neither one of them niggas could shoot outside of 17 feet, so it's pretty close.
That is true.
Yeah, but one way bigger than the other.
No,
I will say this.
they like the
DeMar
same size,
DeRozan,
right?
But I think
DeMar
DeRozan,
DeRozan got more of a handle.
but
He got
I
more
He
think
of a
might be like an
grab.
inch, maybe an inch.
Rosen like 240.
no, I think DeRozan.
You don't
I
know
think
damn
DeRozan
240.
got cheated,
He's
bro.
6'8".
What you mean he got cheated?
DeRozan like 6'6".
Hold on, Bees. What do you mean by what you just said, Bees?
Well, what I mean is, LeBron was his nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron was getting the best of him, right?
Yep.
And would he lose 2-3 years in a row to LeBron?
Yep.
And they got him up out of there. Instead of allowing that man to grow and to overcome the struggle. See, if we would go back in Mike's career and we watch him get his ass busted by Larry Bird and by the Pistons, he was able to overcome. DeRozan didn't really get that opportunity.
Took him about 6
John
years.
Warren in the chat. Shut the hell
I'm
up.
all about to say he played with the Raptors.
Hey, somebody has some paper rattling in the background. Can you mute your mic, man?
I'm being honest because in 18, when they lost to LeBron, they had the far superior team. That was more of a mental thing than anything.
Yeah, that was like
Nah, Bron had their heart.
Who had a far superior team? What are you talking about?
Nah, you talking about Toronto.
Hey, look.
2018.
Look, because and Bees is right. Hey, look, y'all, Bees is right because when Jordan in 1988, things were going so bad for the Bulls with Jordan, and the narrative around Jordan and all he was able to do was score and not win was getting so bad. He almost got traded to the Clippers for the number 1 and number 6 draft pick. Close, extremely close to getting traded to the Clippers. There was another time he almost got traded for Terry Cummings. A lot of people don't know this. Bulls had to consider it because they weren't winning, but they allowed him to stick it out, go through the growing pains, and then ultimately got the right coach in. And that's part of having a good front office, good GM, and you kind of stay the course without panicking. Maybe if Toronto stays the course, maybe they have a bit more longevity because they actually lied to DeMar Derozen. They told him he was going to be long term, and as soon as they saw opportunity to get Kawhi Leonard, which it backfired on them, they got him. They won the chip, but now look at him. Ever since he left,
I mean,
they've been
but they did what they knew. They won a chip, Lamar. That's the whole point.
No, but they won a chip. But look what it cost. But look what it cost them, though. Look what it cost them.
They just got like a first top 5 pick.
No, hey, bro, the ends don't justify the means because whether
they won the chip. That's the whole point.
Whether DeRozan was on the team or Kawhi, they were the best team in the East in the 19.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this question.
No, because you're using that chip is bullshit.
No, let me ask you a question though. Can I ask you a question?
Let Bees finish and then you
can
go.
Okay, B, go ahead and finish. I'm gonna ask you a question.
We all knew, and we all still know that if Golden State's healthy, that shit's over in 4 games.
Okay. Can I ask this question now? If DeRozan was on that team, would he even made it past that Jimmy Butler 7-6s?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, they a better squad with DeRozan, man.
Man, why y'all capping right
DeRozan and Lowry got way more chemistry than Lowry and
Okay, now, okay, what they had Bucks.
Bro, why did
you missed Elijah.
Hold up, Q. Tell me what they did that they couldn't have done without Kawhi. They walled off Giannis.
Marc Gasol was a big part of that wall too.
But no fucking die. He was still on the team, nigga.
No, okay, but Marc Gasol wouldn't be there had that trade not went through.
What you mean?
Yes, he would.
Yes, he would.
Marc Gasol was already on the team.
It was a 1-for-1. It was a 1-for-1 trade anyway. It was Kawhi for the
Didn't Marc get traded later on?
Yeah, later on.
Yeah, but DeRozan still could have been on the team.
In 2020 or 2021, he got traded.
I know he would have. That would have went through.
No, not true.
They had a similar contract. There was nothing.
So you think they would have went after Marc Gasol with DeMar DeRozan still?
They could have.
Why not?
If they would have given,
but that's just so hypothetical. Like that's
there you go with the hypothetical.
That's all hypothetical.
Hold on. We gotta go,
bro. That's like
somebody has
I think they went after Marc Gasol. They had DeRozan.
Hold on. First of all, somebody has an
Marc Gasol already, dude. What are you talking about?
Bees. I think you got an echo, Bees.
No,
it's not Bees. It's somebody else.
It's not Bees.
Somebody got an echo, man.
Whoa.
We'll figure out who it is.
I don't understand your Marc Gasol argument. He's been on the Raptors for several years at that point.
No, he's saying that if DeRozan was on the team, they wouldn't have got Marc Gasol. That's what he's saying, but that's not true.
But is it false?
I mean, there's no reason they couldn't have gotten him with DeRozan. It's not like they was going to be over the salary cap. I mean, it didn't matter.
But would they have gotten him though?
If they needed him? I mean,
the salaries had to match in the trade.
Right.
So the trade brought you no more money than you had.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So your argument don't make sense, bro, because they would have got Marc Gasol regardless.
I don't believe they would have.
I mean, there's no way to tell.
I know there is no way to tell, but
the question was if
the question was would they have
DeMar,
been the Bucks or 76 with DeRozan?
I think so. I think they had a chance, and I don't think it should be easily,
I don't know, man.
Because I
it's
feel like the biggest
Kawhi,
thing was they had LeBron had a whammy. LeBron just had DeRozan head. Like, remember the year before that in the press conference after they lost, they said DeRozan was like, "Oh, if we had LeBron, we'd have won too." LeBron just has heart. I don't think nobody else had his heart like that.
Nobody else had it. Nobody else had it but LeBron. Because Toronto had no problem with anybody else.
They'd have made noise.
Now, they would have still lost.
Now, if they'd have still won,
they'd have
I don't know.
Lost to the Warriors without those injuries.
Okay, can I ask y'all a question as well? Part of this.
Yeah.
Has Toronto ever been a team of the 76ers Jimmy Butler caliber before, other than LeBron? Ever lost to a team or even beat a team?
I mean,
in the series.
They was number one in the league.
No, but did they beat a team of the 76ers type of caliber?
They never got a chance to prove that. They never got a chance to prove that. They never got a chance to prove that.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like how, like they didn't see that Bucks.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
But it doesn't prove or disprove the question. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Kawhi bring?
Kawhi was a defensive bull. He led the team in rebounds. He led. He led the Raptors in rebounds that year in the playoffs.
Young man, you need to listen to the fucking.
You're not listening to me, bro.
Hold on, let's go one at a time. Now, B, go ahead, and then we'll let them answer.
I'm going to use empirical evidence just like you. I just saw for 2 years that Kawhi wasn't a leader of a team. We've saw that for 2 straight years. We can't now. We can't go back and say he was the bus driver in Toronto. Well, why can't he do it in LA?
Yep.
He fell on his face. That tells you that team was already structured. That team already had a leader.
Shit, look at him for the next year. The year after that.
17-5 without the boy.
I mean, yeah, like he said. Like,
so I understand he's the big name on the team. But again, we all know they lose in 4 games if the Warriors don't have injuries.
Yeah,
I agree with that as well. I agree with that. I don't think 4, like 6,
maybe 5.
I say 6. I say 6 at the max. I'm not.
Think about what KD did for the little bit of time that he played that game.
But like we ain't about to act like Kawhi didn't go off that playoffs.
I mean,
act like this
we hold up. We gonna act like Pascal Siakam didn't go off.
We're not talking about.
You gonna act like Kyle Lowry didn't go off?
No, I'm not saying that. I said no. When have I discredited?
So don't act like Kawhi was the only reason that they won.
I never said that. Did I ever say that?
Nah, he never.
But you just said he went off.
I never said that.
But you just said he went off. It was other niggas that went out too.
Did I say that they didn't? I'm confused.
Okay, can you not see that he wasn't the only one that went off?
Did I say that he was the only one?
But you insinuated it though, right?
I didn't. He was talking about Kawhi, like he was talking about everybody else, like Kawhi wasn't the biggest factor in that team.
Man, nobody wanted about no key.
You know what though?
I think it's between, in my opinion, it's between Mark, Siakam, or Kawhi.
I can make an argument.
What's that argument?
You can make an argument because if Kawhi was that important, man, you can make an argument that if they don't have Fred VanVleet, they don't win that shit.
Nah, if they don't have any of them, they don't.
Hey, Lamont, you could do that with like 7 players in that team. Lamont.
That's what I'm saying because they really couldn't afford to lose. They needed all of those pieces to be hitting their stride at the right time.
Exactly. Then you forget about Danny Green. Fuck you, mean?
Danny Green was ass though in the finals. He won.
You can't win the chip without Danny Green.
That man, Danny Green, was nowhere to be seen in the finals.
Nah, I don't know about that. He really was. I mean, his defense.
Without Danny Green.
That man went AWOL conference finals and finals.
I guess.
What you mean? What you mean with the Lakers?
The last two series. No, I'm talking about like on the Raptors. Like he was shooting terrible. He wasn't shooting that good.
I mean, he was shooting, but he shoot bad because of his defense. He be having to play because niggas don't want to be the main dude on defense. He be wearing himself out on defense.
Nah, he gotta do both.
I don't know about that.
You gotta do both. That's what he's known for. His whole career.
That's his role. He got to play 3 and D.
Hey, real quick, Lamar, I want to say this, bro. Like, bro, this
Drew Holiday and he younger than Danny Green.
That's different. You can't compare them. I don't want to compare them.
They're the same type of nigga.
They're not the same type of player.
Who?
That's totally different.
Hold on, let me let Citizen Lou get his question out. Go ahead, Citizen.
I was gonna say, man, this title, bro. I mean, look, I'm not no '90s, cat, but bro, this ain't even a comparison, dog. Like,
it's not meant to be a comparison.
I got something for you, Lou. Hey, Lamont, you know what? You might be a little, because I said the same thing. I was thinking of another player, dog. What about this? That nigga Vince Carter with a mid-range game, nigga. How about that?
And some heart.
Who is Vince Carter with a mid-range game?
Nigga, he'll be Vince Carter with
Oh, you talking about DeRozan?
No, I'm talking about Jordan.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's not
athleticism.
Athleticism nigga with a mid-range, nigga. Vince Carter.
I don't think Vince
he ain't got the heart,
Jordan, bro.
Nobody
ain't got the heart.
compared to your fake Gilbert Kobe.
Because with the DeMar Derozen, with the DeMar Derozen thing, DeMar Derozen he never led the league in scoring.
I'm happy he off the Spurs. Celebrating when he went to the Bulls.
DeMar Derozen. I understand what he's saying. Because I was a nigga that said,
why y'all don't understand that, man? DeMar Derozen ain't got no outside shot. So does he?
He ain't got no defense either.
Man, when he left the Spurs, I was dancing.
You said so what? Renegade? You said so what? He ain't got no defense.
I think real talk. I think Jordan defense was kind of overrated, nigga. Who was he guarding? Bugsy Bowles? The fuck out of here, man.
It was not overrated.
Who the fuck was he guarding?
He was never
the best. Not. See, now you're going too far.
Who the fuck was he guarding?
I see what he's saying, but nah.
Man, like I see what you're saying, but DeMar Derozen ain't guarding nobody.
Who the fuck was Mike guarding? Bugsy Bowles, man. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Come on, man.
Fucking
bro, that's not even.
He wasn't even the best defender on his team. That was Scotty.
Okay.
All right, but
okay, what?
That doesn't discredit his defense.
Nah.
Who was he guarding?
Scottie Pippen might be the greatest perimeter.
They ain't have no damn. They ain't have no damn two-man all-stars in the 90s, but the Bulls and the fucking Utah Jazz, and the Utah Jazz got smacked by what?
Sonics.
60 points in the finals. Come on, man.
Y'all really,
man, hey, you sound like you a Jordan fan.
I'm not a Jordan. I'm a Spurs fan.
Hold on, fun fact. How many Hall of Famers have Jordan played against in the finals?
Yo, you want to know what's crazy? I made this list.
I don't know the exact number.
Not even 10.
Oh, I do.
It ain't more than.
I do. If you count Stockton and Karl Malone twice, nigga, it's 9.
Yep.
So it's basically fucking 5, nigga.
How many has he played in the playoffs?
Nigga, I ain't asked you the playoff. I said in the finals.
Let's just do the whole playoffs.
Like, no. What you playoffs for? The whole playoffs don't matter. I heard. It's all about the ring, right?
You gonna skip the whole route to the ring?
It's all about the ring, right?
Hold on, who said that? Who said skip the whole route to the ring?
Me.
Who said that?
I love watching the route, the journey to the ring.
Who said skip the whole route to the ring?
That what niggas doing now. They talking about. Don't worry about the regular season. Don't worry about what happened in the finals.
So because I told SFM this yesterday. Because again, see what Antisocial did. He just focused on the finals because this is just seems like when we in these conversations.
That's what niggas be talking about the most.
Y'all don't care about the journey there because if it was about the journey there, then y'all will have much more respect for LeBron.
I made that list earlier today. Like, if you're looking at competition from the Eastern Conference to the finals, like,
I've never discredited anybody's journey to a finals.
Three players that are standing alongside the players that LeBron played against in competition. I mean, you got Isaiah Malone and who was it? Barkley. Those are only 3 players that can stand with Steph, KD, Kawhi, Harden, Dirt.
Well, you got to go down a list of niggas. You got to say that. You got to say Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Monty. You got to go down the list, nigga.
I go down the list. Let me go down the list.
KG,
I wrote the whole list.
You got to go down the list.
So I got after Russ is Garnett, Dwight, Pierce, Allen, Kidd, Tony Parker, Clay.
You got to go down the list.
Ben Wallace.
You talk about LeBron James.
Manu. I'm saying it gets crazy, and I'm
we get it, man.
But nah, I feel like that's important. People really gotta understand. Like LeBron played Tim Duncan.
The man played in a great era. You
Tim
think
Duncan, he played Tim Duncan, KD, and Steph 3 times?
That's what I'm saying. You think Mike gonna come in this bitch and go 6-0 in this era? That's crazy.
I never said that. That's better than
but no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about anybody that thinks Jordan would just come into this era.
That was Elijah.
That's cap.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, we got one cool P in here. She slid in here. I didn't even realize it. What's good, one cool P?
Jordan.
How y'all doing?
Jordan ain't never had to rock with nobody like Timmy, KD, and Steph. It never happened.
Sexy don't feel so sexy today.
He couldn't.
Oh, let me come rub your stomach for you, babe.
No, that's okay.
Give you some Robitussin.
Silly. Ew.
What type of time are you on, man? What's up with you, man?
No, I'm sorry. I'm bummed. My aunt's funeral was today.
Oh.
So I've been busy for the last few days, y'all. That's why y'all haven't heard so much from me.
Ain't your party coming up, one cool P?
Yeah, Sunday. Yeah, I'm on an emotional roller coaster mess right now with everything that has happened.
You might want to cancel it then, love.
I can't do that. I got too much deposit money paid down on certain events that's happening.
Oh. Well, you can't be a hostess, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to work it out.
Oh.
Man.
Damn.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
Sorry to hear that, one cool P.
Man ain't got no pizza place open right now. What the fuck type of shit?
I appreciate it.
What is it?
You talking about pizza, nigga?
Wait, what the fuck? You online or something? Hungry as a motherfucker.
That nigga hungry as hell. That nigga got the munchies, huh?
Leave that weed alone.
Fuck. What type of?
Oh, they said.
Hey, Lamar, you been looking at the chat.
You said
So what's going on with y'all? Y'all debating again on Michael?
Man, all I said was
Jordan?
Kawhi was a big impact. I never said nothing about the rest of them Raptors. That's all I said. I swear.
Y'all can't beat Muggsy Bogues.
That's why I keep asking, dude. Like, bro, I understand Mike was great, dog, but I feel like Mike took advantage of an era, dog. That he just took the baton and he went off, dog. Like Magic got HIV, nigga had to retire. No, I'm just saying he called HIV, had to retire. Isaiah Thomas had to have career surgery ending. Larry Bird back.
Glenn Byers died.
That's what I'm saying. So like when
coincidence, what can
we can't hold that against Jordan though.
Like,
but now you push it in the context though.
I do not. Now you definitely right. Yeah, that's definitely facts because people do.
I ain't holding against him, but you
over his issues and act like they ain't never happened. You know what I'm saying? And act like he wasn't put in an ideal situation.
Man, you can
like
say,
a lot of
say a lot.
was.
You can say a lot for other players too when you won't put up the context.
Stop. Who? Like who?
I mean,
you can say a lot.
Like who?
I ain't gonna say who.
Then you factor in expansion teams in the 90s, nigga. Like who?
Expansion, exactly.
I ain't gonna say who. I'm gonna just say.
Nah, come on with it. Like who?
Matter of fact, people
could be put in context. I'm not going.
Man, listen, put it in the context, bro.
Jordan was making a play.
All I gotta say, if that ball headed dude wasn't in that corner. That's all I gotta say. I ain't saying nothing else.
Ball headed. I know you ain't talking. You talking about one shot.
Let's do this.
You
talking about Ray Allen?
What about?
You talking about one shot? What happened after that shot? They still had to go play the game.
See, this is why I want to see it.
They had another game to play after that.
You should have said it.
Exactly.
Hey, hold on. But what if John Paxson missed that shot?
What if Steve Kerr would have missed it? Exactly.
Hey, also, a dude did get suspended a game or two back in the 2016 finals. I ain't gonna say who his name was.
He shouldn't have Draymond got suspended for one game. Nigga, they still had 2 more to go.
Draymond shouldn't have swiped that bronze nuts.
What about 2015? Since we bringing up
2015, dirty ass nigga. They lose that year. What happened 2015?
What happened? You
He's
tell me.
Not a LeBron fan.
Warriors won 2015.
Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving was hurt, bro.
I know they was hurt.
Which means you don't got
2019. Guess what? 2019, the Raptors also got.
Hold on, so you think if Draymond would have stayed in there, they would have won that series?
They wouldn't have changed shit.
2019, hey, Raptors got an injury Warriors. 2020, COVID hit. It affected a lot. You know, a lot. Okay, you can say a lot of things.
Man, everybody went to that bubble on the all circumstances. I want to hear that bullshit.
I don't understand that bubble rate argument.
I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Nobody had any type of home court advantage.
Same circumstances. I don't want to hear that bullshit, man.
Nobody had a home court advantage.
See, this is why I didn't want to say nothing. That's why I want.
Nah, because certain things bullshit. That's why you don't say
nothing. No fans on your squad.
Hold on, let me ask some.
Marcus keep looking for pizza.
Marcus Kidd, what advantage or disadvantage?
Man, that shit
was there for playing in the bubble? Like, how was it?
I think a lot of players got rest. If I'm mistaken,
got what?
Oh my god!
So everybody got rest.
They had preseason.
No. Let's go with that. Now he right. They had a 3-month rest. Then what happened when they went in that bubble? They was playing every other fucking night for how long?
They do that every year. Your point?
No, the fuck they don't.
A lot of teams go back to back.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
The whole year?
Not the whole year, but
exactly, nigga. When they went in that bubble, nigga, they was playing every game every other night, back to back.
He said
preseason, regular season game.
He said Russ. I mean, a 36-year-old won Finals MVP.
3 month rest. That's a long rest, don't you think? It's a good.
Everybody got the same.
What are you trying to say?
Hold on, listen, man.
But Marcus, didn't that 3 month rest actually help teams with injured players get those guys back?
That's what I'm saying. I want basketball to just play. That's what I'm saying.
They did play
after 3 months.
Yeah, but but was it like less competition? Hold on, did they just like swap players out and bring a whole bunch of college and G League guys in or something? What'd they do?
No,
this ain't the replacements.
I mean, were they still NBA players?
Yes.
Were still superstars on the court? Was it still 10-foot rims on both sides of the court?
Of course.
Okay,
so what the fuck are you talking about?
So let me ask you this question. Was the bubble a major difference to the playoffs or not?
Dude, if you ever played basketball, you know that shit really ain't no big difference. Once you lock in,
you know why? Because if you hoop, when you hoop, you phase the crowd out anyway.
You in the hoop, bro.
Basketball,
you
gotta
phase that out. Most NBA players,
it's me in the hoop and the ball. That's it.
This is why when you go to NBA games, it feel like the players are ignoring you because they have to tune that out to focus on the game.
Think about what Kobe did to Chris Rock. He blocked that nigga out. I ain't even hear him talking.
A lot of NBA players,
bro. That's a film, bro.
If anything, dog, it was more wearing on them dudes than anything, nigga. It was 3 months. Them dudes had pressure built up,
bro.
Dog.
That's a film, bro. I'm not about to read that.
I'm saying, like, that's what
I'm saying. Dudes had pressure built up. Them dudes
I'm not reading that.
Nigga was trying to stick us in the bubble. Fuck you mean?
I'm saying if it's easier to play with the fans, ain't it harder to play with the fans as well because you ain't got the fans on your squad if you ain't got
it's a neutral playing field.
Yeah, it's a neutral playing field. This thing is home field advantage and that shit, bro.
It depends on the person. It depends on the person.
If anything, Miami had more
it depends on the person.
Miami had the most.
Lakers was number 1 seed, right?
Some people might play.
No. Listen.
Can y'all go one at a time, man?
Some players. Can I say something? Some players feed off that energy, off that crowd. Some players don't. Some players love it when there's silence.
But that's not an excuse, though.
But that's
I'm not saying it. Did I say it?
You got a point, but you can't use that as an excuse for a reason.
I'm not saying that's an excuse.
Another team didn't win. You feel what I'm saying?
But it is though. It is an excuse.
I didn't say it was.
It's like
you trying to make an excuse, but it sounds like
I know. I'm not trying to make.
I'm just
the
bubble.
That's a Skip Bayless take.
You saying the bubble? They had rights. They had this. They had that. You saying it? You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying
to what people saying.
Why is you saying it's not an excuse? Why are you making an excuse?
Right.
Yeah, you weird, dog.
Bro, all I said was, did the bubble make a big difference to the playoffs?
No.
That's what we want you to.
Everybody was healthy,
bro.
There's everybody wants you to Mickey
If
Mouse
anything, that's harder for them dudes, man.
Hey, shout out the dude in the chat. He said that
the
niggas
bubble made no difference. I guess.
Only reason why people complain about the bubble is because LeBron won.
Exactly.
LeBron would have lost. Hey,
the Clippers would have won. We would have never won nothing.
I would have still. I actually would have.
Think about how happy everybody is. Think about how happy
y'all go one at a
Giannis.
time. Go one at a time.
I'm not, bro. People like.
I got Dub got it.
Hold on. Think about how happy people is for Giannis. Think about all the shit that went wrong this year. Actually, more shit went wrong this year than last year. Everybody was fucking hurt this year. But everybody happy for Giannis though, like you know what I'm saying? Like let's be real here.
So I was so about to ask you. So are you putting the asterisk by Giannis title?
No. That's injuries happen in basketball.
Exactly.
Are you putting the asterisk on 2020?
No.
But you putting the asterisk on the bubble though.
I never did. I
you
say
putting
it.
You being disingenuous now, bro.
You just went down all the reasons you put the asterisk by.
I never.
Niggas always implicating.
I
what
never
you
said
talking
I'm
about? Like,
I'm never. Listen, can I say something?
I don't say. I'm not saying.
Can I say something?
Now you're a liar right now.
Can I
You're a
speak
liar
something?
right now, bro.
Can I state something?
Real quick,
you been stating stuff all night, bro.
I said
let
I
him
never.
talk, let him
Listen,
talk, Lou. Let him
listen, I
talk.
never said I'm putting an asterisk. I never said that. I said that the bubble obviously made a difference. And my team was the Spurs. Thank you very much.
Oh, so y'all.
That answers it then.
There it is.
I bet you'd have been real happy to be in
There
that
it
bubble.
is.
Shit.
I'm happy LeBron won. I'm happy he overcame it.
No, you're not.
Overcame what?
Man, no, you're not. You don't sound happy at all.
Overcame what?
You probably
That's how I know.
You sound sick.
The only person you'd have been more to think about is Kawhi. That's probably the
I'm mad. I'm mad Kawhi didn't get his ring, but I'm not sick.
Oh, he won't get another one. Don't worry.
That nigga, no the fuck, that nigga ain't gonna get not a nail nutter.
He not getting no more, no time.
He gonna get another ACL.
Not a nail nutter, unless that nigga get another ACL, nigga. What the fuck he do?
A bionic leg when I'm turning.
Yeah, that nigga gonna have to get some bionic legs or something.
Kawhi, I don't know how that's funny, but I don't
give a fuck, nigga, unless that nigga
Drake video.
I'm trying to figure out how that's funny.
You don't know that nigga. Man, you act like that's your homeboy. You don't know him.
No, that's a human being, bro. What you talking about?
Man, fuck that nigga. Fuck you, mean?
Wow.
We ain't trying to be funny about it, but he gonna be
nigga a millionaire, boy. Fuck that boy.
Man, I don't care. I'm happy LeBron won. I didn't like that Warrior stuff. That just made me disgusted watching that happen. But
that nigga can't even do a decent Tootsie Roll, nigga. Hell no. Get the fuck out of here.
Man, what's wrong with you today?
Out of here.
What you got against Kawhi, brother? What you got?
Kawhi.
Man, I just think he overrated. That's all.
He's not overrated.
And you want to know what's funny? I remember before they lost to the Nuggets, I was on a pod with my boys, man. And I said he overrated.
That nigga you talking about? Came into the league in the best situation, nigga.
If he won a championship, he'll be on the level.
Because of that one ass game that Jaja stepped under his foot on, niggas think that just because it was up 20 points in that one ass game that
they was not beat no KD Warriors, dog.
Man, them boys ain't beating the chef back.
I don't think they were. I never said the Spurs were going to beat that team.
Man, listen, hold up. Why y'all always say, "Oh, I didn't say that," nigga? Everybody on your side say the same thing.
But am I everybody?
You want to know why?
The only one on your side that wasn't going to say the same thing as every fucking body else.
I never said that. I never said that is in the LeBron hater starter pack. That's what they do. When it's time to pull the receipts and you be like, didn't you say this? They be like, I never said that. I never said this. I never said this.
What
I never said it was
you
going to
have
lose
me
to
of
this
saying
team.
that the Kawhi would have won
I ain't talking about you
that
specifically,
Warriors.
but I'm talking about your con. I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. I'm about to say because I never
talking about your con.
Recall me ever saying that.
I ain't got no problem with Kawhi, dog. My only knock on Kawhi is this. I just seen niggas go to franchise and build franchises up. That nigga ain't never did that, fam.
Never.
Every franchise he ever went to was already championship made, nigga. It was already.
No, he blew a 3-1 lead. He went on his way to do shit.
He didn't blow it. The team did.
No, he blew it.
No, he ain't got no responsibility. Oh my god,
he was a part of it.
Did you see how he played? Did you see how he
played? Yeah, you saw he did that.
Oh my god! Why did you do that? Why did you say, "Oh no, he didn't do it"? The team,
his team.
That's
weak.
You bro, don't do it now. No.
You can't
literally just said that. Just came out your mouth, bro.
I said,
but hold on. He didn't lose a 3-1 lead, but Ray Allen had to save LeBron James' career with the shot in the corner.
See how they do it. See how they double talk.
So he just wasn't doing what he got paid to do, right?
But no speak of what LeBron did in the fourth quarter to bring them back.
Exactly.
That don't mean nothing.
See how hypocritical you sound, dog?
Not all that don't. You can score 100 points if you missed a game-winning shot, and then another man.
Well,
got
he made
It wasn't a game-winning shot, bro.
It was a game-tying shot. Fuck you mean?
Did LeBron not have 16 points in the fourth quarter
Who
and
missed
the
the
three
game-time
before?
shot?
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Before Ray Allen
Hold on, let me ask you a question. All you remember is that shot. What happened after the shot? They had to go to overtime. What LeBron had in overtime?
That shit been erased.
What LeBron doing in overtime?
I don't want to talk about it.
What he doing?
y'all want to talk about it.
See, that's that bullshit I be talking about. Now you don't want to talk about it. Oh yeah, all right, but you know Ray Allen hit the shot though, huh?
I don't want to talk about it, man.
What happened in Game 7? How Tim Duncan missed that bunny? How Tim Duncan missed a layup?
Tim Duncan missed the bunny.
Duncan missed a layup.
That's some Skip Bayless takes, dog.
Exactly, Skip Bayless. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's some Skip Bayless takes. That's all that is.
Brian accounted for 22 points in that fourth quarter. Man, I'm holding my Tim Duncan jersey right now. Leave me alone, man. And burn that shit.
Man, Tim Duncan,
Timmy that dude, but let's keep it crispy because he did miss that layup. You know what I'm saying?
Leave me alone, man.
Come
man.
on.
Talk about my man Tim.
Why
Manu did miss that free throw. Kawhi.
Skip Bayless said it was psychologically
Lucky Mike said Tim Duncan in his prime, man.
on that last play in the game.
That's what you should be lucky about. You're lucky Mike didn't catch Tim in his motherfucking prime.
Man. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
That nigga wouldn't be 6-0 if he would have called Timmy, nigga. Fuck you mean?
What you mean, man? What you talking about?
Come on, man. Come on, you know that, man.
No,
that nigga played Sean Kemp and Gary Payton in the fucking finals.
Come on,
Clyde Drexler, whoever the fuck else he had on his team.
All little guys, man. Come on, man. Clyde Drexler. Come on, man.
Nigga played Charles Barkley, no defensive having ass.
Come on, man.
You know what's crazy though? The Spurs franchise started to kick off when
Charles
Jordan
Barkley only 6'4".
No, he like 6'6", 6'5", something like that.
That man, and play a lick of defense
though.
Come on, man.
He like 6'5". He ain't like 6'6". He ain't 6'4". That's way too small.
Man, look, man. The boy didn't move on defense. He didn't even try to move. Like, come on, man. No playmaking. Come on, man. What you mean?
Hold on. We got Sonny. Look at what Sonny says. Sonny says LeBron played with the second best shooter ever. But y'all know one thing. Jordan played with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr percentage.
Who the second best shooter ever?
He's talking about Ray Allen.
He like fourth best.
But percentage wise, Michael Jordan.
Ray Allen. That's what we're talking about.
Michael Jordan played with the best 3-point shooter of all time.
Steve Kerr. Thank you.
Right.
Niggas don't want to say that though because why? It'll go against him having help on his team.
And Steve Kerr also made big shots because there was a game. There's multiple games people forget against the Pacers in that game 7 on that jump ball at the end of the game with about 3 minutes to go when it looked like the Pacers were about to take over and take control of the game on that jump ball. Who got that jump ball and hit a clutch shot to really put the Bulls in a situation where they could take advantage of that game because they were reeling. Jordan was missing everything. Pippen couldn't make nothing. But Steve Kerr that actually had a big game against the Pacers that last game in that fourth quarter. It kind of saved them. But nobody talk about that. Nobody remember.
Brown had 2 top 10 shooters ever. Who's the other one you talking about?
You talking about Kyle Korver?
Old lad.
You talking about Mike Miller or something?
No, Kyle. You talking about
What you talking about?
So now you trying to discredit. Hey, Sonny, get your ass in here.
You talking about Kyle Korver, I think.
Stop that shit.
Yeah, he probably talking about Kyle Korver, yeah.
Kyle Korver is like, he is top 10.
Hold on, Sonny, is that you in the pictures, Sonny?
But he's not, bruh. He was an old guy.
That wasn't even prime Kyle Korver he was playing with, bro. You know, I don't think you need to be in your prime to be honest with you. You could just shoot 45 as a 39-year-old nowadays.
Hey, who got the background noise?
Yeah, what's that noise? Yeah.
I mean, you could just shoot 45.
But y'all gotta get yourselves situated for y'all get on the panel, bro. Y'all be in the mall and fucking driving and shit like that.
Man, why niggas
TV on and shit?
Why niggas be pulling up every you know?
This nigga SFM is like the database. Look at this.
Pull up every
Is he still putting stuff in there?
Wait,
Oh my God,
them cooked ass banana stats. Someone want to see that shit.
No man is Kobe.
SFM said LeBron is not top.
I swear, it's like he be having it like on yellow notes.
Not one that every time he on the pound, I move, dog. I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing about no damn Kobe, bro.
He got a Microsoft. He got a Microsoft Word with all these stats.
You know a renegade, man. Get your ass.
No, this is his favorite stat. He likes to talk about with 2 minutes left in the finals. But y'all know what happens if you switch that 2 minutes to 4 minutes. All these numbers look completely different, and you got LeBron sitting the top. See, he selectively goes to that 2 minute mark because that's the specific mark where he knows he can use the numbers where it doesn't. But when you switch that number 2 to 4, it's all favors LeBron. So he just went to the right number that favored his argument. Because I mean, come on,
Skip Bayless tape.
That's the thing about
that's a bad tape. Do y'all know that with 2 minutes left in the finals? Do you know how hard it is to fucking score? This is that
nigga said LeBron played with Russ and Melo. Nigga, they ain't even played together yet. That's how you know you be dicking, dog. Nigga, they ain't even touched the court yet.
Yeah, but they finna play though.
He got a bum ass Shaq,
bro. And he said Shaq too. An old ass Shaq,
old out of shape.
Talking about a 400-pound Shaq, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
That nigga playing like 15 minutes a game.
Shaq alone was better than any fucking teammate LeBron had as far as Kobe.
Jameson.
That's
prime Shaq.
Antoine.
That's what I mean. Prime Shaq.
Mo Williams. Prime Shaq. Yeah, prime Shaq.
Yeah.
Why is it that every like they have to like all these Hall of Famers you're naming? LeBron has majority of them was out of.
I just thought about something. Hey, Lamont.
Yo, what up?
The first three-peat that Kobe and Shaq went on. Who were the three niggas that they beat?
And who's the Pacers? They beat the Pacers. They beat the Pacers in the finals.
They beat They beat who?
And who was they Pacers?
They beat Allen Iverson. The Pacers.
They beat Allen Iverson. Who?
That's what's the? That's 2001. That's not the first one.
Oh no, he said three-peat.
He said,
not a three-peat. Who the
three-peat? Pacers, the Pacers, the 76ers, and who was it? The Nets.
Was it Portland? No, it's Nets. You're right. It's the Nets. You're right. It's Nets. It was the Nets. You're right.
The New Jersey Nets with Richard Jefferson and Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd, yes sir. Before Vince Carter, all that.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah. Shaq dominated. Bro.
You know what though? They got their lickings before the finals though.
They got the lickings before the finals.
Sacramento was the finals before the finals.
And all them. They played Portland that year. That's when they played Portland.
That's what I was saying. Portland.
They got their work before the finals. They put in their work.
Hey, SFM, how many Hall of Famers Kobe played against in the finals, nigga?
Exactly. LeBron played against, if you combine them, how was it? 25 plus. LeBron played. What was the stat that Jordan played was 11 Hall of Famers?
Nah, he played against 9 in the final.
Not
even.
He
probably was 9. Oh, my bad, 9. And then Jordan, and then LeBron was what, 25, 26?
26.
Like
crazy. And a lot of them they played on the same team at the same time.
Yeah, they counted Karl Malone and they counted Karl Malone and Stockton twice.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. It's a whole new year.
I mean, LeBron played Tim Duncan, Steph, and KD 3+ times.
Yeah, he played Duncan like 5 times.
He played Duncan 3 times, Steph 4 times, and KD 3 times.
And James Harden and Westbrook.
And when he played against the Warriors in 2017 and 2018, well, 2017 especially, he basically had the last 3 MVPs on one team. Steph won 2015, KD won 2014, Steph won 2016. It's the last 3 years. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what LeBron was going up against.
Niggas said LeBron was supposed to beat. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Let's be real.
Was what?
Come on.
Niggas said Jordan would have beat him. Get the fuck out of here.
Ain't no way.
You ain't never seen Jordan with a talented team like that, and he beat them niggas, dog.
They be looking at KD.
When you seen him against them 80 Lakers, nigga, and them Celtics and them Detroit Pistons, you were getting his ass whooped, nigga. Fuck you mean?
But he had no skin. He had his squad, bro.
They wouldn't even.
He had no squad.
So he needed.
So he get an excuse.
let me
he
ask
don't
a
get no
question.
skills, but I'm just saying, bro. He ain't got no squad though.
Everybody always want to talk about.
All right, so hold on. So are you
game.
giving that same? Are you giving that same credit to LeBron James in 07 with the Cleveland Cavaliers when he lost to San Antonio?
No. They had a squad. Spurs was just.
Oh, they had a squad.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no, don't.
I ain't say that. That came out of my mouth.
No, they had a squad.
Hold
on, who said that?
Let me ask a question real quick. 1990 Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7. Scottie Pippen got a migraine. Why Jordan couldn't get that one game? Everybody will talk about one game. Why Jordan couldn't get that one game? Why did they lose? But everybody want to say, "Oh, it's because Scottie wasn't."
Because Scottie is the Jordan, as Klay Thompson is the Stephen Curry.
No, I don't think I don't know. That's the same.
I'll take that.
That's the same.
I'll take that.
I mean, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. All I'm gonna say is this. As soon as he got Scottie Pippen, he started winning. That's all I care about.
You see what Steph out? You see what Steph at without Klay?
I mean, hey, you get still need Klay Thompson for the win rings. He can do it then. It don't matter.
But hold up. Why y'all don't keep the same? This my thing. Hold up. They don't keep the same engine than Luke. LeBron blew a 2-1 lead when Kyrie and Kevin Love got hurt. But that nigga blew a 2-1 lead, nigga, against the Pistons, nigga. But they don't want to talk about that, though, huh?
No, you're right. That's a good point because he was ass in that finals too.
Wait, can I ask? How do you blow a 2-1 lead?
He blew a 2-1 lead.
You was
what
up.
do you mean? How do you blow a 2-1 lead? You lose. Yeah, you lose the game when you up.
But like I can't comprehend a 2-1 lead. I don't know.
So why niggas say the same thing about LeBron?
It's not that big of a lead to be like you blew it type shit.
I don't even for LeBron. Like, how can you say LeBron blew a 2-1 lead? Like, even like I can't.
They say
you ain't never heard nobody say that about LeBron.
I've heard it, but it just doesn't make sense.
I heard nobody say LeBron blew a 3-1 lead because it never happened.
It ain't never happened. It ain't never going to happen.
They ain't never happened. They got to pick and draw.
The game, make a cap.
Like I can't. Like a 2-1 lead isn't that big of a lead.
I feel
it don't
matter.
I feel you on that, but you still blew the lead.
But majority of teams still win when they up 2 games. When they got 2 games,
I feel like that's like some people just made up to hate LeBron or something. I can't. How do you blow that too?
That's what it is. That's what it is. To be honest,
that's what they do, right? I mean, they just
that's
pick
what
and
it
prod.
That's what it
is.
is.
That's like saying I blew a 1-0 lead or something. I can't.
That's just like niggas talking about right now the Lakers a super team. Nigga, how?
Yeah, all them vet minimum.
Oh, they'll say that when they win.
When they win, but now they old.
Yeah, when they lose, they go. Oh, if they lose, they gonna shit on them. Old ass niggas.
All that super team shit gonna be 7. SFM be saying that shit.
If the Lakers lose, that'll be wild.
I don't see the Lakers winning.
If the Lakers lose to who? If the Lakers lose to who, it'll be wild.
The Jazz.
Nah, they're not gonna lose to them. No,
Pandemic TV gonna make another 100 videos.
They could lose to the Nets.
I got them losing to the. I got the Lakers losing to the Suns or the Denver Nuggets. I'm probably gonna stay Warriors.
They losing to the.
Hold on, you talking about fully healthy?
They losing to the Denver Nuggets.
Yes,
they lose to the Denver Nuggets.
The Nuggets goddamn head
without Jamal Murray.
I'm talking about. They was healthy, fully healthy. Jamal Murray plays the same way. I got them beating them.
No, that was like
bust your goddamn head.
I mean, they did just.
The West better hope the Lakers.
Not even a year.
That's the only way they got the win. They better hope the Lakers get hurt, nigga.
Oh God!
They better hope them niggas don't stay healthy this year.
Okay, so if the Lakers listen,
so you tell me it's a guarantee so you tell me it's a guarantee they're gonna make it to the finals and win it all.
If healthy, yes.
They're gonna make it to the finals.
I don't like a guarantee statement. That's just
because the Nets is different. Everybody else, they don't want no smoke with the Lakers. Guaranteed.
Exactly.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Nah.
The next best thing, it would be the Clippers if Kawhi was healthy. Maybe the Nuggets.
No, it won't. They'll get their ass washed. No, the fuck they won't.
They would lose. They would lose.
That's too many.
But it'll be similar. It'll be similar to when the Jazz played the Clippers this year. It was close. That's how it'll be. They'll still lose though. If the game fucked up, they'll still lose. But it'll be close. I'm not going to sleep on the Clippers like that. If Kawhi was healthy, trust me, it'd be close.
We're not like that, man. Chill.
Kawhi is
Kawhi. Y'all be talking like Kawhi just unstoppable. That nigga is not like that.
Not all right. So
come on, man.
Listen,
he's not unstoppable. But
y'all got the wrong idea. I be on Kawhi ass. Honestly, I was in 2019. I was rooting for Kawhi. 2020, I'm like, this nigga is the most overrated nigga in the league because people was coming out saying he won a championship last year. He on a level with Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. I'm like, y'all smoking dope. That was Vince Carter.
That sounds like a nigga named Mookie. I know.
Vince Carter said that.
I don't like that.
Vince
I agree with you. I'm a Spurs fan at heart, but I don't like when people start to do that.
Hell no. And after that, he was overrated to me, but I'm still gonna give him his due respect and understand that he's still different.
Let me
that nigga won the finals MVP, averaging 15 points a game. Get that nigga the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, Will.
Because he played defense.
Would y'all put Kawhi top 5 defenders all time?
He's not even top 10 small forward.
I'm not gonna say that.
I'm tired of talking about you, man.
He top 5 perimeter.
Get your 2 fix. Top 5 perimeter. No, let me put in context. Top 5 perimeter defenders all time.
I was gonna say that. We might as well just say.
I think so. I think he top 5.
Because there's a difference between.
So that means hold on. So can we put Shaq? Can we just put Shaq in the top 5 then for the defense?
Not perimeter defense or like
perimeter. Hold on.
We said perimeter, fam.
I don't even know if I'll put Shaq top 5. Period. You got. I mean, do Shaq got a defensive player of the year?
Bro,
no, just because you don't win one.
But I'm saying though,
because Tony Allen never won
one. Because we got Ben Wallace got 4. The white guy.
Shaq's responsibilities changed when
he
got to
LA.
Shaq's responsibilities changed when he got to LA because he was a much better defender in Orlando. But when he got to LA, he was asked to be an offensive force. It's going to be extremely hard to be a great defensive player when you got to give so much energy on the offensive end. Then Wallace wasn't asked to do anything on the offensive end.
That's what the problem with Kawhi is right now.
Well, the problem with Kawhi right now is I think they're trying to ask him to do too much. He can't be the best defensive player and offensive player. One of those two. Well, he's gonna have to give up one of those assignments and be great at one. Maybe he needs to let
playing defense and let Paul George cook.
Yeah, maybe he needs to let Paul George take the offensive load while he handles some of the defensive load. But he can't try to do both and just try to dominate the game all across the board.
Let's keep it real, bro. They do look better offensively with Paul George.
Paul George leads them, yeah.
Yeah, they do look way better. It's just
Paul
like
George is an amazing ball handler.
He's an amazing ball handler. He's a better passer.
Like for a dude that's 6'9", dribbling, I can't comprehend that. Like that's just crazy to me. His ball handling is insane.
I mean, Kawhi could play like Jimmy Butler. Just let's take a step back, let him do.
Jimmy and Kawhi, I don't want to say that big of a step back.
Yeah, they play similar, but Jimmy got more fire.
Jimmy got like more of a dog in him. He got some scorer.
What Jimmy did in the finals. I don't know what I think Giannis was just too much for them, to be honest.
I think Jimmy was burnt out.
Nigga.
You think he burnt out?
Yeah, I think he was just like
for that year. I mean, they had a rough year. They had a lot of injuries. They was missing time for COVID and shit like
that. Too.
The boys were playing too many games back.
I've said this multiple times. Jimmy Butler plays way too hard in the regular season, in my opinion. Like he's just one of those
guys. He's just one of those guys. He trying to be like from that Jordan cloth, but he can't be Jordan. He can't go hard all year. Like
I need to know why he didn't go off on my hero over there while he was bullshitting the whole season.
You talking about against the Bucks?
What'd you say? Jimmy, I'm talking about get buckets. Like why he didn't go off on hero over there, man? Because he was bullshitting.
No, I think he did though.
Nah, he went off on. I remember it was a story that he went off on him. People wasn't liking that. It was caused an issue in the
because Tyler was playing cocky in the playoffs.
You talking about Tyler Hero?
Yeah.
Right.
Like he was just launching.
Now, if it was anything,
jump shots
that was a bubble anomaly. Is Tyler Hero and what's bro name from the Pacers?
Oh, TJ Warren.
TJ Warren.
Your bubble anomalies right there. Those is the anomalies. There was a few anomalies.
That nigga TJ Warren was
Tyler Hero's not a bubble anomaly. He's a shooter right there.
You gotta wait till TJ Warren come back and see how he looking, dog. Like that man.
You right.
He ain't healthy.
TJ Warren has always been a bucket.
But not like that though. 40s. Drop
that
40s
nigga was
like
cooking
that.
in the
Like,
playoffs.
He's been a bucket since like 20.
He was cooking
Hey,
in
but
that
y'all,
ball.
how was Tyler Hero an anomaly when he increased all his percentages in points per game this year?
No, he's talking
In the
about
regular
the
season.
That's what I was just
In
gonna
the
say
regular
too.
season.
That's what I was
In the
saying
regular
too.
season, what he do in the
Yeah.
playoffs? Though? Like that's why I called it an anomaly.
Hold on.
Hey, look at hold on. The whole Miami, he got shut down. The whole Miami, he got shut down. Bam didn't do nothing.
That
Jimmy
nigga
didn't do
Udonis
nothing.
had throwing chairs and shit. Nigga like that shit
That's
was
what I'm
on
saying. That's what I'm saying. He was mad at them for getting blown out like that. They got embarrassed.
No, Tyler
I would
shot
be like, nigga,
terrible.
your old ass can't get out there and play, nigga. Fuck you getting mad for.
That's why he was getting mad. He can't do shit. He gotta throw shit on the
He got
side.
out there. They played him one game and he got ejected.
And that nigga got ejected.
Ejected in the first
That nigga
quarter.
played 4 minutes and got ejected. Nigga, hell no.
Haslam living a life. He getting paid to sit on the bench and get paid. And
he just like he just the
and
old
fucking
head on the
Miami.
bench.
It's lit.
He's the voice. Like I know what they do. They like he's the lead. Like he's the voice to tell them what to do and motivate them, keep the team head on straight. You know, keep them
He'll
focused in the
probably
game.
coach. He'll probably coach after this shit.
Yeah, every team need that. Every team need that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably bring him on as a like a assistant coach with the Heat after
Like
the
they
season.
did Jamal Howard.
Yeah, like Howard. Exactly. Yo, who y'all got? Who y'all think better? I was arguing about this on Twitter. Klay Thompson or Reggie Miller?
Klay Thompson.
Reggie.
Why Reggie?
Reggie could do more on the on ball. Like he ain't need to get set up. That's why.
Hold up, you talking about a nigga that play lockdown defense though?
Nah. See, I don't like that lockdown when it comes to Klay. He plays great defense, but ain't no damn lockdown.
You got Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah, let me ask you this question: does he play better defense than Jonathan Isaac?
Who?
Man, Jonathan
Isaac.
Yeah,
but he's the two different types of defenders, though.
Yeah,
let me bring up a guard.
If you're talking about,
if you're going to bring up a guard, you hard pressed to find somebody that's better than Klay Thompson.
No. Let me bring up a guard that plays like Klay off the 3-and-D. Danny Green in his prime.
Hell no. Clay's way better than
come on, prime Danny Green.
Yeah, because of Clay's size, that's what really gives him an advantage.
And because of his consistency, bro. Honestly, I'm more scared of Clay than I am of Steph.
Right, exactly.
Because if Clay go off for 40, it's done. The game is over. Like, there's nothing you can do, bro.
I don't know.
I thought we was talking about
defense. Nigga, he gonna keep shooting, nigga.
Me personally, I got Clay over Reggie only because what Clay can do on defense, like bro said. I don't really want to count rings in the equation, but more than anything, bro, man's dropped 60 on 11 dribbles, my nigga. That's different.
Reggie has done wild.
That's pure shooting right there.
That's like he's like I say he was the greatest off ball player ever. Somebody tried to tell me Reggie was better off ball. I could see Reggie being able to do more on ball, but off ball, I don't think it's a competition.
Hey, Lamont, remember that time Reggie had he stole like what was that? Where he had like 10 points in like 4 seconds?
Against the Knicks.
8 points in 8 seconds.
That's fucking crazy.
That is crazy.
That really wasn't that amazing when you watch
he took
it.
the ball out of dude's hands.
That wasn't that amazing.
He low-key fouled the dude on the steal.
No, it wasn't.
I would love to see you drop some dribble.
I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Hold on, what did you say, Anton?
Like
I would love to see you drop 60 points on 11 dribbles, nigga.
No. I thought he was talking about, you said the Reggie Miller 8 points in 8 seconds.
Nah, I ain't say that. I said
when he took the ball off dude's hands and then ran the 3-point line.
No, I ain't never touching that. I can't fuck with that. That's
I don't think nobody touching that shit.
Yeah, that's raw ass fucking shooting ability.
I think I did. I think I did that 8 points in 8 seconds in probably one of my league games.
Was that against Stack?
If it ain't on film,
it is on film.
Oh, we gotta see that. Can we see that?
I said, look, I could bring my girl and she can tell you. She explains because it was a game.
Nah, it's tough.
We was down big as hell in the end.
That's tough.
We did some crazy shit. Came back. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's a good feeling right there. It don't matter who put it in.
She was there. I can have her come and explain it. She ain't gonna get on camera though. She be tripping on all that.
Yeah.
Did Clay do that against Sac? Was it against Sacramento?
Against what, the 60?
Yeah, I feel like it was.
That was against the Pacers, ironically enough.
Because it's always the Bulls or Sacramento that Clay go off on. It's either one of those two teams.
He smoked. First of all, he had 60 in 3 quarters on 11 dribbles. That's nuts. That's crazy.
Yeah, when that nigga,
and then you got to also take into effect
when that nigga get hot, boy, that nigga get hot.
Fuego.
I don't know. I wouldn't take him over Reggie though, because Reggie.
I'm taking him over Reggie any day of the week.
I'm
Think
taking
about
Reggie
what he was doing off ball, even with people taking up shots like Clay and K. I mean, not Clay, Steph and KD. You can look at it like they was taking attention off him, which is true, but they was also taking shots, and he still found a way to get it.
But also look at it like this: if Reggie had the green light to shoot as many attempts,
he did. He was the best player.
Yeah, he did have a green light.
No, like the green light, like people do like nowadays.
He do.
Bro, who else is on the team tonight for him to shoot a ball with?
He shot just as many shots. He shot just as many shots.
They shoot as many as attempts as dudes do nowadays.
Yes,
I'm saying.
You want to know? You want to know what's funny? Because I was having the same conversation with bro, and he thought that in this particular year that Reggie was playing, the pace was slower than now, and actually it was faster then.
No, that 2006 season was fucking out of this world. Like
2016 or
no,
the pace?
2006.
You talking about the pace?
Like, niggas was averaging 35 and 30. It was like hella
Kobe.
Oh, here this nigga go.
Kobe.
Hold on,
nigga.
I'm a LeBron fan. Don't get
Hold on. Let me let Mr. Capers in here. He says, I'm ducking smoke about defending Stephen A. Smith. Just hit the link, Mr. Capers.
Hold on. We don't like Kobe? What's going on?
Yeah.
No, it ain't Kobe, bro. It's Kobe fucking.
I don't really rock. How I was raised, I don't really rock with snitches. You heard me?
Who's snitching?
Oh, yeah, my
Just saying, I don't know about everybody else. I don't rock with snitches, dog.
What do you mean snitches?
He talking about
breaking up other niggas' marriages and shit like that, dog.
You talking about when Kobe came out and said that Shaq was paying for shortage?
But you know what? That might be classified as it because he did that in a court of law too.
Shaq snitching. He did it on TV.
He got revealed that though. That wasn't gonna get him off the trial. That wasn't gonna.
Exactly, nigga. You just wanted to snitch just to snitch.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna exonerate that nigga. He had to say
I'm getting in trouble for it, so I'm gonna go ahead and get him in trouble for it. Stupid ass.
That's old.
He was definitely dropped.
Hold on, we got crypto. You're not Mr. Capers in the chat, right?
I heard LeBron, the leader of the bad girls club.
I'm not worried about all that. Crypto.
Yeah.
Are you 600 Capers in the chat?
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah. What's going on?
No, I said, are you?
Is he talking about Stephen A. Smith?
No. Yeah, I said, are you 600 Capers in the chat?
Nah, I don't think that's him.
In the chat, no.
that ain't him. Yeah.
The person they got a.
Why you got him as your profile? Of all the niggas NBA players have as your profile pic, why you got who is that? That's
Mikal Bridges.
That's Bridges. That's Bridges, bro.
Oh, that's Bridges. I thought that was the other nigga.
Nigga said Mikal Bridges.
I thought that was Devin Booker shit.
No, that was who the other nigga.
That is Mikal. That's Bridges.
No, it's Mikal. I thought it was the other.
That's
nigga.
Mikal.
Man,
what am I thinking about?
Maybe he trained with that nigga like old boy trained with everybody, dog.
Yeah. He talking about that nigga.
Hey, hold on. If he actually trained with them dudes, he'd have a whole different opinion about him. I promise you.
Nigga said I own 5 McDonald's, nigga. That nigga, boy, I ain't never seen him.
He said, I'm trying. He said, I can't come on. I'm trying to make bank right now. What are you doing this late at night? What you doing?
Yeah, it probably ain't even night where he at.
Man, got Mikal Bridges. That's crazy.
Hold on. If he got Mikal, you means you might be in Phoenix.
He gotta be a Pure Sons fan. He got him.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro. Like who?
He no Pure Sons.
I ain't never seen nobody say.
Or maybe he just a Mikal stan.
Why SFM ain't said nothing yet? Fuck him.
Hey,
Kobe in the finals. He averaged stupid ass.
He ran out of meaningless stats.
2016 steals, 2009-2010 finals. He led.
He got all these stats on a fucking Microsoft Word.
Kobe wasn't that great in the 2010 finals, by the way. I don't even know why.
He was great. He just wasn't great to the game 7.
Who was a better finals performer?
He still grabbed 15 rebounds game 7. Nigga, you don't know what you talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
You don't know nothing you talking about, nigga.
He was inefficient to Kobe standards. So somebody that never shot over 45% for a season. He was inefficient.
Hey, I know this.
I know 45% for a season.
I know for a fact right here. This ain't
real. Man, hey, everybody.
Hold on,
hey, let this nigga talk real quick.
Hold on, I know for a fact this ain't Will because that's too many words in a long of a sentence for Will to type.
Well, hold on. It is a run-on sentence though. Ain't no comma.
Don't matter. First of all, he spelled championships correct.
The
And he
grammar
capitalized,
is
he
too
capitalized the
grammar.
K in Kobe. He capitalized MVP. Man, no way in hell.
The
He
grammar,
put
you
the
see,
he put the
grammar is a
apostrophe
thing.
and didn't. Yeah, he didn't write this. That's not what
You said it's too much, but
You
it's
know them New Yorkers don't know how to write or type.
Y'all niggas starting to get on my nerve with this. Oh man, they stood down with one team. Man, shit, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, dog.
That shit don't matter.
Y'all know that's
Shit
just
don't
called
matter to
stupidity,
me,
right?
dude.
That's cool.
All right,
It's
hold on,
cool,
hold on,
I guess.
Lamont. Hey, hello.
Yeah, you here, man? We here.
Hey, what a cap ass? Nah, what a cap ass nigga?
Nah,
at,
that
man?
was cap. That was cap. That was cap. That was cap. He never
What
shot
was
with
cap?
47.
Man, that was
That was my
whole
mistake.
cap, man.
That was my mistake. I mean, it's not like he's
What?
shooting 50. Was he shooting 50?
I was finna read off a whole list.
I told you.
Oh,
I told you.
hell,
He
hey,
never
don't
shot
get this
that.
nigga started, bro.
He
Don't get
He
this
never
nigga
he never
started,
shot 50. Let's say that. He never shot 50.
Yeah,
he never shot
50.
above.
Let's say
He
that.
ain't never shot
He
over
never shot
48.
50.
He never shot over 47.
He never shot
You talking
over.
about from the field?
From the
Yeah,
field.
what y'all talking about?
Shoot, bro. You
He
know how
shot.
hard it is to
I
shoot.
think
shot
he's saying
46
for a
his.
regular
He shot
season,
No, what
46
what I
his
was saying
third,
was
Don't matter to
I'm
these niggas,
not
dog.
I'm not saying that
Bro, Steph don't even shoot over 50 as a guard.
Hold on, we go one at a time,
hear me out,
y'all.
hear me
Let's
out,
go
hear me out, hear me out.
one
I'm not
one at a
saying
time.
that I'm not saying that he's inefficient overall as compared to other people in the world, but I'm saying that finals was inefficient in
No, I'm
comparison
not
to him.
600.
All right, we
No.
finna go back.
It
Hold
wasn't
on. All
very,
right, I'm gonna
very
keep it to
efficient.
that. Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Bro, hey, you ain't gotta say that, nigga. We all on the panel know Kobe and efficient don't go together, nigga.
It don't. It don't.
It's
And
like
that's
putting
okay.
Allen
That's
Iverson
Everybody on
and
the
Fisher
panel know
together.
that.
It
You feel what I'm
don't
saying?
count, man.
It's still good. That's one of the biggest things that separate him from Jordan. Like he ain't that efficient, but you know what I'm saying he's still tough though. Don't get the game fucked up.
Man, it'd be
That's my
funny
nigga.
bringing up the efficiency with some Allen Iverson fans. They be so mad. It'd be so hilarious. It's crazy, man.
Yeah,
Why would he get mad? Iverson was
He wasn't
inefficient.
efficient.
Yeah, he was
though.
terribly inefficient.
He's small. I mean, what you really expect? Look how
Nah,
big.
that's I
I
don't
mean,
like
Steph
using
Curry
that.
small.
Nah, that's not a valid, bro. Mark Price. I ain't
Mark
gonna say
Price
nothing.
was.
I
Mark
ain't
Price
gonna say
was.
nothing. I ain't gonna say
Mark,
nothing. I ain't gonna say
was
nothing.
Mark
Y'all
Price was
act
about
like
6
hold
foot
on, y'all
or
wait,
what?
wait, y'all act like he inefficient because he's small. No, he inefficient because he do fucking
And
behind the
he
back on three niggas and
all
shit
three
like that.
Why you think he got? Why you think he got to do all that? If he was big, he wouldn't have to do all that.
You know, if he was efficient, if he could set up the offense
Hold
right, he
on,
wouldn't have to do that shit.
He
Kyrie
just
Irving's
wouldn't
a
be AI
small
no
guard.
more.
Kimbo, I ain't man.
Right.
Kyrie Irving's a small guard. He just had 50, 40, 90.
I said
I'm
Mark
about to
Price.
say he
Kyrie
Mark
was 6
Price.
foot.
Bro, Kyrie is like an inch
50,
taller
40,
than Allen
90 as
Iverson,
a
bro.
No, he
number
not.
two.
Nah,
Bro,
Kyrie like 6'3".
What?
no,
Kyrie,
Kyrie like 6'2".
I'm from Jersey. Kyrie taller than me.
No,
and I'm
he's
taller than
6'3".
AI.
Kyrie 6'3".
No,
No,
Kyrie
he's not.
like
He's
6'3".
bro. He like
No.
6'2" on a good day. Like
Kyrie,
y'all.
Nah, he not
even
that
at
short.
even
He
at
not that
6'2",
short.
Without
even at
shoes,
6'2", he's
he
taller
probably
than
is
Allen Iverson.
6'2".
But bro, they
But
don't
with
even
the
have the
shoes,
wait. They
AI
don't even
probably
have the
not even
same
6
type of
feet,
game.
bro.
I'm
I've
not
never
saying no shorter than 6'3". I don't think he that short.
Who AI?
No, like
like talking about
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Oh yeah.
Nah, he ain't no damn
Kyrie
6'2".
like 6'2", 6'3". AI is, if he's lucky, he's 6 feet. I don't
Man,
even
AI
think
is
I don't even
6'1" on a
think
lucky
he's
day.
yeah.
not even 6'1", bro. Like 6 foot, maybe 5'11" on a lucky day.
But I was bringing up like Mark Price and all them
How you
dudes.
6'1" on a
like-
lucky day?
on a lucky day, like you just
Like
got a
on
little,
his tippy
What's
toes,
this
he's
lucky
6'1".
day on 6'1"? Like what? You get
a little
so what? You tell me
extra.
I get inch taller
No,
on a lucky
yeah,
day?
you know, yeah, you do. Like if you stretch right on the good day, you'll be an inch taller.
God damn.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
That's why they say on a good day. if you do it right, yeah, on a good
That's
day.
why them 5'11" niggas be stretching.
Man, nigga 6'2", man. Y'all and y'all like an inch is just a crazy amount of height.
We start stretching so I can be 6'6" then, nigga.
It is for the NBA.
Nah, 6'6".
The NBA,
could be a big difference.
I'm 6'3" right now. Maybe I need to start stretching.
Y'all know how they was lying a couple years ago about how tall players was. In the 90s, they definitely was doing that for sure. Just think, because I don't think Mark. If they listed somebody at 6 foot,
they
probably was
said
a little
Mark
shorter
Price is
than
like
that.
Hold on, let me address Glenn Swift.
I'm looking at Mark Price basketball reference.
Hold on, Glenn Swift says too many bisexuals in this debate, and we're not even talking about LeBron. Glenn Swift.
Ain't nobody. I was about to say ain't nobody even saying about LeBron, dog.
He must be talking about about he must be talking about 25 minutes ago or something. Like 25 minutes or 30 minutes.
Oh, he must have been talking about 2 hours ago. Nigga, put that record
Hey,
get your
man.
ass.
I need to stop hyping Scottie.
We talking about Allen Iverson is terrible shooting. Bro.
Stop hyping. Who said something about Scottie Pippen? Hey, don't start that shit, SFM, bro.
Nah, cause nah, real talking about. I've been hearing for days, man. Like at the time, niggas was saying that Scottie Pippen was underrated, and that's true. I was yelling out the same thing, but now y'all niggas overhyped.
You said Scottie Pippen was underrated.
Like, yeah, he was he a very underrated player, but y'all be gassing him.
I'll be honest, I don't even know what
Hold up, how we gassing? The fact is, Jordan ain't never won nothing without that nigga. Is that fact?
Not a fucking shit.
Listen, that's
man,
the fact.
No. Is that fact?
How the Bulls do? How the Bulls do when Jordan? Is
that fact?
But man, he was also losing with this nigga, man. And not only
he won more with that nigga, man.
Not only that, he had
7 years.
That nigga in the finals that time. That nigga had hurt his back and shit, man.
Yeah. You can't help that man hurt his back.
Let me ask you something. When that nigga Scotty went to go play with the Rockets and went to go play with Charles Barkley and Hakeem, what did he do?
They wasn't using him correctly, bro.
Nothing. Them washed up.
He was straight trash. He was washed up at that point.
I don't think he was washed. They wasn't using.
What about
using him correctly?
He was like a cheap Friday night suit on Vegas morning.
Let's talk about that year that Jordan came back.
Hold on, that Portland team.
Hold on, let me look. Y'all got all three of y'all talking. I had to mute all three of y'all because y'all all talking at the same time. Let SFM go. Let Crypto talk because he just got in here, and I'm gonna go back to you, Dub Gotti, but we got to go one at a time, y'all. Go ahead, SFM.
No, I'm just saying, man, I think niggas been overhyping Scotty in a way to make it seem like Jordan couldn't win without him or something. It's not like Scotty at the end of the day gonna have the overall biggest impact on the floor.
Hold on. SFM. What's Jordan's record in the NBA without Scottie Pippen on the floor with him?
In the playoff.
Out of all the relevant stats, you should have that.
1-7.
No. I said, what's his record overall without Scottie Pippen?
Him injured and stuff.
In the playoff.
Without Scottie Pippen on the floor, when Washington, before Washington.
Before Scottie Pippen, he was 1-7.
No. Hold on. I am not just.
He's talking about regular season.
I'm talking about all of it. Combine it all. I just want to know what's the overall record without Scottie Pippen next to him on the court.
They got that somewhere. I don't know where though.
I know it's way below 500.
Yeah, I'm about to say I know it's losing. I know that much.
So what I'm saying is, you saying to say he didn't need Scottie and Scottie Pippen.
No, I'm not saying that.
Scottie Pippen's jersey retirement. Jordan said, "I needed Scottie to win."
Yeah, I know that. I'm not saying he didn't need Scottie. I'm just saying
in a way. He didn't need Scottie.
You just said
no. When I'm making it
literally just said it.
It's not like he didn't need
said that exact sentence.
But no, listen, bro.
Y'all
make it seem like he could only win because of Scottie or something. Like that's what y'all make it seem like.
Okay.
Because
SFM. What was the other X factor in him winning and losing then?
Come on.
Please don't say Tony Kukoc.
Tony was a good
because there weren't too many players.
His name is Phil Jackson. That's the other.
Y'all know what he meant.
You know what? And the reason why SFM didn't want to say Phil Jackson, he was careful about that because he knows that the common denominator in Kobe winning his championship was also Phil Jackson. So he didn't want to go to Phil.
But Michael made Phil Jackson. Got Phil Jackson championships. What is you talking about?
But he got him.
Bro, it go both ways.
Let me say this.
It go both ways. I'm tired of when people discredit the coaches, bro. It go both ways.
I don't even want to say it go both ways because Jordan had zero. I mean, I get what you're saying, but Jordan has 0 rings without Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson has 5 without Jordan. So let's get that out there.
Phil Jackson the same.
Let me say one more thing.
Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant was no chopped liver.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
That's what he ended up with.
Hold on, y'all. Let me ask you a question. So if it's not coaching, so there was a Kobe and Shaq before Phil. They were trash. Then they get Phil. They three-peat. They lose Phil. Back to being trash. They get Phil back. They win 2 championships.
And he was a part of that when they was trash. He was there.
Then they lose Phil again. They go back to being dumpster fire, dumpster juice, and Kobe ends his career as dumpster juice.
Facts. Except I don't want to say
where's Phil doing right now? That's the what has Phil doing now?
Listen, I don't get what you're talking about because right after Shaq left, he came back that next year and he was on the team. He was coaching, I think, in 07. He was coaching the team in 07 when they got the first round.
Shaq left at 05.
I said 07.
But you said the next year. 05. But 05 and 06 is a year in between. So obviously that wasn't the next year, right?
They was out the first round 06 and 07 when he was coaching.
Let me say this.
He came back.
When Jordan
went to go play baseball,
when Jordan went to go play baseball, what was the Bulls' record? And what did they lose in the finals?
They was finna miss the playoffs the year he came back. They was finna miss the playoffs. If you didn't know, y'all be talking like y'all did some motherfucking.
They made the playoffs.
Look up they record before Michael Jordan.
No, they made it. They just lost to Orlando.
They made the playoffs.
They had a winning record with Jordan.
They lost to Orlando and they lost to the Knicks.
Jordan got plucked at the end of the game and he lost to Orlando. That's what happened. But
he got plucked.
He got plucked.
When he wasn't that nigga. Facts.
He wasn't looking. And bro plucked him from the Magic. What's his name? Niggas know who I'm talking about.
Shit, who?
And Jordan tried to get it and drop down to the floor sick. Niggas know who I'm talking about. Bro, what was his name? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
For the Magic?
For the Magic. Matter of fact, that was the year that it was the same dude that missed the free throws against the Rockets.
Nick Anderson.
That's who plucked him. That's who plucked Jordan, wasn't it?
Yeah, Nick Anderson.
Maybe I'm tripping, but now I'm saying before that year in 1994, they had pretty much the same record, short 1 win. So that goes to tell you how good Scottie Pippen really is. He won All-Star MVP that year as well. And
come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they was over 500 and
they literally fell short one game.
We get that he's good. We ain't saying
hold on, Glenn Swift.
It's not overrated.
Michael Jordan's the only one scored 3,000.
It's not overrated.
Then James Harden scored 3,000.
Like I said, bro, they was 23 and 25 before Michael Jordan came back on that team, bro. They was gonna miss the motherfucking playoffs probably, bro. When they came back, they shot up to 20 wins, bro.
They was dealing with injuries that year, though, wasn't it?
Cap SFM. The biggest thing, and this is this is the reason why they also lost in the playoffs. One of the biggest difference was no Horace Grant.
Come on,
that was the biggest difference. Because with Horace Grant, without Jordan, with Horace Grant, they was a 50-win team. They lose Horace Grant because the Bulls was cheap and didn't want to pay money. The Magic gave them all that goddamn money. Horace Grant goes straight to the Magic. They go to the finals.
Facts.
Right.
Facts.
And the Bulls lose them even when they get Jordan back, and he was playing like optimal Jordan. They get cooked by the Orlando Magic. And Horace Grant.
That nigga said optimal Jordan.
Was he playing like optimum Jordan though?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
He was, bro. That was his first year back, bro.
Yeah, he was.
Them niggas was 23 and 25 before he came back, bro.
I'm 23. So I wasn't alive, but what I do want to say is I do hear a lot of people say that he wasn't himself, and that makes sense. If you go and switch it,
you can watch the game yourself, nigga.
Just because
I did, but it's different.
Hold on, Dub. Just because he choked don't mean he wasn't himself. He just choked.
Listen. I got LeBron. LeBron, my goat.
People say he wasn't himself because he choked,
but you know what I'm saying?
And he did it on a public stage in the playoffs, and nobody had really been able to say that before until he got exposed because he made back-to-back bad plays. It wasn't just like one play with Nick Anderson. There was another play after that where they still had a chance to win. He threw one of the worst passes in NBA history to Scottie Pippen to turn the ball over.
Was that the same game, though, Lamont?
Before he came back.
Yeah,
they played 34 more games and won 24 with him coming back.
Okay, so you just admitted right there it was prime Jordan.
I mean, he did come back and win MVP that next year, didn't he?
The next year, yeah.
Hold on. How is this not prime Jordan?
They came back and won it
against Orlando. Jordan was averaging 31 a game. 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block.
What that shooting percentage?
Oh, he was definitely prime.
Hold on, the shooting percentage ain't really bad. He's shooting 48% from the field.
See,
that's really good. That's not
that is
bad.
that is
80% from the free throw line. This is prime.
But let's keep it real. 2 years. Hold on. Let's keep it real though. 2 years away from the NBA. Come on, man.
Year and a half.
31 points a game.
It didn't matter. He was the GOAT. He wasn't matter how many years in the NBA he was.
He wasn't a GOAT. Hold on, he wasn't a GOAT at that time. Come on, man.
I got a question. But hold on. I got a question about that. Why don't he get frowned upon for retiring on his team, bro?
Come on,
Jordan is the GOAT, man. It's not close.
He wanted.
I don't give a damn if he the GOAT or not. Why don't they get shunned upon?
Because bro, his daddy died that same year, bro. His daddy got killed, bro.
Hold on. Isaiah Thomas lost his sister and still played in the fucking basketball.
We talking about Isaiah Thomas.
I don't give a fuck. What the fuck make him so special then?
Listen, man. Wait a minute. Everybody can't answer that question because they ain't never been put in that type of position.
One at a time.
That's why I was just.
Brett Favre lost his damn daddy when out there had the game of his life, nigga. I don't want to hear about no excuses, bro.
Man.
He had
everybody put it in different ways.
Nigga,
that nigga quit.
Even made out the second round.
Bro,
I mean the third round.
Jordan,
he quit on his team, bro.
Hold on, Anti. I think quit on his team. He came back and won 3 straight championships with me.
He quit again. Fuck you, mean?
It don't matter if he come back and bring 6 titles in 8 years. He can quit whenever he wants.
Hey, you know what? Hold up, y'all. Hold up, one at a time. That right there showed me how weak that fucking era was, dog. You mean to tell me a nigga retired for 2 years, almost 2 years, and y'all let that nigga come back and 3-peat again? Shit water.
And that's how great he was.
Shit water.
That's how great he was. I mean, there may be some truth what you're saying, but that's how great he is. For that nigga to do that, come on.
That's how shit water the competition was.
Just like Tom Brady came over to the Buccaneers, he got them Super Bowl. He just that great.
Yeah, that's an indictment on NFL there.
Nah, nigga, Tom Brady just that nigga. Fuck you, mean?
Just that nigga, man.
Tom Brady just that nigga, dog.
I can win a Super Bowl if my defense only gives up in the last championship.
One thing Brady did that Jordan never did was go win without his coach.
Okay.
That don't matter.
Go win without his coach. Stop it. But Jordan is perfect. Jordan is perfect in the highest level.
Let me tell y'all this.
He never lost a final.
Hold on. So
let me say this.
Hold on. So with him being, is he the only one that got a flawless record in the finals?
No.
Okay, so why they ain't go?
Because he's the one.
It was only 2 teams in Bill Russell's era that playing in the finals. When you got a league when it's only 3 teams in the league, of course you got a high percentage chance of winning.
Hey, let me ask you something. Do you think any nigga in this era can do a 3-peat, take a year and a half off, and they come back and 3-peat again in this era?
Yes.
That nigga,
absolutely.
Fuck out of here, man.
Listen,
never seen another 3-peat in the league with all the competition going on.
Don't y'all be choosing LeBron James every time? Oh, look. Don't y'all be choosing LeBron James every year to win it? It's okay then. So what's the difference?
Do he win it every year, nigga?
No.
Hold on.
Because of injuries.
LeBron has been favored in like 3 finals, bro. Nobody picks LeBron to win finals ever.
Out of 10, he only been favored in 3.
Like
I ain't talking about winning the finals.
Because you can't guarantee on that nigga to win, even with the best.
Nah. Not even. Let's do this for real because if we talking about competition,
That nigga sorry,
the competition.
And speaking of winning without coaches,
way fucking different.
There's multiple quarterbacks that won with different coaches.
No, he talking about compared to Jordan. That's what we talking about.
Fam, I'm talking about that man quit, dog. came back and won another 3-peat. Dog, that lets you know. That lets you know how watered down that fucking league was at that time, bro. That shit don't happen.
That era was more dominant than the one we got now.
The situation that Jordan was in, he didn't come into a great situation, but he came into a franchise that was able to build a great situation around him. Got a great coach. Got a
nah. What happened was, nigga, he was the best thing since sliced bread.
LeBron never had.
But you know what though, Anton? Hey, the conspiracy
when Jordan was drafted.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
The conspiracy with Jordan is that he was gambling and shit. That's why it's really
the Bulls was trash when Jordan got.
I don't know about all that. I just know I don't know the nigga. I don't know if he was forced to retire. I just know he retired.
Yeah, they saying he was
retired, but people come back with continuity.
But do y'all understand that his daddy got killed? That same
bro, that don't. Hold up. How is that an excuse, fam?
Stop all of that daddy excuses, man.
Okay, like people get killed in people's family every day. Niggas still got
No, put it like this. I'd carried my team to 3 ships. I'd have did all this. I'm the greatest player in the world. I got everybody looking at me. And then all of a sudden my daddy died. The media talking, all that shit. Not every man, you don't know what he was going on in his head. Not every man can withstand that. Not every man.
Hold on. SFM, you said we don't know what was going on in his head?
Yeah, man, y'all don't know what's going on in that man's head, man.
How we don't know? When Jordan did a press conference and told us what was going
on.
That
man said, I have nothing else to prove, nigga. The man said nothing about his father, dog.
Listen, man.
Oh, my goodness. He said, I had nothing
right next to him.
Every opportunity he had to share with
Then Jordan say he quit.
How about this? Nope, we gonna just hear what Jordan had to say.
Exactly. Pull it up. There you go. That man gonna say, I have nothing else to prove.
Hold on, let's hear what Jordan had to say, because he looked fine to me.
Michael? Thanks, Jerry. I think everyone knows exactly what the circumstances are right now in terms of my decision not to play the game of basketball in the NBA. Doesn't mean I'm not going to play basketball somewhere else, but I've talked to all my confidants, my family, my friends, as Jerry has just informed you, to the organization. I even talked to David Stern as of yesterday and even today, and I'm very solid with my decision of not to play the game of basketball in the NBA. Reason being, I've heard a lot of different speculations about my reasons for not playing, but I've always stressed to people that have known me and the media that has followed me that when I lose the sense of motivation and the sense of to prove something as a basketball player, it's time for me to move away from the game of basketball. It's not because I don't love the game. I love the game of basketball, I always will. I just feel that at this particular time in my career, I've reached the pinnacle of my career. I've achieved a lot in that short amount of time, if you want to call it short. But I just feel that I don't have anything else for myself to prove. And I met with some of my teammates this morning, and it was very, very emotional because they meant a lot to me, and we've shared a lot of time together over the last 9 years. Paxton being the guy that I've been with for the last 8 years, and other guys I've spent a lot of time for the last 5 years, and we've achieved a lot. We've gone through a lot of stages, and my success has been as much as their success. They've been a part of that. My family's been a part of that.
Thank you. Ain't say nothing about his father to me.
You should have.
That's how much his father
like his father to me.
Newsflash, your father is considered a family member.
The key word. The key word was that I lost my motivation.
No, hold on.
About his father there. He was talking about his
that man just said, I have nothing else to prove.
He said exactly what he said. He says, when I get to a point where I feel like I've lost my motivation because I have nothing more to prove, and I'm gonna walk away. He didn't. I'm shitting on his weak ass. Why
that nigga didn't say nothing about his dad?
Why does he have to come up with some old? hidden word, like cryptic message to say it was about his dad. If it was about his dad, why? Like,
why you just want to say I'm in agony right now, dog? Y'all know what's going on with me.
Let me say.
Somebody
said something about a conspiracy about the gambling. Did somebody say that?
You know why? You know why they come up with these?
Cry, show his emotion.
Hold up. I want to say this. Hold on, Lamar. I want to say this.
To hide the fact that he just simply walked away because either one, the league was just too watered down and weak, and it was too easy. Like he just admitted he had nothing more to prove. Or two, you just don't want to admit he quit on this team.
Facts.
That's the only reason why you come up with conspiracy theories.
What is the conspiracy theory about his daddy got killed that year? That's not a conspiracy.
It's a certain part.
Hold up. You mean to tell me? Hold up. I want you to go throughout that year, throughout them years in the NBA. You mean to tell me ain't nobody else lost nobody close to them, fam? To the point they had to retire.
Different though.
What the fuck made him so different? What made him so different?
Hold on.
You can't put him in his mindset. He's his own man. He's not every man. Everybody can't take the same.
Everybody's emotion is not emerged.
Shit, man,
stop it, bro.
Look.
He retired.
You know,
nigga, he probably got his daddy killed. Fuck you, mean?
Come on, y'all.
That's a conspiracy.
Hold on.
You got him killed. Now you outright lying. Now you capping.
Hold on. Y'all basing y'all whole argument off something he never said. Y'all basing y'all. I saw in the chat, Sonny says his dad died, and that's an excuse. First of all, he never used his dad dying as an excuse. Y'all making that up for him.
Y'all making that excuse.
Don't make nothing up for him and then try to justify it. He didn't even. He literally just.
That man never said nothing about his daddy. That man said, "I have nothing else to prove." Y'all just heard it right there and there.
How we know David Stern ain't tell Jordan he can't play that year?
All right, well,
I know what came out of that nigga mouth. I don't know what happened.
He said, but he ain't finished. If you at some point in the video, he say, if David Stern to have me back, maybe I'll.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting on, bro.
He said that. And he also said in the part that he played that the day before that he talked to David Stern. So maybe
of course,
maybe that talk. Why we had to talk? First of all,
we don't know about the talk. We didn't get the full context of the conversation.
Now you don't get the full context.
This is Michael Jordan.
Because the whole interview wasn't played by definition.
Why
of course we didn't. If the entire interview wasn't played minute by minute, then by definition, that's not full context.
It's an hour long.
Hold on. But we just heard that nigga come out his mouth and say he has nothing else to prove.
I'm not doing
you do realize he ain't say nothing about his dad.
For that reason alone, we wouldn't get context.
It's fresh context,
boy.
So basically,
nobody knows. Even Skip Bayless.
So basically, y'all saying, I don't want to talk. Definitely don't want to talk Skip Bayless in this topic. So basically, y'all saying
that's my nigga, man.
Hold on, y'all basically saying because we don't know what he talked about in a private conversation with David Stern and his family, we can't take his words, what he says, at face value.
Perhaps because he's politicking.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Hold on.
I'm saying you don't know for sure.
I'm
not saying that.
If he's
politicking, that's what you want to do. Then
hold on. If he's politicking,
we don't know.
Then give me another time where he's got in front of the media and started politicking, capping about his intentions. Because
Jordan is all about politics.
When he got in front of the
Jordan's all about
hold on, y'all say that, but you can't give no real example. Hold on. So what?
Okay, so hold on. I got him right quick. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Why did he? Hold up, y'all. Hold up. So okay, I give y'all. If y'all want to go with that, his dad died. Okay, cool. Why did he retire the second time?
He didn't want to play. He didn't play. He said he didn't want to play for no other coach other than Phil Jackson.
He did say that. Bro.
So hold on. How can we take that? How can we take the second excuse at face value?
So y'all can take that at face value, but I can't take him saying that shit that he got nothing else to prove face value.
Nobody said you can take that. I ain't say that. Both of them can be true. I'm just
hold on. SFM. Hold on, y'all. Hold on with SFM.
I ain't saying you can't say that.
Crypto, Marcus Kidd, and Dub Gotti.
Yeah.
Y'all all literally be talking at the same time, just blaring stuff out, and I can't hear nothing. All you got to do is just go one at a time, man. I want to hear what y'all got to say.
My fault.
But y'all just killing it, man. Y'all killing this audio over here, man.
My fault. Let me. I'm gonna go first.
My fault.
Y'all killing my little audio box.
My fault.
You did mute me like 3 times. But first of all, I mean, somebody said something about Jordan and why would he politic? Jordan all about politics.
Okay, give me an example. Give me an example.
Why example? Republicans buy sneakers too.
Yeah, but but how he was very straightforward about that because he was saying, I'm not about to change or play politics with y'all about my shoes. I'm not going to take sides because everybody buys sneakers. So he's basically telling you he don't play politics. So that's what he's saying. It's really not a good argument for your case. What's the next one?
Now you got that. Yeah, you right.
If anything, Jordan was
a horrible example. He wasn't talking about politics in the political sense. He's talking about politics as far as playing the game.
Give me one example where
like a politician.
Give me one example where he played politics in the league.
Listen, but now
I'm just saying, but that was a horrible example.
When he went to the papers and told them they trying to kill me on the floor.
Buying shoes or what political party buys the shoes is irrelevant. That's a horrible example.
You're right. That is a horrible example. Listen, my main point. I was saying that, but my main point was, and I said this before. Fuck, I forgot. Damn.
Nah, I don't think you had a point though.
Nah,
hold on. Let's get it together. Let's get it together.
Oh, I wasn't. Like I said, I said this a few times. I wasn't saying that y'all can't say that. I wasn't saying what I was saying was true. I was just raising another point of view. That's it. That's all I was doing. You feel what I'm saying? So I wasn't saying you can't take his words at face value. I ain't saying that's not true, what he's saying. Obviously, that makes sense. If I lost my father, for me, I probably want to take some time off too. Like that's a lot. That's heavy.
Yeah, but that's not why he said he took time off.
No,
if he would have came out there and said that directly,
didn't he say that? Hold on. Didn't he say that in the Last Dance? Wasn't that said in the Last Dance? Or I'm bugging.
Yeah, he didn't say it in that interview just now.
No, in the interview.
He didn't say it in that interview.
In the Last Dance,
we got new information now. So like,
no, in the Last Dance, it actually got worse, and he doubled down on the fact that he had nothing more to prove. He did not say it was because his dad in the Last Dance.
He said he was done whooping y'all niggas' ass.
Why does he have nothing to prove?
Here's my point.
That's the follow-up. This shit was too easy.
This shit was easy.
Did he say it was too easy? Or you insinuating that he said it was too easy?
He retired and came back and three-peated again.
No, that's after the fact. He ain't won the second three yet when he gave me the first three. So how's it gonna be too easy if he only won 3 championships in 4 years when other players have done it?
They have three-peated, dog. Do you know the answer?
But I'm talking about there's other people before him that won multiple championships in a short time frame.
How many teams have three-peated, bro?
That's irrelevant.
Did it?
It's not irrelevant. He's in the elite class. He's telling you that he's elite.
Well, he didn't
Listen, bro.
You
your argument
insinuating
is
that he said that.
Three-peated, so the league must have been easy because he's just that great to three-peat. Like that's how you sound.
Nah, he was that fucking watered down, nigga.
That era was more formidable than any era in basketball.
Fuck it, was it?
Hey, do y'all know that
it was?
It says only 4 major professional sports teams have won 3 consecutive championships.
Thank you.
So rare. This is not just in basketball. In all sports across the board is extremely rare.
That's what I'm saying.
And the Bulls got 2 of them.
Hold on, the Bulls did it twice in the same decade. Kind of tells you about that decade right there.
The Lakers did. The Lakers
the
did
hardest
with
thing to
Kobe
do.
and Shaq.
And he did it twice, so he was whooping that weak ass era. Tearing them niggas the fuck up.
That nigga said that era was the most formidable. That's a fucking lie.
What about the Bum Celtics when they won?
Look inside the numbers.
Wait, hey, Lamar, did Jordan go to a game 7?
Listen. The Lakers did it. The Lakers did it.
We ain't talking about the Lakers, my guy.
We ain't talking about the Lakers, nigga. Who the fuck?
Yeah.
Nigga, you beat the
Kobe. He's not the only person.
Allen Iverson, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Jordan did it. Ain't nobody do it since the Celtics.
Wait, what you SFL? What about?
I think didn't another team three-peat?
Yeah, the Lakers, okay, but that was in
I think like you said, the
Celtics in the 50s though. That was way back in the 50s.
Exactly. It's an elite class of people who do it, bro. It's not every day somebody three-peat in any sport.
The Lakers.
But hold up, Lamont. To the dude that said the 90s was so formidable, nigga, how? Explain that to me, please.
What do you mean?
Like, please explain how it was so formidable, nigga.
Just to say,
look it up. Every
Kobe almost
team
three-peated by himself, man. Y'all niggas would have been mad.
Multiple
I would
teams
have been
could
mad.
have three-peated.
Bro, he was not by himself.
What y'all would
Defensive numbers in that decade.
thing? Kobe would have three-peated 2008 through 2020.
Hey, LeBron, he did, nigga. So
y'all would have said the 2000s sweet.
He didn't.
Hey man,
no, hold up. I want that nigga to tell me because he said the 90s was so formidable. Please explain that to me, dog.
You just look at all the players defensively, from a defensive standpoint. Just look at the numbers.
Hold on, let him
look at the
explain.
numbers.
Let him explain. I want to hear this. I want to hear it full detail.
This nigga anti-buff.
Go ahead, Crypto.
From a defensive standpoint, you look at the numbers.
Championship
by championship in each conference.
What numbers?
Those numbers, from a defensive standpoint, was more formidable than most decades.
Well, what numbers? What numbers?
You talking about? Hold up. You talking about the defense? The best defensive rate was in the 2000s.
People, it's hard to score against you.
That was in the 2000s, not the 90s.
You talking about points allowed?
My nigga, Reggie Miller came out the 90s. Craig Ellis, that was a shooting guard.
Hakeem Olajuwon teams, all those teams, those Knicks and Pistons teams, and all those teams, and even in the Western Conference, they had formidable defenses.
That's more of the 80s. That's not the 90s.
No.
Yeah, you right. I see.
You niggas be capping about the 90s. I don't think y'all niggas know what y'all be talking about, dog.
Now you just trying to water down Jordan's accomplishments by saying he dominated.
He didn't play no fucking body.
Yeah, see, listen. So he didn't play nobody in the Eastern Conference that time in his journey leading up to the finals. He didn't face nobody in the East.
One man,
that was
nigga, everybody was done.
Hold on, why you want to get that? Y'all only worry about rings, right? So it's all about the finals, right?
Come on.
I will be honest, 9 finals.
Now y'all want to talk about the road getting to the finals? Now, really, SFL? Hey, boy, y'all be killing y'all fucking self, dog.
That shit took a road.
Now y'all want to talk about the road getting to the finals. Y'all niggas don't care about the road getting to the finals
at all. We understand that, but I'm just saying though, still 9 finals, 9 finals appearance. Something wrong with that era. Yeah,
go back to the teams. I'm finna go back to all the teams he faced in the East, cause he did have to get through that Orlando Magic team that he lost to in '96 when he swept them. So I'm gonna go back to all the teams he had to be in the East before. You
talking about that Orlando team that was the expansion team of the '90s?
Nah, man.
Expanded in the 80s.
That's what you talking about?
No,
that Orlando team that was expansion team.
Number one, get it right.
Damn.
I will be honest.
Postpone on them in the correct truth of the matter. They was expansion in the 80s.
Like, dog, y'all, I'm telling y'all, I ask y'all this question all the time. The nigga that talking about the 90s formidable. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so you got Jordan at the top, right? You know how you got niggas on LeBron level today, the Kawhis, the KD, the Steph Curry, the James Harden, the Giannis's. Can you name the next nigga that was next to Jordan in his era? I wish you would say Clyde Drexler, nigga.
If anything, it was.
I wish one of you niggas would say Clyde Drexler, nigga.
It was Scotty.
In the 90s, who was the next nigga to him?
My nigga, listen, my nigga. Hakeem Olajuwon was up there for sure, my nigga. That nigga was scared.
Right. And Olajuwon was perfect.
Olajuwon was up there.
Hey, how was Olajuwon up there? He couldn't win shit, nigga. The nigga three-peated.
Well, let me say this though.
He won two shoots.
He won 2 shits when the nigga was gone.
Oh, now since he was gone.
He would have won them regardless because they was real.
I don't know. I don't want to hear about regardless, nigga. I know the nigga wasn't there when he won them. I know that for a fact.
But you said nobody.
He came back. That nigga was still in the league and he three-peated again. Why the fuck great was he?
Anti, you said nobody was there in the first place. You just said Hakeem Olajuwon.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question though. How come? I mean, if Hakeem is next up,
you had MVPs like Charles Barkley.
If Hakeem is next up, hold on.
Charles Barkley had a team.
Is any of them niggas better than KD and stuff?
Karl Malone was not on the same level as Jordan, man.
Hakeem Olajuwon is better than Stephon Kerr.
I'll give you Hakeem. Who else?
Wow. You telling me Hakeem was the next line of Jordan, right? But he couldn't even beat the nigga.
Okay. Hakeem and who else?
Nah, fuck Hakeem. Let's just stay with Hakeem. Hakeem won his 2 rings when the nigga was out of the league.
Who else?
Okay.
Who else?
Now
You got Shaq in that era.
So
too,
what?
nigga.
So it's a King's
What
fault?
did you say?
That makes Michael Jordan.
Bro, Shaq didn't hit his prime till he got with LA. Stop it, bro.
Nah, nigga, Shaq was in the finals in the
Shaq hit his
90s
prime
with
till he
Penny
got with LA.
Hardaway.
Stop it, bro.
Don't forget about Penny Hardaway, Dennis Scott, and Nick Anderson, nigga. When they beat him, listen, when they beat them in 94, just listen. When they beat them in 94 in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Bulls had 4 people that averaged 15 plus on that team, man. When they beat them in 94, the Bulls, man. That was a good team, man. That wasn't no bad team.
Nah, it wasn't bad. But we got guys like Russell Westbrook not even making the top 10 in the league right now.
As he shouldn't.
And that's crazy. Think about the competition that got to be in front of him.
Drew Holiday is not a better point guard
to not be in the top 10.
As he shouldn't.
You know what I'm saying, dog?
In his position overall?
If y'all want to give it to that nigga because
he's talking about top 10 in his position or overall. What do you mean?
Man, that competition wasn't elite like that, man, in the 90s, fam.
What you mean?
But let me say in top 10 in his position.
No, I'm talking about top 10.
But he's not top 10 overall. No,
that's what I'm saying.
He would be top 10 in his position.
But think about the talent that he is. Think about how long it's been since somebody averaged a triple double. We did it 4 times in a row, and this guy not top 10 in the league.
And he an MVP.
That's crazy.
It was younger
the league don't value triple doubles like they did back then.
You want to know why?
Because he get a triple double in his sleep.
Because of Russell Westbrook. That's why y'all don't value it. Because of him. Sure. He outside the top 10, bro. That's crazy.
Because that's what I asked. Because I was like, how does triple doubles get Oscar into the top 20 all time? But Russ is stat pattern.
No, somebody told me because Oscar Robertson is 6'9", and that means he's tall, so he's not stat padding. But
he was 6'5". He was 6'9". He's 6'5".
That's what I meant 6'5".
He wasn't that tall.
I meant say 6'5". They say because he's tall.
He was a big guard. He was a big guard like Russ, though. He was a bigger guard.
Yeah, Russ like
6'4".
He
got
6'4". They similar in height.
Bounce. He's explosive.
I'm just saying, triple doubles for Oscar gets some top 20 because he had to go team up and make a super team to win his chip. They don't hold it against him.
Kareem. Nobody talk about that. That's fact.
He had to go team up, make a super team.
He was the second best player. No?
Who did he team up with? Lamont.
Kareem.
Lou Alcindor is who he teamed up with.
Who did he? You mean he was drafted there? That's what you
No,
he was not drafted there.
Yeah, I see where you going with that.
Drafted to the Royals.
So if a nigga drafted, that's not the same. I don't understand that.
Or when they say, when it's traded,
he was drafted to the Sacramento Kings.
Thank you.
And then went to the Bucks or the Royals or whatever.
He was drafted to the Royals.
Well, hold on. Let me say this, dog, because the dude talking about the 90s, right? Let me say this. One of the best teams we have all seen, I'm pretty sure everybody's seen it, was the KD Warriors, right? And you see they couldn't three-peat, right?
Because of injuries.
That was the injury. Now you can track yourself.
Them 80s Lakers is the greatest fucking teams. Nigga, that ain't no greatest.
What you talking about? The Warriors could have easily won 5 straight titles.
The Warriors ain't fucking with the 80s Lakers, nigga. Y'all niggas is crazy.
You want to talk about watered down? We talking about the teams. The 20 teams was watered down. The Warriors were
watered down. Any team in the 80s or 90s would defend Kevin Durant.
Man.
Nigga, the 90s was dried in the motherfucker.
But the injuries.
And then let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
2019. So what you?
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Another team right now that we just seen form, the Brooklyn Nets with James Harden, KD, and Kyrie. Do you see them three-peat in this era?
What's
They injured.
They made out of glass.
They got hard, nigga.
No team made out of glass will ever repeat. They made out of glass. They don't stand a chance.
Now they made out of glass.
Okay, but hold on. But the Miami Heat
exactly. It's fact.
They made out of glass.
Hospital bills longer than freaking anybody.
Only Phil Jackson can three-peat anyway. So 2 times.
Most of the super teams that had
y'all still lose league.
That shit crazy.
If the Nets was healthy enough, they would probably win
big superstars.
First of all, Erdan, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Yes, Charles. I saw a recent podcast on a piece they did about Kwame Brown. Very interesting turn of events. Yeah, I like the way they broke down the similarities between Kwame Brown and Shaq's games. Just stop it, Kenny. Stop it. Shaq couldn't guard Big Country. What you think he gonna do with Kwame Brown? Shaq, Kwame did average a double-double in head-to-head matchups against you. Maybe there is some truth to Kwame Brown being more dominant. Stop playing with me, Ernie. Stop playing. You tell him, Ernie. You tell him. Didn't a guy named Ticket TV give you buckets in a preseason workout back in 2002? I'm going to tell you right now, Ticket TV with barbecue chicken plus baby food, just like Kwame Brown. Dug on it so hard, he can't come back to the U.S. now. Come on now, stop it. No, but seriously though, listen, Kenneth, who do you think carried him more, Kobe or Kwame? Oh, no, he didn't. No, he did not do that right there. Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'm about to come over there and smell your cologne in a few seconds. Stop playing with me. Y'all better Google me. You ain't coming over there and smelling my cologne. No way.
I got 4.
No, you stay over there. I don't know what to say anymore. Stay over there, knucklehead.
How many you got?
As we end today's show, definitely would like to give a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast, best sports podcast on YouTube.
That nigga said dunked on the ball. He can't come back to the United States.
Give it up to Sir Charles and the crew. Give it up to Sir Charles.
Yo, LeBron, so wrong with you, bro.
Yeah, I didn't know, man.
I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
I thought we got hacked or something. I didn't know what happened.
I thought I got kicked out.
Nigga said, nigga name Ticket TV give you buckets in a preseason game.
Oh shit!
He said, Kwame Brown.
How long you been working on that?
Q chicken.
I saw the clip on TNT a couple months ago. So
stop playing, Lamont.
How long you been working on it?
Comedy while you're at it.
Stupid ass, bro.
That's been out. That Anthony saw that a while ago.
I seen that a while ago, man.
Yeah, that was TNT.
That smell your cologne, Ernie. You better Google me, stupid ass.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord, that was really funny, man.
Dunked on him so hard, he can't even come back to the United States.
Man, hey, let me ask you. We gotta end this show soon. Why were people so upset about my spoof video on Weezy Bang, man?
Well, that was, I don't know. I thought that was.
I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny too.
I thought it was funny, man. People was getting highly upset about it.
Nah, what I heard was, I had hit you up that day, and I think like what I had heard, they said you had used his government name.
No, I didn't. I used a name. And look, they use so many fake names. They calling people Karen and Kiwi, and I heard somebody saying Archie in the chat, so I'm thinking it's just another joke name that they use. I didn't know it was motherfucker's real name. Like, I'm not gonna believe.
No, Karen is euphemism for white woman.
No, they be calling Karen Durant.
They be calling KD
Karen.
They call KD Karen.
Yeah, they use so many weird names for everybody. Like everybody got a. I'm thinking it's just a funny name.
Karen name Stephanie.
Like I just thought it was something else. So.
Stephanie.
Yeah, but that's what I heard what was about. They were like, you had said his government. Like, I ain't even know that nigga government. So
how is that even that? If I say your first and last name, that's your full government, man. Don't nobody know my freaking government name. Come on, stop it. We damn near know all of our first names, man. Let's stop that. That's not. I don't think it was that.
I don't think it was that bad neither. But like I said, YouTube was weird, to me, dog. Everything highly weird, bro.
I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was just funny.
Oh man, weird people all over the world.
I think it was the people trying to make it seem like it was more than what it was.
Hey, did he talk to you behind the scenes, Lamont?
Nah, I gave him my number. He never hit me up. So that's why I said I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm saying if he really felt bothered about it, I think he probably would have hit me up and told me, but he didn't hit me up. So
I told you, man, ever since Ticket stopped doing them live streams, the toxicity is spreading to other channels now. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga done fucked up the ecosystem.
Nah.
That nigga said nigga that fucked up the ecosystem.
You see Will creeping in this bitch.
Let
You
me
see all
ask
these
you, why
niggas creeping
LeBron
in
ain't
here?
never go to the slam dunk competition and win like Kobe and Mike, man?
Man, look, man, that man don't want to do the slam dunk competition.
That's not his
That's
game.
that man prerogative, dog.
That's not his game. That's not his game.
We all wanted to see him. We all wanted to see him, man. We ain't never get to see that. Why we couldn't see? That's all I'm asking.
That's the same reason.
No,
you can't go. If you go watch that video of Jordan in the 3-point contest. Yeah.
Nah, that's not the same.
Oh, that shit was horrible.
LeBron can dunk though.
LeBron can dunk.
No, he's not like
he's not a finesse dunker like he's a power dunker.
Because he always gonna do that one bullshit.
You never seen LeBron James do no damn 360.
You got dunk contest dunkers, and then you got power dunkers.
Well, he's a power dunker. He's not no contest dunker, bro.
Yeah, he's not like a creative type
That
of
nigga ain't spinning in the air with no 360s and nothing like that, man.
He can't.
I just see LeBron go through his
I ain't never seen LeBron do no damn 360.
Let me ask y'all a question.
I see LeBron go through his leg.
If LeBron easily cocked back from behind the 3-point, I mean not 3-point line, I'm cooking from the free throw line and dunk that shit. What he get? What's the score? Like
so
easy type shit.
How come y'all ain't pushing for Zion? How come y'all ain't pushing for Zion to get in the dunk contest?
Yeah, he need to hurry.
I want to see Zion.
No, because Zion's just a power dunker.
Motherfucker not doing no damn dunk contest,
He's too big.
man.
Yeah, he's too big. It's not gonna look right. Him dunking.
Throw that bitch down.
That's just a power dunker.
Zion is too big.
He's a power dunker. That nigga ain't no finesse dunker.
So look,
He can do it. Trust me, he can do
Man,
it.
that man
He
ain't putting
probably
no ball
can do it, but
between
it ain't gonna look well with the judges.
Hey, look, who the best y'all ever seen in the slam dunk contest?
Vince Carter.
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine by far. Zach LaVine by far.
I guarantee you, if Vince Carter in his prime will watch Zach LaVine, nigga.
No.
Vince Carter in his prime is watching that nigga, dog. Vince Carter in his prime is watching that nigga.
Aaron Gordon's slam dunk contest is better than Vince
Zach LaVine.
Zach Carter.
There's that recency bias tripping in again. There's that recency bias tripping in, messing with you, fogging your judgment up once again.
Hold on, both of those guys, Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine, they jump more effortlessly than Vince. This is what that's why they can be more creative. I think they would be better than Vince in the dunk contest too.
I ain't never seen one of them niggas play no 7 foot nigga.
Hey, Lamar, let me say something.
Zach LaVine,
Zach LaVine be floating, man. He be floating.
Zach LaVine, this nigga Eric Gordon did some crazy shit when the nigga was moving on the hoverboard.
Man, talk to me when that nigga put his elbow in the rim, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
All do that. Everybody do that now.
I ain't never seen that nigga put his elbow in the rim.
They doing that.
They could easily do that.
I know they could easily do that shit, nigga.
That's not a different.
Zach LaVine do 360s from the free throw line.
Pacers, Paul George is better than any of them.
Hell no.
No,
Paul George.
I know you trolling.
Where you get that shit from?
Listen,
That's the official troll statement of the night. That's literally the troll statement of the night.
Gerald Green was a better dunker than Paul
Officially,
George.
the troll statement of the night.
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about that 360 dunk in the regular season that Paul George did. He talking about
that nigga broke his damn knees when he did that shit, boy.
I think talking about when Paul George was in the dunk contest.
That was officially the troll statement of the night. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you played yourself. Fuck you, man.
Congratulations, you freaking that. The troll statement of the night.
Vince Carter don't got the best slam dunk contest of all time. It was Eric Gordon and Zach LaVine.
Yes.
Yes. You know, hey, Jason Richardson had a fire ass little run too, though. Jason Richardson was pretty sick.
Yeah, he did.
Nate Robinson had a decent run.
Nate Robinson won 2 years in a row.
6'8".
Didn't Jason Richardson win 3 of them bitches?
I think Nate won 3.
I know for sure.
Nate won 3.
I think Jason Richardson had a couple of them bitches.
I think he had 2. I think
just 2. Okay.
I still don't know how the fuck Derek. What's the nigga name from the Heat? What Dwayne Wade wrong for that, dog? When they robbed Aaron Gordon, you wrong for that shit.
It was Black Panther. Black Panther did it too, didn't it?
No, they robbed Zach LaVine. I don't know what you're
You know damn well that boy wasn't supposed to win that dunk competition, dog.
He gave him a 9.
They robbed Zach LaVine.
And the crazy thing, he did one of the dunks over again. It was the same fucking dunk, nigga. How the fuck you let him win?
Yo, no bullshit.
It was different. It was just through the
Ibaka
leg.
dunked behind the free throw line in the slam dunk contest. He dunked behind the free throw line.
Hey, that elbow in the rim dunk is so played. Now you got high schoolers doing that shit.
You can you do it?
It's not a difficult dunk.
Oh my
God! You got people doing that dunk in their sleep.
You can't even put your forehead to the rim, nigga.
So you saying I can't pull up a video right now of high schoolers doing that?
No, I'm saying, can you do it? I know damn well you can. I'm pretty sure Imani Bates and all of them little niggas do that shit.
Nah. Now you got regular motherfuckers doing that shit. Just like when what's his name? Yeah, when Isaiah Ryder was the first one to go between the legs, everybody thought that shit was amazing. Now you got fucking 8th graders doing that shit.
The cradle dunk.
You get a super athlete, man. They do that stuff.
That cradle dunk, that shit's so basic, dog.
They do that stuff in their sleep, man.
Watching the that shit was so basic, bro.
I saw a high schooler do the between the legs dunk in a game.
No, like when Michael.
That's even worse if you do it in gameplay, Lamont. That's terrible. That's an indictment on the defense.
And do that little cradle.
That's terrible.
That was
so beautiful.
That's terrible.
He did.
If you do that in a game, that's an indictment on the defense.
Well,
that's terrible. You want to talk about watered down?
In high school, that's like, look, y'all. When you look, I'll tell you, high school is the definition of people create super teams because I seen some teams created in high school that was unbeatable, and it gets unfair sometimes. I seen a high school team get beat like 188-16 and shit. Like, come on, man.
I would have threw in the damn towel. Get them niggas off the floor, dog.
Nah, bro.
Them niggas off the fucking floor, man. Get them niggas off the floor with my team, nigga.
Hey, man, I'm a dunker in real life, man.
Man,
shit, I be doing some crazy.
That's the only thing you dunk is donuts, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
For real, man. I could bounce for real, man. I'm 5'9". I could bounce for real.
Boy, how much you weigh?
So you trying to convince everybody you the next coming of Spud Webb? Is that what your argument is?
No, he's trying to believe him.
Look, that's why he be. That's why he be so aggressive in the chat. He got that little man complex.
Nah, it be
right.
I got hella bounce. I'm talking about.
It be dudes 5'8" dunking. Like, casual dudes.
I wish you would try to dunk on me, nigga. I'm taking your legs smart up on you. I ain't even capping.
I done dunked on.
I'm taking your legs off of your ass, nigga. You better hope you catch that goddamn rim, nigga.
You gonna end up like Tony Parker, what J.R. Smith did to him. You gonna end up like Tony Parker.
You better hope like here you catch that rim.
What Steve Nash? What Kobe did to Steve Nash?
I Vince Carter jumped over a nigga. That's how I'm gonna do you.
Yeah, all right. I'm damn sure gonna take your legs off.
I'm gonna do your ass like
you better catch that goddamn rim, nigga. I know that much.
Here's the secret.
You can still go, man.
That you want though.
Here's the thing. You're not gonna see it coming because nobody never see it coming. You short. Because you short. So what you do is you go to the basket, and when you get there, you go up. Nah, I'm short, so you're not going to.
Oh, I was about to say, nigga, I'm 6'3".
So I'm going to the rim, and I'm going up like a layup, and you thinking shit sweet. Nah.
Oh, nah. I don't think that's sweet, nigga. So I'm gonna take your legs off money you regardless, nigga.
Hold on, you
5'7"? Kobe would have done good. He would knock you down.
5'7" or 5'9".
Nah, Lamont. This like dudes 5'8" dunking.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Can't dunk, man.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm short, but I'm sturdy. Like I could be big man, bro. I'm strong as shit. I'm really not gonna hold you.
Anytime your 6'3" ass try to post me up, I'm gonna work you, nigga. I ain't gonna
I don't play ball.
Yes, I mean, like even 6'3", my brother's 6'3". Like it's nothing.
I'm too big for all that, dog. Too much. That's too much. Shifting, dog, on my knees. Hell no.
What about escalating?
Remember, Mike used to tell you to do your leg work.
Boy. First of all, nigga, he don't work on his legs. Nigga, how nigga don't work on his legs? Gonna tell me about my leg work?
He got videos doing
that. That nigga might be splashing them hoes. Nigga, he dropped some video.
That man legs worse than Kawhi's, bro.
That nigga ready for your ass. He ready for your ass, Lamont.
No, he's not.
That nigga ain't did a jumper yet. Nigga, everything that nigga shoot ain't done but all hands, nigga. That nigga ain't left the ground yet. Nigga, fuck you, man. That nigga ain't did a jumper yet, nigga.
A hand shot. Hand shot.
With a hard flick.
With a hard flick. Podcast one, but he was like
that line drive.
Hard flick.
He said something like the players control the coach or something. What are you talking about right now?
Go, Mike. Why he be kicking you out so much?
Some players do.
Man, no.
Mike get mad. Niggas start. Hey, SFM, shut the fuck up, SFM. Shut the fuck up. Go in the back. Go in the background. Go in the back. This is my shit, bitch. It's my shit. Come over here talking that shit. This my shit. This ain't FYL. Yeah. This ain't FYL.
Bro,
this ain't U3. This ain't Ticket
he
TV.
be contradicting his own statements a lot.
I be like, son, I'm like, dog, you be wildin'.
He be muting the mods. That shit be killing me.
Go Mike be debating against people who agree with him. That'd be the funniest thing.
That's the crazy. Yeah, he do.
That's the crazy. Yeah, that's the part I don't be getting. Yesterday he had a whole argument with a nigga.
That's like debating your employee.
Dude was like, "You agree with you, go, Mike." He was like, "Nah, man, stop talking." I was like, "Oh,
yeah." I'm like,
shut the fuck up, Lamont. Shut the fuck up, Lamont. You don't want this smoke. Shut the fuck up.
I just be
go in the background. Go in the background.
You know, I just thought about this. Has anyone did a spider dunk yet? Like the one, like in a game before when you
did it, like at a college pregame.
Hold on, what's a spider dunk?
Spider dunk, what you put up
like when your legs touch the rim.
You know, like when them niggas be upside down. You know, you see them niggas in the
when your legs touch the rim. What the your legs is touch. Nigga, who got that much bounce?
No,
like this shit don't sound real.
No.
This nigga say his legs is touching the rim, nigga. What?
No, your legs.
You know how like Spider-Man is upside down. You never seen that dunk before? Like,
damn, 10,000.
What? You never seen
that? Oh, you talking about when a nigga finish done? He hang upside down like Spider-Man.
No, like your legs is wrapped around the rim.
Ain't nobody gonna do that.
Do y'all believe this?
Keep capping.
Do y'all believe
this? Retarded. Ain't nobody gonna do that.
The
fuck retarded.
Nah, it's a nigga from the A1 that used to do that shit, nigga.
No, look it up.
That nigga just slide and hang upside down like he was Spider-Man.
What kind of vertical?
I would love to do that, dude.
I can't hear nothing y'all saying, man. I can't hear it.
Lamar, let me tell you what it is. It's when you dunk, right? And then you pull yourself up, you wrap your legs around it, and you hang up there like a spider.
Oh, that's ass.
I mean, that's not really impressive, bro. Because you already dunked.
Anybody can do that.
That's not impressive. You can do that.
Oh, you mean when you dunk and you flip upside?
Yeah, he flips upside down. Yeah,
that ain't
That
just gotta be able to dunk the ball.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
that sound necessary.
Nigga, Rudy Gobert could do that shit. I mean,
you can just.
Boy, Rudy Gobert can't do that shit. Stop lying.
No, he cannot.
Big goofy motherfucker fall around and fuck his head up, nigga. Big goofy
I
ass.
saw that nigga do a 360. That shit was so ugly. How you make a 360 look ugly?
Big goofy ass nigga, dog.
Y'all think? Do y'all think?
Okay, then what about?
Y'all think them rumors about the Kyrie getting traded for Ben Simmons might be true?
Hell no.
Oh, hold on. They trying to trade for Ben Simmons?
Yeah, they talking about Kyrie for Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Yeah, that would literally destroy it.
I mean, the Nets would be a lot better. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Nothing.
If they do that, hold on. If the Nets do that, then they definitely championship favorites over the goddamn Lakers. That's unstoppable.
All day.
That's unstoppable. Yeah, I would love to see it then. Nigga, go get his ass then. That's gonna be the reason y'all lose right there.
You talking about
That's gonna be the reason they lose. Go get Ben Simmons.
I tell you what, Milwaukee's gonna have a big smile on their face if that trade go down. Milwaukee's gonna be like, we got this conference for the next 10 years.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Kyrie is a big help to that team.
Let Ben Simmons on another NBA team.
If Kyrie get traded, he gonna
after how I seen that nigga play in the playoffs this year, go get him. Go ahead.
Lamont, if they do get Ben Simmons, I got the Lakers definitely winning.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead, get him.
Milwaukee's gonna dominate the conference.
Without Kyrie, that's like 18 more shots for James Harden and Kevin Durant.
Hold on, why do y'all think it'll be so sweet if they trade Kyrie?
Nah, it wouldn't.
Because I don't. Hold up. It depends on who you trade Kyrie for. If you trade that nigga for somebody else, I'm cool. But Ben Simmons, nah, that shit war.
Nah,
I disagree.
Who though? I don't believe in Ben Simmons. But after what he said in the playoff, dog, I'm good.
Cause they don't need no offensive nigga.
He can guard
like that.
Swan.
He can guard one.
Bro,
he can't guard,
but like he's gonna be a lot.
Hold on. Y'all gotta go one at a time. Y'all go one.
That's what I'm saying.
What I was saying is like Ben gonna be a liability on offense, especially in the playoff series.
Hold on, why the fuck would you? How are you gonna be a liability? Ain't no offense. Ben Simmons is gonna be a liability if you guys standing next to goddamn James Harden and Kevin Durant. Ain't no fucking liability in the
They can just throw lobs to Ben Simmons for real. They put him
no way in hell. You can't convince me he'll be a liability when I got fucking KD and James Harden standing next to me.
That's crazy.
That nigga gonna be a liability, bro.
I tell you what,
Joel Embiid, the nigga was a liability.
Treat him like Shaq.
Hold on. Let me say this, Lamont. You may be right unless they have snipers. I didn't know who their snipers are. Pat Mills and who else? Joe Harris.
Snipers. Hold on. Those are snipers. Those are snipers.
Patty Mills.
I mean, you still got to worry about KD. That nigga a sniper and James Harden. Fuck you, mean?
I trust Patty Mills in the playoffs more than I do Joe Harris, bro.
Who's Joe Harris? He ain't no sniper.
Nah, he wasn't a sniper in the playoffs.
Oh man, he ain't gonna be no sniper when he ain't got his leg out there.
I trust Patty Mills in the playoffs more than I do Joe Harris, bro.
Patty Mills ain't nothing to play with right now, bro. The USA saw that in the Australia game when he bust their ass and led them, nigga.
Ain't nobody worried about no damn
Patty Mills. Beat the shit out the USA, nigga. Fuck y'all talking about. Them niggas spook bar that nigga right now.
All the time. What you talking about?
Remember when Patty Mills dropped Kobe off?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, hold up, Patty Mills dropped Kobe off.
He dropped him. He dropped him.
He dropped his
Mills ain't no hoe now.
I will say this: if they do get Ben Simmons, it will be Ben Simmons a point guard, KD, James Harden, and Patty Mills and Lamar.
Bro, Ben Simmons ain't running no point guard over James Harden. That's a lie.
Yeah, they're gonna probably put
He
him
has
like
to,
on
cause
some point. He'd be like on some point.
Yeah, he gonna have to be
some Lamar Odom type shit.
But what you gonna have Ben Simmons playing spot up?
Nah, he gonna have to play the post.
He gotta play the post.
Yeah, put him at the block. Yeah, and then he got to rebound and go on the break.
He got to develop some kind of mid-range jump shot, run the baseline.
Oh, hold on. You know who said that? Who said that? I heard, you know what? You know when I heard that last? I heard that about Giannis until the motherfucker won a chip, and he still ain't really developed the jump shot.
I mean, Giannis developed a nice
Ben Simmons ain't
Giannis though, dog. He ain't got that dog.
He's not aggressive. Also,
he ain't got that dog.
He too damn big to be trying to be aggressive and shit, man. He too big.
I agree with that.
Giannis would take a jumper. Ben Simmons just straight up won't.
You 6'9", 6'10", 240, dog.
Giannis will take a mid-range jumper. Ben Simmons just won't take it. Like he.
And that's the thing about it. Yes, and Lamont. That's also. And that's
hold on. How many times did Giannis take jumpers? Missed that motherfucker. And everybody like, why the fuck?
No, but he'll take it though.
He keep shooting them.
No.
He'll take it.
Respectable.
Bro, he takes when Giannis takes jumpers.
We do it at a bad time.
You know what
talking
about?
When Giannis takes jumpers, I sit there looking, especially when me being a coach. I'm like, why the fuck did you take that dumbass shot?
That's facts. Because if you think in the finals, they started to dominate the Suns when he stopped shooting. But the point is, he's aggressive, and that's the difference between him and Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is scared to shoot the shot. He's scared.
Like Ben just won't shoot it. Like he just
not true, y'all.
Are you what?
Look, we not about to do this Ben Simmons shit, dog. I'm about to go to bed, nigga.
It's not even about him. It's not
because that nigga, bro. After what he showed me in the finals,
it's not about Ben Simmons right now, bro.
It's not.
But
Ben Simmons it's not about him being scared to take a shot.
Giannis will take shots and make them occasionally.
They lost
in the closeout game. He scored 50.
Look,
he was taking a lot of shots.
Look,
Ben Simmons got he
scored 50.
Hey, yeah, he got schemed out against. So really, Doc Rivers. A lot of people don't want to admit this, or they don't really care. But Doc Rivers got out coached like a motherfucker.
Stop it!
Hold on. Let me explain. Because hold on, I'm saying he got out coached because his best weapon, the weapon that's so-called a weakness, but Ben Simmons' playmaking ability is what the Hawks targeted. The Hawks said, Joel Embiid, you can get your 30, but this motherfucker Ben Simmons is not about to get into the lane. He's not going to play make. He's not going to destroy us by picking us apart. We're going to take his playmaking away, and we're going to see how y'all do. And they took his playmaking away, and he didn't look the same. He took
his own self out of the game. That man would throw the ball and go shit in the corner, bro. Like he wasn't aggressive at all.
But hold on. What made Ben Simmons an all-star was his playmaking and his defense. His defense was there, but they killed his playmaking. They killed his ability to play make, which was his go-to. That's his value offensively. Once you kill his playmaking offensively, now he has to go to something he not as good at, which is actually just being an aggressive scorer, which we know he's not good at that. Like every player has a weakness That just happened.
Hold up, man. I seen this man. Hold up.
I don't care what you say, man. You
I seen Joel Embiid get hurt, right? Then and they went against the Utah Jazz, and Rudy Gobert was a rainy D, and he dropped 43 on that nigga top.
You know why though? Because that's when Gobert was talking shit the game before. He came out and made an emphasis. But you know what also happened when Joel Embiid's not there? What's the difference? That means the floor is more spaced out. The lane is wide open. When Joel Embiid is there, them driving lanes ain't the same. The pace is slower. You can't play as fast.
But hold on. But Lamont though, in a regular season, Joel Embiid was out for a couple of weeks. If he could have done that, he still didn't do it. He's still in show.
Hold on. That's a lie.
He wasn't taking the basketball.
He went off.
When Joel Embiid was out, that motherfucker Ben Simmons was going crazy.
He was, but
why not? Exactly. Like you said, the spacing was there.
They lost, man. They lost in the playoffs 2 times because of this nigga, man.
Man,
they lost because of that nigga, man.
I don't want to hear nobody defending Ben Simmons right now after what I saw that nigga do.
Ben Simmons had layup at the end of the game, and he passed.
Ben Simmons is the real deal.
Okay.
The real what?
The real deal what? The real deal what?
Hey, this is a true testament of what people think about Ben Simmons. If Ben Simmons finds a way to land on the Lakers, then people will start being honest about his game. Because we know for a fact.
I still won't pick him.
Hold on, y'all will start.
Ben Simmons right. On the Lakers.
Hold on, y'all.
Westbrook and LeBron.
Just like with Russell Westbrook, y'all gonna get to admitting real quick. Y'all LeBron got another superstar, man. Best defensive player. Y'all gonna get to respecting this game real quick. If he
exactly. Hey, hold on. Come to Jesus moment. Exactly, Lamont. They're gonna have a come to Jesus moment. All of a sudden, he's gonna be the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Don't disrespect Russell Westbrook. That man proved.
They're gonna have a come to Jesus moment.
Well, hold on. Are you saying over the last couple of years, I heard people just shitting all over Russell Westbrook. He joins LeBron. Now all of a sudden, man, how LeBron get another MVP? Man, this dude averaging triple doubles.
Exactly.
Man, come on, man. I ain't trying to hear that.
Oh, that's not no.
They gonna do the same thing with Ben Simmons. Watch.
We talking about Ben though, dog.
Look, Big Chris Bosh, who was just an all-star. He got with LeBron. People calling him a superstar and stuff. Man, get out of here, man.
Lamar, no, that's not just LeBron's fan base. That's like every team Russell has gone to.
No, that's LeBron James haters. They act real quick when LeBron get a good player.
No.
Why he want all the players? Why he want all the good players? Like, nigga, they want to go play with him, nigga. They can easily say no. Fuck you, mean.
Ain't say
that's allowed.
Kyrie.
A lot of players have said
no. He couldn't even beat your Trailblazers.
Hold on. You said a lot of players said no. Who?
Kawhi.
One.
I said no to a lot of
Paul George.
One.
That's a lie. Paul George about to go to Cleveland, nigga. Stop lying.
Paul George, he wanted to pair it with LeBron.
Exactly. He was about to go to Cleveland, but he wanted to make sure LeBron was staying in Cleveland.
He was signed with OKC.
Nah, he wanted to go to
No. When LeBron was in Cleveland, they was about to go get Paul George, and he was about to sign, but he said he needed to make sure LeBron was gonna stay. LeBron was doing 1 year deals when he was in Cleveland at that time.
Yeah, one and one.
1 and 1.
Yeah.
So Paul George about to go play with him in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's about to trade Kyrie. It's about to be a sign of trade.
One player, man. I'm telling you, people want to play with LeBron.
That's why Kyrie was mad. We found out.
Kyrie's just a different dude, man. I don't know. I don't understand him.
Well, I know this. His head ain't in football. His head ain't in basketball. Look like it, bro.
Listen, man, I love what that nigga Kyrie did, man. I love what he did to Curry in 2016 finals, man. Like,
what did he do to Curry?
He made him shoot 40% and shit like that. Gave him some time. He busted what that nigga put 41 on his head or something, man.
I don't know what he was making.
Come on, man. Like,
he wasn't making him nothing. He was not on him.
I just feel like he completely exposed him and hit the game winning shot. Like,
he had to get a switch off Clay because Clay was on him.
Like, I'm not even talking about just the game winning shot. I'm talking about like just the last 3 games. He was shooting 40%, my guy. Curry was shooting 40. I don't care what you talk about. He didn't outplay Kyrie on both sides of the ball.
Hold on, we're not doing a Steph Curry debate, man. Let's stop it, man. We're not about to do that right now. Hold on. Mr. Caper said drop the link. I want to hear. He said something about Stephen A. Smith. I just ether him real quick before we get at it.
Bro, why did he? Kyrie, so I'm not going to say he cooked him. He got
I don't know.
He got a few plays off.
He did drop the link.
Clay was on him majority of that fourth quarter, which he played great defense on. And he had to force a switch.
Look, you just got to give Kyrie his prop. He's one of the greatest offensive forces we've seen.
Of course, but
especially one-on-one. He makes some of the toughest shots I've seen in NBA history.
100%.
You got to give great defenders like Clay. I've seen him make Clay look bad.
Clay was on his ass.
I've seen him make Draymond look bad. I've seen him make good defenders look bad. Like that's just Kyrie game. He got a lot of bad.
Lamar, when I respected Clay's defense the last 2 minutes when he was on Kyrie's ass.
But that don't make me not respect. Like I'm not gonna be like, Clay is not a great defender. It's just these motherfuckers is nice. Like I said,
and that's why I say in the Brooklyn Nets need Kyrie because they have Ben Simmons. I'm taking the Lakers.
Yeah, you can say that, but they get Ben Simmons. If they get Ben Simmons, they be one of the
I'm picking the Lakers.
Man, stop the cap. Stop it.
Nah.
Ben Simmons will get them everything they need.
You said Ben Simmons gonna give. Man,
hold on. It's not the end of the stream, Mr. Capers.
Okay, then.
It's not the end of the stream, Mr. Capers. We're not gonna end it. Just pull up. Come on, man. Why you pump fake?
Lamont.
He
fuck with my sons, man. My sons, man, I can't wait.
Them ain't your team. Why do you mean your sons?
Man, that's my son, cuz, man, I don't go for the Lakers. I stopped fucking with the Lakers in 2019, man. I found a new
That's
team,
a
man.
damn shame.
So you not even a Lakers fan.
I'm one of them fans to tell you, I admit, nigga, because I was a real Lakers fan. I can't fuck with all these fraudulent ass niggas playing.
How you all of a sudden you not because LeBron James? Shut your stupid ass up, man.
Sons all day, man. Sons
Nah, it's
all
the
day.
Suns. Oh, nah. Nigga, you should be a Clippers fan then, nigga.
And look, and let's say this. Let's let this be known. Like I said before, Devin Booker is the king of LA. He beat the Clippers.
The only thing that nigga the king of is Kylie Jenner. Nigga, get the fuck out of here.
SFM. That means Magic Johnson is fraudulent because he's the one that got LeBron over there.
Hey.
So Magic fraudulent too?
Kobe
and Kobe signed off on it, nigga.
Co-signed it.
Kobe fraudulent with him.
Hey,
Kobe was happy to see LeBron in the Lakers
fans,
uniform.
man.
I know you don't want to go against Kobe.
You switch things altogether? You don't claim that 17?
Hold on.
My sons and my Rockets.
Why don't y'all hit the link? Look,
somebody say, nigga, ain't you a Rockets fan?
Yeah.
Lamont.
We gonna be in the playoffs this year, probably AC.
Hold on, a couple of y'all keep.
Boy, kill yourself.
Green gonna be
a couple of y'all.
Y'all not gonna be in the playoffs, not this year.
No. The Rockets gonna be in the playoffs.
Y'all ain't gonna be in the playoffs for the next 5 years.
We gonna be in the playoffs.
Y'all ain't gonna be in the next 5 years.
Y'all got a bright future though. Y'all got one of the brightest futures in the league.
That's what I'm saying. And these young niggas we got right now, these young niggas is mean.
Jalen Green gonna win Rookie of the Year.
No, Spurs
They're gonna be in the lottery again. Stop.
And
y'all about to say y'all gonna be in the lottery again next year, nigga. Fuck you, man.
Listen. We got the two.
Wait, who gonna be in the lottery?
Best players in the draft, nigga. We got them on the same
Can I get my Michael Jordan tape and a DeMar Derozen tape?
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing I want to say about, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say this. Didn't you do this before? Yeah, I just want to say, didn't we do this before? Like, what players back in the 80s will replicate or play or got the same styles like the people in the 2000 or 2010s? Like Larry Bird, if he was in this 2010 era, he'll have a skill set of KD. Didn't we say Michael Jordan version would be Dwayne Wade?
Nigga, who the hell said Larry Bird would be K? Who the fuck said that?
Larry does not look like KD at all.
No, like we had a stream about it, talking about it on your stream, saying.
Oh, I remember. But I don't remember. I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember nobody saying Larry Bird was KD though.
Like down they style,
they did.
Like they
somebody. Hey, y'all look, y'all look. Shawnee is trying to get y'all with the what's it called
the PPP loan,
the cash out flip scams. You gonna send Sean?
Nigga trying to go with the move on nigga.
Stupid ass.
What?
He said send him $10 cash up. He gonna send you 100 back.
They not bullshitting with the PPP loan though, dog. Crazy. Somebody just got sent to prison for like 17 years.
Man, I don't feel bad for them, man. They do that dumb stuff. Right. I'll be playing around with them long. And you know, my thing is, remember
about 30 mil.
Remember anti.
I'm about to say how much he get.
I don't remember anti. We be having them conversations, and dudes be like, "Oh, black people can't get these loans XYZ." Now they getting these PPP loans, fucking the money up, doing dumbass shit with it. Don't have real businesses. So when they do get the money, when they do get an opportunity to get money like that, they taking the shit. What's the first thing half these motherfuckers do? They buying up 9 cars, just ridiculously dumb.
Buying them big ass, ugly ass Balenciagas. Them big ugly ass Balenciagas.
So that's why I don't like hearing that shit about motherfuckers getting these not being able to get loans with. They ain't discriminating with these.
They messing it up for other folks.
They are messing up.
That's some cap anyway, because the banks they incentivize to give out they got a quota of loans to give out on black.
Either one of y'all send me 1,000
that they can't never reach. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Anti got it.
Who got it? Nah, you the rich nigga, dog. You the one that got your own business.
I get you $50.
Trying to get like you, Lamar, nigga. Get all that shit in my background in my room. You heard me?
That ain't nothing, man. Somebody
got mounted TVs, got NBA Jam and shit. Nigga, fuck you.
He's trying to y'all send me 1K. Won't he send? I don't want K. I want another Bitcoin.
The person that donated the shoes to Kwame gave me these.
Yeah, you what?
The person who donated Kwame shoes donated to me as well. I put them in the back.
Throw them bitches in the trash can. Like we got.
I don't think none of them bitches back there in there is Adidas. Nigga, fuck you mean?
Hold on, dog. No, I don't have no Adidas.
Exactly, nigga. Exactly, nigga. A New Balances and shit. Fuck out of here. That nigga had some ponies, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
What they feel like, man?
You said what?
What them shoes feel like?
Which ones?
Them Kwame.
Oh, the Kwame shoes? Oh. I don't know if I got no Kwame shoes.
No, you gonna get cursed.
That nigga, all them shoes back there probably $400 up, nigga. Hell no.
No, they not. The only ones that expensive is the Yeezys.
You got Yeezys, nigga? Them some of the ugliest shoes ever, bro.
You must be tripping, bro. These motherfuckers are not ugly.
Yeezys is ugly, man.
These motherfuckers is not ugly. Y'all saying these is ugly?
Hold on. We can't see.
All right, hold on.
What the?
Yes.
No, they are.
Yes, that shit is ugly, bro.
Feel like he walking on the moon and shit.
Feel like some nurses be working in or some shit, dog. Hell no.
He got them big ass boats.
They kind of all right. They kind of all right.
They're not bad.
Man,
I like them right now. I had like them right there. Yeah.
You wouldn't rock those.
But what the fuck is that?
Oh man, anti just out of the mix altogether.
Man, not man. Hey, bro, I'm telling you.
Hold on,
maybe because I'm simple, dog. Like you give me some all white Nikes, some all white G Nikes, dog, some all black. Like I'm good. Like I don't really be knowing about shoes like that.
2005 4 outfit, man.
Boy, look at all those shoes you got back there. God damn.
I'm simple, dog.
I thought them was some goddamn.
All those Jordan shoes, man.
Yeah, them is some weak ass Jordans.
God damn.
Come on, man.
They said weak. Stop it.
I see them 11s over there, huh? The leather ones, huh? Right there, huh?
Which one?
Look at all those shoes right there. I bet all that's Jordan.
The third one's up.
Nah, the rarest ones I got is probably these. So.
You got some 12s at the top all the way at the right.
Nah, not these. I got a whole bunch.
Who knows?
I got the snakeskin 12s. Oh.
Them 12.
Yeah, what they at? Let me see.
12. They ugly as hell.
No, they not, bro. Hold on.
Hey,
is that the one that got the leather wrapped around them?
Hey, Lamont, do you got Damian Lillard shoes?
These are the most rarest ones I got. These are the rare. These are 13.
Oh, them bitches clean.
Give me some ones.
Oh yeah, they look nice. They look nice.
How much them bitches cost, Lamont?
I got them off GOAT. Them hit.
Give me some bread ones. We good.
We put the lid on them.
Hey, Lamont, you got.
Oh,
hey, Lamont, I know you got some Damian Lillard shoes. What's some?
A lot of people don't like these. Would you rock these, Anti?
Hell yeah, nigga.
Them look like some. Them look like
fancy
weeks.
Timbs.
I would.
Them look like Tim's, nigga.
I don't like those shoes. They don't look nice.
When you put them on, when you put them on with the right fit,
you gotta wear khaki to match with those.
No, you don't.
You could.
Yeah,
no, you can wear that Dickie. You can wear that Dickie khaki suit with that hoe.
Bro, don't nobody rock no fucking Dickie suits no more, dog.
I can't find any shoes. I can't find any Costa Method. That's I don't want.
Yeah, that's more my flavor right now.
This nigga crazy.
I had the all. You know what? I had the all black Gammas, nigga. Them bitches was nice.
You should all black.
Yeah, but I'm tired of them now. I'm tired of that.
The plain Jane ones.
They're all black.
The 12s, yeah, the all black 12.
I
I'm tired of
all black Gamma Jordans, nigga. Them bitches was clean as
I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want that black Gamma no more. I don't like all that.
What are ones that? Ain't no ones up in there.
How about some retros, some real retros?
Some classic ones, man.
Come on, you got good shoes on mine.
Let's get some Concords. Let's get some Breads.
Nigga, do you wear any of them shoes, nigga?
Yes. Do I?
Yeah, Lamont. What's your favorite pair of shoes? Lamont, what's your favorite pair of shoes in the? Show us your favorite pair of shoes.
Oh, he got the cool grays.
He got the cool grays.
I don't know, man.
You got the LeBrons.
This is my favorite.
Nobody wear them goddamn Bron got work boots.
It's not this colorway, but this is probably my favorite one. Yeah. These probably my favorite one.
I swear to God, Bron shoes look like boots, nigga.
I hate LeBron shoes. I hate made. You're supposed to be wearing them if you like a little kid.
What's your favorite ones?
That style.
That's a 10. That's a 10. That's a 10.
Hey, Lamont, let me get them Yeezys, bro. Let me get them 700s.
Hey, Lamont, how much you got? Hey, Lamont, how much you want to sell me those shoes?
Fuck you, mean?
I don't be selling.
Lamont, how much you want to sell?
These LeBrons right here. I like these LeBrons though. I ain't gonna lie. I like these LeBrons.
See what I'm saying?
I remember when dudes was outside wearing Uggs. Man,
y'all don't be. These are good hooping shoes though. I ain't gonna lie. These ones.
Hey, they say you gotta be over 300 pounds with them shoes.
Hey, I'll give you $1,000. Lamont, I'll give you $1,000. Give me one of those pair of good shoes.
Find him a deal with them.
That's LeBrons. I ain't gonna hold you.
I give you $1,000. You give me those pair of shoes, bro.
Basketball courts, man.
That nigga, what's your boy from Wildin' Out? That nigga conceited. That nigga shoe collection is crazy.
These is cool too. I fucks with these. Y'all fuck with the Pippins?
Nah, those are
my favorite I just like them though.
Hell no.
Talking about Nick Cannon?
Yeah, them hoes
with the gum. Now with the right fit, those will go off.
You gotta have the right fit.
Hey,
they all white, so I rock them.
Hold on, who know what this is?
I don't like all white.
What the fuck is that? Better not be no Yeezy, nigga.
I got pair of Daps.
That's a whole Nike brand.
Daps.
These motherfuckers
Air Mag joints. Air Mag joints.
These motherfuckers self-laced.
Self-lacing joints.
Man, where your hooping shoes at, nigga?
Hooping shoes right there.
No, I'm talking about where your hooping shoes that you hoop in.
They right here. I hooping these over here. No, I'm gonna grab them.
What's the best hooping shoes, y'all? What's the best hooping shoes?
Pumas.
Oh, I gotta say this. I gotta say this. His hooping shoes. His hooping shoes.
PGs or Pumas? I ain't gonna.
How them Hardens, them Kyrie's rock. I ain't never tried
Kyrie's is overrated.
Oh, I heard Kyrie's feel good.
Oh, those your hooper shoes?
Last Kyrie album.
They look nice.
Kyrie's is mad.
That's nice. Those shoes look nice.
These are the PG5s. PG5s.
Bro. I got the PG4s.
What the other one is? What that all blue one is, Lamont?
This is purple. This is the GCU's.
Oh, that's definitely nice. I like purple. Oh, shoot. That's fresh. That look tight.
The PGs is really nice.
Hey, Lamont, send me those shoes, man. I promise I will send you a thing.
This is LeBron.
I will send you a thing. You get those shoes, but they look good.
I bought the PlayStation ones though. Somewhere. Where they at?
Hey, who got the best signature shoe out of all the basketball players besides George?
Paul George.
Over Penny?
Who got the best besides
Gary
Jordan?
Payton?
If I had to say the ones you're dressing,
it was ugly, bro. Them Gary Paytons are ugly.
I think Kyrie,
the best shoes that's ever been made. You heard it here first.
Them Ewans in them Allen Iverson Reebok shoes back in the day.
Them Allen Iverson ugly too. Ewans was
them
ugly.
AIs was hard. The AIs was hard.
The Ewans was the best shoes in the 90s.
It's got to be Kobe or LeBron. They all got like ugly ones, but they got ones that's hard. Like
they look the same.
KD got the
they all look the same.
Crazy.
Those are cookie cutter shoes.
You seen them? You seen them Kyrie colorways?
Niggas ain't screaming about. Niggas ain't screaming out. I'm going to get some LeBrons. Niggas ain't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't screaming out for no LeBron shoes.
Not no more. Don't get the game twisted.
No, not ever.
Back in 2015, I guarantee you.
I don't wear these.
I guarantee you.
There's a reason why I don't wear these no more.
10K plus.
I stopped hooping in these.
Why?
Motherfucking dropped me in these motherfuckers, man. I had to retire.
Yeah, them shit's bad luck.
Dropped me. Look, and it was just wasn't regular. They dropped me.
Ones that
game winner.
blew up.
Nah, these are the adapts in a different color.
What about James? Do you got James Horn shoes?
I don't wear Hardens. I don't wear Adidas.
I'm trying to see what them Hardens like. I heard them shit's crazy.
Man, I be seeing.
Yeah, that's why I be like, yeah.
11 breads. I'm trying to get robbed. I feel like something wrong with.
I don't got no
a whole shoe store commercial.
I might be the only person.
Nah,
with
dudes be pulling up in the 11 breads. We trying to get robbed. Like,
No
bro, what
forces?
Oh, to play ball?
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Wow, they gonna bust out.
This might be the
the
closest I got to forces. Who fuck
Bro,
with
you
them?
better have all the dudes asking for your shoe
That's
size.
them shit that make
What
you
them
feel
Royal
good, huh?
ones?
That's what MJ
I don't know
say,
what the
huh?
fuck. I don't even know what
Those
they are. I bought them
those
because
the
they had
purple,
purple.
the royal purple or some shit like that. Court
Nah,
purple.
those not the
Court
Royal
purple.
ones. They're not.
Court,
They're not.
court,
really-
court.
That's
It's the
not
court.
No, it says
MJ
Jordan.
said,
It says Jordan
MJ
reacted.
lying there said his feet was bleeding on the last dance.
I didn't like them. I didn't like them though. They look funny as hell when you put
But I
them
gotta give you respect, Lamar. You be taking care of your shoes, bro. You be taking care of your shoes.
Damn, bro, you don't take care of yours?
Dude, I do, trust me. I do sometimes.
Nah,
And
you
trying to
just,
expose
you just can't
yourself.
overwear them.
Nah, I do sometimes though.
You gotta and you gotta wear them every now and then
Nah,
so
I
they
do.
don't start flaking.
Let me see.
Yeah, some folks might take care of their shoes, man.
He said
Them
PG.
bitches
Yeah,
be
PGs are
folded
the most
up.
comfortable. That's facts. PGs are comfortable as a bitch. That's the best hooping shoe right now.
The hardest joints in the collection.
I be
the
bending my
Chris
shoes too much. My shoes get bended from the front.
Yeah, you
Damn, what the fuck you be doing?
You talking about you be putting your shoes?
You ain't got no force fields?
You got creases in his forces.
I tell you, I ain't no sneakerhead.
Yeah, when the shoes start curling up, man, it's time to put them away, man. You can't let them curl up in the front.
Better get them shoes that crease in there. Crease at the top.
My girl be doing that. My girl be wearing these. She got some shoes that be curling up. I'm like, it's time to let them go, man. Yeah, can't be
What she be wearing? Vans?
Nah, the Vans. The Vans, they
Nah,
crazy.
she just once she like a pair of Nike, she'll wear them motherfuckers for like 4 years.
No, bro, dudes be wearing Vans like 20 for like 2 years, never let them go. I don't make sense to me, man.
Man, Lamont, my wife was on my ass by buying her some shoes. I bought her them taxis, the Taxi 12s. She probably wore them shoes one time and ain't worn them since.
I bought my girl a pair of shoes. She wore them once and won't wear them again.
Damn.
I could have used that money to buy some more shoes.
Come on, man. Could have bought 4 5 of them motherfuckers.
Shit, you selling your Air
I
Ones?
know. But nah, I was working at Finish Line at the time, so I got them hoes for a discount.
Big old discount.
Oh, you know those girls want those heel tops. They want those heel tops. Y'all know that.
Jordans be played out now, bro.
He said, "Where my Jordans at, man? I don't really wear the Jordans like that no more, man.
They played out. Them shit's played out, bro.
No, they're not.
It's only
not played out. Why you capping?
It's only nah. It's only certain ones that's popping. Right? Let's keep it.
Yeah, the
Listen,
retro
man.
just you gotta get the retro
Like
ones.
most of the GRs.
And
Most of the GRs.
Ari Red's hard than a bitch.
Them bread 11s, them bread ones, them UNC.
Yeah,
You tripping?
Yeah, the UNC. I didn't like the UNC.
Those not
still.
I didn't like the UNC.
Is those sitting in the store? Those bricking? Nah, those not bricking. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about like when they just be dropping like pointless shit. They just be sitting in the store that look like 2 or 3 other colorways. Like they just be dropping shit for fun.
I ain't really bought the Pumas or Adidas. I like the look of
Puma. Nice.
Puma nice. I just ain't bought a pair yet. I'm gonna buy a pair probably though.
Nah, you should the RSX9s or the Dreamers.
Yeah, they shoes look nice. I mean, they really just like casual shoes. You can't do nothing else in them.
You want hooping them?
You can hoop
Hell
in them.
no, I'm never hooping in no Pumas. No way.
Nah, you can go for a jog in them. You ain't hooping in them,
bro. I'm not hooping in no Pumas.
Yeah, Puma make boss niggas. I'm not fucking with the Pumas. Fuck.
Nah, Trey Young hooping Pumas, don't he?
Yeah, like
I think. I can't remember what he signed.
nah. A lot of niggas hooping Pumas. Who else hooping Pumas?
Was it LaMelo?
LaMelo hooping Pumas.
LaMelo with Pumas.
I would say Kuzma, but that's not a good look.
Nah, Kelly Oubre wore Pumas, but that's not a good look neither. So
I didn't wear Converse.
I was saying, maybe you're right. Maybe we should stay away from Pumas. I don't like that ratio. That shit looking crazy.
Him and Draymond sponsored by Converse.
What, Kelly?
Yeah.
Draymond seems like some
I
Converse.
be confusing him and
who the fuck balling in
I ain't
Converse?
gonna lie to you.
Who the fuck balling Converse?
Sir.
Shit, you would if they paid you.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
you
I
damn
would.
right. I ain't gonna
No,
hold
the
you.
Converse hit me up tonight. I'm be rocking them with it tomorrow.
Nigga, I'll be balling the
boy.
ODs like I'm Julius.
Hey,
Long
Lamont.
ass motherfucker.
I sure forgot about this. Do they still be selling Allen Iverson shoes? Do they be still selling his or his contract?
I mean, they probably do, but
Yeah, they do.
them Iversons are ugly, bro.
Them shit's hard. Which ones? Which
Nah,
ones you
the
talking about?
answers, they were
The
hard
ones,
back in the
the
day.
red toe ones with the suede, them shits
Them
go
was
crazy.
ugly
With the
as
icy
hell,
blue
man.
bottoms, them shits go crazy.
Did y'all ever see Jamal Mashburn shoes? The felines, them things is ugly too.
Nah, they feel
Fuck
like
no.
If I hear Fila in a sentence, I know it's trash.
They still wear felines in Atlanta. That's what's hot down there.
I mean, nah, a lot of I see a lot of niggas rocking.
Bro, Atlanta be trying to make anything a trend, bro. I don't.
Hey,
$100.
Hey, Hey, my mom tried to buy me some basketball shoes when I was little in the rec league. She bought me some felines, boy. I had cried.
Bro, I went to the New
Grand Hill
Balance store, bro. I
joints. I
saw
did
some
not
Kawhi
want to
in
wear
them.
It was
$100.
ugly too. The Grand Hill joints was ugly too.
Man, them fat ass shoes run up and down
Man,
the
your
floor.
mama
got you Grand Hills and not fucking your fake goat.
I saw.
You ain't my goat.
They had Kawhi set up there for 60, size 13. I'm like, bro, what?
Hold on, say what? Hold on, say that again.
They had some
Say that
Kawhi
again. What
size
the hell?
13 up for like $70, $80, $60.
Hell no, I ain't got no Starburst. I should buy some just to have them. But nah,
Nah,
I ain't got no Starburst.
in Memphis they got a Nike factory, so all them retros that be coming out, they be like half off. So they be like 120. Then they got Porsche, they be like $40 in the Nike factory.
No,
So that's
no.
why
What I've been noticing lately, a lot of people be wearing like skateboarding shoes as casual.
They do. They do.
Like a
They
lot.
be kind of looking hard though. I ain't gonna lie though.
Like the dunk, what is it called? The dunk lows?
Yeah,
they be the dunk smoke,
Like the dunk
more
lows
popping
is
than
how to
Jordans
shoot
right
out
now.
right now.
Hey, if you weren't right, them things
I
go
ain't
hard.
gonna hold you. They more popping than George right now. The dunk.
Yeah, the dunk lows go crazy.
The orange and white joints. Oh my god! I'm just,
You can get damn near get any color. The way they be mixing up the colors on them, then you can customize them.
Nah, but the skateboard is mad though, because at first they was like they wasn't that expensive because of hype. They mad as hell now.
Yeah, they expensive.
They
now.
do not like the hype beast.
Hold on, he said I'm about to join. You about to join?
Also, and also, I do
don't
remember
know
this.
dudes
Can you
wearing
create
dunk
your
lows back in the day. Like they wasn't really popular like that.
What's that?
The dunk lows.
Can't you create?
Oh yeah, no, they wasn't.
People be making trends and then the shoes become too expensive. They can't even wear them. That's so sad too. Now I think about it, that's kind of sad.
Hey, blame Travis Scott. You got all these hype beats out here copping them.
Bro,
I think they got some Travis Scott though.
You got dudes who never skateboarded wearing skateboard shoes for like $300. It don't make sense to me.
Oh, I know that shit used to be like 20.
No, they used to be like cheap as hell, but then they got expensive because of hype beats and stuff. It's like a real problem. Like they do not like Travis and them dudes. That shit is hilarious. I seen it on Instagram.
I be looking at them goat though. I be selling some of the most weirdest clothing lines, man. I be looking at these tees. They be like $295. I be like, that's an ugly ass tee. Shit, just
You talking about B-Longs or the Supremes?
I need to make me a
Not even
weird looking
Supremes.
T-shirt with just
Probably like Chrome Hearts or some shit.
Yeah, they be having like T-shirts with like a
Chrome
one
Hearts
punch
look
line
cheap
on it.
to me,
Go
though.
for like $50.
That shit do look cheap.
Don't it?
Listen.
It look. Hold on, what's
I mean,
that? It remind
they
me
got
of
hard
this.
shit.
I
They got
never
some
get
hard shit.
that.
They got some
You
hard
seen
shit.
you seen the T-shirts
Just
with,
like
the
True
word on
Religion
it?
is just
Yeah,
overpriced.
True Religion look cheap though. That to me it looks like
True Religion is overpriced. I pay no more than $15
People
for
still
them
wear
things.
All of it,
Religion?
all designer is overpriced. It's you just
Only
paying for the name.
$15.
People
I
still
wouldn't
wear
pay no
True
more than
Religion?
$15 for them damn things.
You got them joints off Baltimore. You got them joints. You know what I'm
Hold on, who do
saying?
y'all
Well, your ass. And niggas know the difference.
who do y'all think got the best jeans now though?
Levi's.
The who?
Yeah, I think Levi's is always gonna be at the top.
Strauss. Levi's Strauss.
You know what I'm saying? I might slide through H&M if I'm on a budget.
Some American Eagle.
Some
Ain't nothing
American
wrong
Eagle
with
is
ain't nothing
cool.
wong with H&M.
Yeah, American Eagle cool.
Yeah, remember, bro, I went under there at khakis for $50.
Zara.
You tripping?
Zara, alright.
What's
Zara a
up
little
with you?
expensive though. I don't know. Zara cool though.
Y'all be rocking with Mary James?
A Mary. Murray on my budget. I ain't getting no Murray. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not about to pay for no overpriced jeans.
Hey,
I went to Nordstrom
hey,
one day. I saw some crazy price jeans. I was like,
hey, Lamont, didn't you go get you some Duluths?
what's that?
Duluth training.
Man,
Duluth.
What is that?
Duluth
man,
training.
come on, man.
You don't never see the commercials, Duluth training?
The Duluths.
I might have seen. I don't know.
They do the underwear and shit. It's like
Come
some
on,
fucking
I gotta look that up now. What the hell? How you spell it?
Duluth.
I don't even know how to spell it.
L-U-T-H.
It's like some lumberjack type shit.
Do not.
Oh,
Yeah.
nah, hell no. I ain't never seen that.
Yeah.
I ain't even I was thinking about getting a pair. They was selling me on
all of y'all. If all of y'all had 30 pairs of shoes, which I know most of y'all probably do in this chat and on this panel, do y'all not wear all of them, or y'all just only wear like a few?
Nah, it's some.
I see some dudes don't wear nothing.
What, they sneakers?
Like I seen one. Like one of my, like one of my niggas got a pair of shoes. One of my niggas got a pair of Jordan C. Ball, and he ain't wear that joke in 5 years at all. He ain't wear it all. And I'm like, you still got them?
Yeah,
it's a few reasons. It's a few reasons why people do that. He might be looking to sell them in the future. They might be worth more bread in the future, or he might be a collector.
Yeah, because I heard this dude had some Dunk Lows about 3 years ago, right? Sold them for like $400.
Yeah, some people got an OG pair of Jordan 1s from the early from the 80s.
Oh, you get paid.
Selling them for $30,000 and stuff like that, but you can't wear them. As soon as you put them on, the sole gonna crumble, like it's gonna fall apart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't wear them.
Yeah,
you just gotta
especially
have
the
them
Red
there for
11s. Which one be coming out like every 3-4 years?
The sole's gonna crumble.
They will.
The sole's gonna crumble. Yes,
they literally crumble like into.
Honestly, they could crumble without you even wearing them. Like you just had them sitting in the box for 30 years, you might come back and the sole is crumbling.
If you box it up right, you'll be fine.
For the most part,
they break it down like that.
Yeah,
you got
$30,000. Like, hold on. So hold on. So you tell me they
like every blue moon. It come from not
so they break down like that.
If you go on eBay right now, I guarantee you'll see a couple pairs and you'll see how much they're going for. Some, if they in pristine condition, be going for like 30 bands.
That sounds like an urban legend.
It's the truth.
They just go crumble like that, huh?
No,
that sounds like an urban legend.
Hey, you know what? You know what's crazy?
Can I say Candyman 10 times in the mirror and not disappear?
Oh no, we had somebody do that on the panel and they got fucked up.
You lying, you lying.
Hold on. Who was on the panel when SB did that? And then he called me up in the middle of the night talking about my power shut off. I ain't helping you, motherfucker. You did that dumb.
Hey man, this is the first time I heard from SB in a long time.
He did it on live. He did it live on stream. I said, and he cut his lights off and he did it.
Right.
And next thing you know, he calling me up at 3 a.m. Man, my power's shut off, man. Nah, bro, nah, it's raps, man.
Hell yeah, you.
Ask SB the next time he pull up.
This nigga just had a new baby. Want to call on the candy man with a little crazy.
That was too, right when he had the baby too.
Oh, wow.
That was the funniest part, man. SB is crazy. Hey, y'all, we about to go ahead and shut it down. Man, crazy stream, man. Good stream, though,
yeah.
Man.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna be back.
You ever did the college football when you said you was gonna do?
I actually did it, but I did it on. No, I did it on you now. I just did it on another platform.
Oh,
I put the links out for y'all to come pull up over there. So, like when I start doing stuff like that,
I didn't see that.
I'm testing out because when I do the college football, I want to have a scoreboard running, and there's a certain program I use where I can have the scoreboard showing with all of the scores going and showing the stats for each player and team. And I don't just want to get stuck on one team or whatever.
One team. So you got like a ticker.
Well, Washington
like a ticker.
It's like a ticker with like detailed information, whether player numbers and they go through each game and they just keep going through where everybody chop it up. But that's on you now, though. It's on you now. I put the link in the chat. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is click on there. We're gonna be doing the college football again. I can't go live tomorrow. We got practice tomorrow, so I can't go live.
Oh, okay.
What about this Sunday? You gonna be able to stream this Sunday?
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming Saturday
Football,
and Sunday. Sunday.
Okay,
I might do
okay,
football, but if I do, anytime I do football now, I'm probably gonna just go do it on you now.
On afternoon games.
I just put the link in the chat because it's just much easier to do it over there, and then it'll be tripping. If I play like portions of the game, then
hold on, what you gonna do with it?
The link is in the chat. Just click that link in the chat. younow.com/FYF Sports.
Oh, that's what you doing it.
Yeah. They did your shit like Go did, or they did your shit.
What you mean?
Like they be promoting your shit like and everything and shit.
Yeah,
like,
so I tell you, if you create content right now, you want to sign up with You Now right now, because basically everybody that create content, they go sign up with them right now since they so new. They making you a partner. So that means this. So imagine if you start putting content out now and they got you partner. If it do blow up and take over YouTube, or you partner, that means you're gonna grow with them. So you can overnight. You can literally go overnight from having 100 subs. If you partner with them and they blow up, you can wake up in the morning and have like 2 million. If
2 million subs, right? Yeah.
So it's just
fuck around and be PewDiePie.
Remember, YouTube used to
Somebody
be small.
said wake up to 2 million. What happened?
YouTube used to be small at one point, and so the people that caught on to YouTube early are the ones that got paid.
Yep.
Right, like
exactly. YouTube is dying. I'm telling people right now, YouTube is dying. I promise you, it's dying. And one of these other
going to StreamYard and all them other ones. Yep.
You got Clubhouse slowly coming up. They just had a big evaluation. You got You Now. They literally overpaying creators to go over there.
Right.
It's too many platforms now. Somebody's gonna take over YouTube because YouTube is they censoring too much. The money's starting to get funny, and people are starting to slowly leave. So don't miss the next wave when the next company come up, man. Jump on You Now if you create content.
So you really saying YouTube gonna fall down completely?
I'm just saying I don't see. I'm saying I don't see them with the formula that they're using now. With the money that they're paying less ad revenue, people like you can make more money on OnlyFans right now. You can make more money on Newsbreak. You can make more money on You Now. And when people start seeing that, people gonna start leaving YouTube and they're gonna die. So they're gonna end up being Facebook. Like Facebook's dead, like basically dead now. Nobody really go to Facebook for content.
I couldn't imagine that.
I'm telling you, nobody.
Is YouTube dying like Facebook?
You couldn't imagine Facebook would be dying.
Right.
Exactly.
Eventually,
I think Facebook already dead already, in my opinion.
I mean, if you ask me, Facebook been dead for 10 years. I never used it. To be honest,
that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, you see kids now look at you crazy. You talking about? Can I get your Facebook? They looking. I ain't got no goddamn Facebook. Shit, they don't be having it. And then now it's starting to happen to IG. Now these kids don't even fuck with IG no more. So just link with the kids.
Hold on, IG, Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram is next to be dead. All you gotta do is talk to the kids.
Ain't
like
no
the kids
way.
will tell you. All you gotta do is talk to the kids. Like start once you see some kids, you're like, y'all still fucking with IG, and the kids will tell you.
What it is now? It's Snapchat or it's TikTok or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, now it's Snapchat, TikTok.
TikTok.
Nah, they're not rocking with Snapchat. It's TikTok. They're still rocking with Instagram.
They still rocking with Instagram, but Instagram is dying too.
I mean, not for Instagram will always be not for Snapchat.
Yeah, Instagram is a product of Facebook.
Because when Instagram started doing stories, they overtook Snapchat. Nobody really be on Snapchat like that.
Snapchat kind of.
Yeah, I don't even be on Snapchat like that.
They had a hot wave. They had Snapchat trying to make a bounce back because they doing something similar with like they little video thing.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid though. You ever watch it? I never
TikTok has kind of slid into
on.
that space. TikTok slid and took over that part.
TikTok, I feel like TikTok get a bad rep. It's like any other social media. It depends on what your interest is. If you like people singing and dancing, that's what you're
do. Type of shit. That little 6-second shit.
I don't know. Look, I don't know if Snapchat did because I had another creator hit me up and he started getting paid off that Snapchat, like the little video thing where you post videos. He been getting bread off.
How you get paid off that though? Ads?
I don't know. I forgot what is it, Snapchat like stories or something. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, nah. Did you?
And Lamont, I got one more question.
It's the dumbest shit in the world. It never makes sense.
Yeah, it is dumb.
And Lamont, I got a question.
Yo,
how?
Can you get paid from multiple sources like YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, and U-Haul? What you doing? Like all 5 of them paying you? Can you have all that?
Yeah, you
like
can
you
do
do
that.
all of them?
Yeah, you can get paid off all of them. Yeah.
So all of them, and there'll be a whole lot of money coming towards you. I was just saying, can you do that?
You can. It's a lot of work. A lot of people don't want to put in the work, but you can. Like what I do sometimes on you now, like right now, my account's so new on you now. What I do is I can literally, like, if you know how to use OBS the right way, you could take an old stream that you used on YouTube. It might be a stream that you like I'm gonna do it with my stream tonight. This same stream tonight, I'm gonna download the recording. I'm gonna put it on OBS, and I'm gonna replay it on you now using my OBS format. Y'all see it if you follow me, and it's gonna look like I'm going live on you now. And it's gonna look like just like I'm live. I'm gonna let it play for 5 hours. I'm gonna get 5 hours of ad revenue, probably a whole bunch of new followers because I'm a partner.
Right.
And then as soon as it's over, I'm gonna end the stream.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So you can take your old videos. Like, so if you want to get started on you now, just take some of your old streams and just play some of your old streams through OBS from YouTube on you now, just to get a jump start, so you can get followers and get your channel going. Because they will eventually call you. They will call you. They will, especially if they see you got a solid YouTube channel, and they will call you and be like, and then they'll send you paperwork. You got to sign. So right now, I'm committed to going live on you now 3 times a week, but I am partner. So as long as I do that, I'll remain partner.
I know niggas been killing it on Twitch.
Yeah.
Twitch.
Yeah,
I think that's dying now too.
Yeah. I'm streaming.
That one I know that's dying.
Yeah.
What's
Twitch
gonna take over Twitch though?
I don't know, man. Twitch is different.
Twitch is dying?
I don't think it's dying though. Twitch, man. I've been seeing
that shit going up.
I actually been seeing YouTube creators leave YouTube and go to Twitch.
Yeah. Only thing
You sure?
right now, like,
yes, bro.
Then Twitch is like,
you sure about that?
Twitch ain't been around for no 6-7 years for it to be dying. It's
like B-Lou. Y'all know B-Lou, right? B-Lou don't be doing YouTube like that no more.
B-Lou, everybody leaving YouTube for other shit.
Yeah, B-Lou left. B-Lou is on Twitch. Aiden Ross is on Twitch. Like a lot of the crazy, like a lot of people with Zios and switched over. He be on Twitch all the time.
Twitch crazy. I don't understand it. People be getting $2,000 tips on Twitch and shit like that. It's the craziest shit in the world. I swear, it be kids. Like, this is one kid, like I Show Speed. He like 19, bro, getting $2,000 tips.
Yeah, but it be like it on you now too. It be like it on you now though. Yeah, you now, like it be some weird people on there, but it was this weird. It's this weird dude named Wheelchair Man. Like I was like he following me. This dude, I went to his page. Look, I went to his page. It's a disabled guy. He's a disabled guy. He's like a paraplegic. None of his limbs move, and he was using some machine to put lipstick on. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. But the man hit me. The man blessed me with like $100 donation on you now. So I said,
"Come
fuck
on,
it,
man! I tell them niggas, man, listen."
I said, that's the homie then. Fuck it. You can put lipstick on all day.
That's crazy. The era we live in.
Who would hear you say this?
Hey, put lipstick on all day.
No, but it was look, all his stream is, look, all you see literally is like his head from here up. That's all you see.
Yeah.
It's just, he don't say nothing. He just be
like old boy Superman.
He just sit there and put different makeup on.
People be watching that?
What? People, Bro, I just seen him go live now. I just seen a notification.
Dude.
He got 2,000 likes on his video.
Dude, let me say this.
Sleep on live.
Let me tell you this.
Live and thousands of people watching this.
Lamont. A girl on Twitch, well, if you get that girl $30, she will lick the microphone with her tongue. Like, you know how girls be licking some dudes. Dang. That's how she was doing it. And dudes be paying her just so they can see her do that. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? Just go watch porn.
Nah,
for real though. It's free. That's like crazy. You go through all that,
and then they will pay for that.
If you really into that, why you got to pay for it on top of that? Like,
we in an age where we just in an age where you got people who just sit on their computers all day, man, and they ain't trying to
and just give out money, dog.
They ain't trying to interact with people. Like maybe they don't even know how to interact with women like that. So They just get it out of the internet, man.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
It's tough.
It ain't tough. I mean, you got to.
I was like, really?
Right.
It ain't tough for whoever they give it
The
that
girl
money.
was getting.
It's tough for them.
Yeah, the girl was getting money.
She ain't tripping.
She was getting money just from licking the microphone.
Did y'all ever believe? Like, you know what? I'm about to start. Look, I'm literally about to start a fucking NBA Jam stream. Just playing NBA Jam. My gaming. Talking shit about the 90s players. Talking shit about the 90s players while I use them.
Right, NBA
Come
Jam.
on, man. I'll be a commentator. Me.
Go ahead and do this shit.
That's what gives me my kick.
Hey man, you can definitely start a channel on anything. I saw a channel and a dude is just playing. Literally, he plays PS1 games all day. He don't talk. He just plays the PS1 game till he beats it, swaps it out, puts another one in, plays it till he beats it. And he be having like 1,000 people watching him, not saying a word, just playing a video game.
Some people really into that shit.
That's how it is.
Man.
You got people out here really trying to be creative and make creative content. People out here just sticking a PlayStation 1 game in.
How about even crazier than that? Is people just posting a video with them watching the video and making bank off that?
Yeah, you can do anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like homie in China.
Videos, yeah.
Remember, I seen the dude. This dude's slick as hell. Some dude in China, and he was all over the news. But you hire him to do nothing. He get paid like $500 an hour to do nothing. He just will follow you all day.
Wow. Oh, you kidding me?
So go look it up. Type it in. Go to YouTube. The man who does nothing.
He's a genius.
He's a genius.
All his customers are fucking.
So his customers like his customers are actually a lot of older people. Like he has one dude where he don't like going to his wife's grave by himself. So this dude will pay him to go with him to his wife's grave. He just don't like being there by himself. He literally pay homie just to sit there, do nothing, but he's not alone while he's at his wife's grave for a couple hours. $1,000 that quick, man. It's actually a need.
Oh my god!
Like you got professional cuddlers,
bro. He paid
professional cuddlers and stuff like that. Now
they were interviewing him. He was like, they were like, "What do you?"
Yeah, that's what that is. A professional cuddler.
That's ridiculous.
Well, how you nigga? Well,
I'm about to sign up for that. Do they got an app for that? They got an app for that, like Uber. I could just follow somebody around for 2 hours, make a band.
Basically, what we all saying is, it's easy to get money out here. Just do something.
Come on, man.
On these apps.
You find a way to get some easy money.
That's funny.
Just buy some crypto kitties and sell it for $1 million.
It's not even that it's easy money. It's just like the weirdest shit that people would pay for. Like, you really paying for that? For somebody to come in.
A professional. And that's what I heard somebody just say. You sitting up there holding bitches for a living.
Professional cuddler.
You know what would be hard? You know what would be hard, and that shit might go crazy if you did it right. If you had a spades channel, you got a groups of people playing spades, man. That shit would go hard though.
Playing spades like how we on the stream right now. And everybody playing spades on the stream.
But you got
it'd be no different from them playing poker on ESPN.
Because it's a program. Because there's actually a game. It's an app you can download where you can set your teams. You can have the shit running on your stream, and y'all can actually set the rules to your game however you want them.
That is tough.
Some people play spades.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
that's tough. Bro. You could do that. You could play spades.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Bro, you have people in here talking shit, playing spades.
Conversation. Put up wages too. Could you put up wages?
You do it. You can do it. With the Cash App on YouTube, you can do all types of stuff.
Yeah, that's the way.
Hell yeah.
Niggas play spade dominoes and shit.
Well, I shouldn't say it was easy to get money, but you know what I mean, though. I ain't gonna say it was easy.
It's easy as it's ever been.
Easier than the nigga think it is.
Easy as it's ever been to get
money.
Easy.
It's easy to the point where if I see you doing something stupid, man, you ain't got no excuses, man. Because it's like,
there's
always another way. There's always some other avenue you can take.
Yes.
Like even if you here's the funny thing is if you a criminal, you could just start a YouTube channel about being a criminal or how you committed crimes or whatever. It's YouTube's channels about it, just talking about your criminal activities or or what you might do in this situation if you was a criminal. You can make your own YouTube channel just talking about this.
It's people that actually do that. I used to follow somebody that they used to talk about what they used to do in prison.
You just use allegedly with everything, just sitting you good. Like
right.
Come on, man. Like people there's no reason to even get into it because people will pay to hear this stuff. It's funny.
Dang, man.
It's like SFM making bank on SFM
that.
He gonna go viral one day, man. Him and Mike might do something stupid and go viral one day, man.
On a topic you said you don't understand people that's doing something stupid.
You know what I'm saying? And
that's doing something stupid to get money. You talking about like illegally?
Yeah.
What you mean? Like
you said you don't understand somebody that's doing something stupid.
No, I'm just saying, like, obviously I understand when people I understand that aspect of it. Sometimes people do stuff out of desperation or just a bad situation. So I never gonna be down on somebody for committing a crime.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is
let me tell you one dude that did something. Let me tell you one dude did something that cost his life. He went around pretending that I'm finna rob you by pulling out a gun, and he was doing this to black people. And when he did it to a black dude, he pulled out a gun, but it was just a prank gun though. That dude brought out his gun for it, and bang bang, and he was that desperate to try to get the
I'm not saying
like that.
That's reckless right there.
I'm speaking on like, so let's say, for example, right? Somebody brought up PPP loans earlier, right? Let's say somebody took a PPP loan, right? Let's say like 10,000. And they took that bread and then they started a business with it, made that 10,000 back. And when they came looking for that bread, if it wasn't for it, they gave them the bread back.
But look, there's people. Hold on, there's people. I know people who
sometimes they got finesse on some Jay-Z.
No. I know people, but the government's not coming after the people that do that. I know people. I know the people who've taken the money. They hurried up and started a business, right? Generated income real quick. And the thing is, they've paved the way to pay the money back real quick. So when because the people that's getting caught up, you got certain women, like it was especially around tax time. All the people that did it around tax time, because what they would do is they would get the PPP loan, say they got these businesses, but then also file their taxes, and then they will file their taxes, not report no business, none of this income that they said. So it was like
no business. They got unemployment on their shit.
Yeah, so they get these massive
a lot of money. They're not getting no, like they're not just getting no 10,000.
They really looking for them $250,000 now.
They're not even looking at.
They going for the big fish.
They definitely
going for the big fish.
But they ain't looking for no 20s and 10s.
No, what's happening is
they're looking for the
getting caught up. The people getting caught up, the big fish getting caught up is trying to get out their jam. So anybody they know that got caught up in it, they such and such did it.
Man, they on everything.
I hope they're not moving like that,
bro. You're dealing with regular. You really dealing with common people who ain't never been in trouble. A lot of them. A lot of them. So of course they gonna tell because when the feds
all they do is scamming and shit.
The feds gonna be like, yeah. The feds just gonna be like, yeah, this charge carried 15 years. What do you? Then they gonna be like, what do you know? Do you know anybody else? You gonna get to cooperate quick to the motherfucker when they talk about 15 years.
If you don't know shit,
so they can stun on you. What you think they not gonna tell on you?
And then if you're a woman, you know how to do with the women. I mean, we gotta take your kids. We gotta take your kids and put them in. They get the women quick because.
What about
big time.
You gonna let this nigga go for
That's why you gotta be careful,
though. I can't cap though. The dudes be dropping like flies fast as hell too, man.
Man, I got kids too.
All you gotta do is bring through a little food. You know what I'm saying? This is what they hit him with. All you gotta do is hit him with. Your friend already told on you.
Right.
Oh, but did y'all know that cops can lie to you to get you to say whatever you want? They can live.
They can't.
I know. They'll lie to you.
That shit. They lie to you. Man, you can't lie to them. Why the fuck can they lie to you, man?
Because they lie all the time. What you talking about right now? A law? It's a law that they said they can't do that. They the law. They enforce the law.
Did y'all hear about that? They said politely said 2 of his charges got dropped.
Yeah, I heard that, man. Look, I told man, come on.
You know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up, right?
They said 2.
You done fucked up, right?
I was just watching that yesterday, bro.
Know how to
they said
fight
2 of the worst charges.
You gotta know how to have that word. play back.
You know you done fucked up, right?
With them, you just can't let them open.
Why you say that?
Hold on. He said, "Go, hey SFM." They saying, "Go, Mike cooks you and ran you over here."
What?
They said it. Look on the screen. They said, Lamont, go, Mike cooking SFM. Hold on, you got cooked over there. You got cooked SFM.
Yeah, that part. You got Bill Duke's ass.
You drinking Kobe Bryant sweat.
Kobe Bryant.
I know you
Blue
like
strings.
Kobe Bryant sweat.
Man.
You know how dry that shit is by now.
Oh,
at 11:50,
hey.
you walk in.
Hey,
how dry that shit is by
walk
now.
out.
That shit done went through the cycle 3 times, evaporated and came back. Fuck.
Yeah, crazy, man. Hey, I'm about to shut this down. Hey, I'm about to shut this stream down, y'all. I'll be back Saturday. We're gonna take tomorrow off. I got practice, so I ain't gonna be able to do nothing. But we're gonna be back. I'm gonna figure something out for Saturday. I don't know if it's college football. If it is college football, then I'm gonna be on you now. So make sure you follow me on you now. I'll probably be over there Saturday and back on YouTube Sunday. I might just do it on both. I don't know yet, man. We'll see how it goes. Especially if I can get it set up. Let me go ahead and check this out. Here we go. All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. We're gonna get up out of here for tonight. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Good conversation, man. Some of y'all crazy. That's
Good stream.
Yeah. What was you about to say?
Frying chicken.
Hold on, I haven't seen you here before. What's your name? I don't even know how to say that. Cinda Roney. I don't know, man. I guess. Salute, Dub Gotti. Appreciate you pulling up.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate
subscribe, man. I haven't seen you before, man. Pull up more often, man.
Definitely new. You popped up in my subscriptions, and I saw that title. I'm like, nah, I gotta hop in this. See what they talking about.
Hold on. It just popped up on the feed randomly.
Oh yeah, it popped up in my. It just popped up in my suggestions. Facts, it did. All I watch is ball stuff, so I was surprised at all. But I appreciate this format. It's tough. Like you let anybody join in. Like I rock with this for real, for sure. This is tough.
I'll let everybody in, man.
Yeah, he won't kick nobody out or ban them like some others do.
Word.
It's just YouTube, man. It's just YouTube. I don't take it that serious. I mean, I take it serious business wise, but the conversation, I don't get offended by the conversation, man. They don't bother me.
Yeah, it's fun conversation.
It's
Basketball
fun.
Always fun to talk about for me.
That's fun.
Yep.
Hey man, go check that video in the private chat, man. That nigga Kobe was crazy.
Yes, sir. You the same? It's the same
crazy,
name on you now. You said?
Yeah. Well, you now, like I said, you now. I kind of want to switch it up. Like with you now, I'm probably gonna be doing my NBA Jam. I got my VR stuff set up over here. I might be doing my VR stuff with the basketball game. I'm gonna be a little bit different on you now, because on you now, the one thing I'm noticing over there is some weird people over there. So I got to kind of switch it up. I can't be normal over there. I might have to go into costume mode a little bit more over there, like the Mario.
True.
You can't be normal over there, man. You got to do something wild over there to get some attention. So,
okay.
I don't know, man.
You gotta be a real motherfucker.
Hey, SFM will fit right in, man. He needs to join
outside
up.
the box.
SFM fit right in, man. Just yelling Kobe stats for 4 hours, man.
We're up. But I'm a supporter. I'm definitely gonna be looking for the next stream. This was lit. I rock.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be live Saturday. I'm gonna make sure whatever I do Saturday, it's gonna be on both YouNow and YouTube. So just watch the notifications. The easiest way, because people be saying they don't get the notifications, and just follow us on IG. I put everything out on IG.
They don't be clicking that bell. You gotta smash that bell. Make sure you hit the bell.
I'm tired. I don't know. People be saying the notifications. I don't care. Just follow us on IG or Facebook or something, man. You'll see it when we go live.
I'm gonna do that. Appreciate
it.
Yeah.
Okay then. Got
have a good one.
All right, y'all, man. Good stream. Good conversation. We're gonna be back Saturday.
You have a good one too, man. All of y'all.
All right,
too, bro.
FYI Sport, man. We out. We out.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close. Working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your